Attention duelists, it is that time again. We are here at Game Guys in Houston, rather Pasadena, Texas, for the Age of Overlord Regional Championship Series. And we actually already have our first featured match of the day set up, so we're going to go and turn into that now. So if you take a look here, you'll see on the right a very familiar face, James, the prior regional champion here. We also have our player audio here, so you get to hear a little bit of the jokes and dueling and so on. On the left, his opponent is Mason, so they are just getting set up and ready. We're going to have our own independent featured match clock, so we don't have to worry about what's going on in the main event. But it looks like we'll probably have about 9 rounds of Swiss today, so that means we're going to have 9 great rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh! Content to watch. Last time, it was quite the incredible duel. If I recall correctly, it was, I think, Purrely versus Manadium. Now, the meta's changed quite a bit since then, right? It's been the release of Age of Overlord. That's why it is, again, the Age of Overlord Regionals. And if you watched Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series Richmond, you absolutely know how good and profound this set is, as well as Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series Indianapolis. Whether it is just an SP Little Knight tucked into your deck just for fun, or you are really taking advantage of the Sinful Spoils engine in the Rescue Ace monsters. It's crazy. Now, speaking of which, looks like we've got our head judge making their announcements soon, so if you hear some announcements, again, that's going to be for them. But James is running that Purrely deck that got him his championship win, and his opponent, Mason Broussard, is going to be running Rescue Ace. So looks like we're going right into it. Looks like Mason may be going first here. Proceeding into the main phase, our judge is getting comfortable there. You know, he's going to be making sure that all the play here is fair, balanced, and the tournament's integrity is taken care of. A little bit of a phone call here, but it's not time to answer the phone. It's time to duel. We're going to go ahead and resolve that first emergency. Oh, no, it's been Ash Blossomed. Okay. So looking at what we've got left here, seems like Super Polymerization and Infinite Permanents are going to be set. Not sure the particular order there. It is important. Drawing a card. And so we are going to go ahead and begin that pretty Purrely turn with James here. Entering his draw phase, just kind of straighten out his field here. Made it to main phase 1. Going to start off with Stray Purrely Street. Now, not only is that going to protect your newly summoned Purrely monsters from being targeted, but it also lets you equip or attach and exceed material from the deck. All right, also going to see my friend Purrely here, so pretty much have everything you need to get your Purrely board started. Doing a great job of making sure not to place it where those infinite permanences are, but again, with that Stray Purrely Street, you probably don't have to worry about the monster's effects being targeted and then subsequently being negated by that infinite permanence in the spell and trap column. James looks like he's very comfortable here, just going through the deck trying to figure out what he's going to grab. And looks like he picked out 3, so we're going to go ahead and add from our deck to our hand that new Purrely memory. Could be a Purrely too. But we need to see a normal summon here so that board can get going. I'm going to go and activate the Purrely Happy Memory, discarding Dark World no more, and choosing to use that optional effect to special summon Purrely. Going to go ahead and use the effect of Purrely, grabbing an additional card there. Looks like it's Purrely, which means probably didn't see too many quick play spell cards in the hand there. This is kind of a turn that shows that there's just not many resources. But we are going to go ahead and have an Exceed summon here. So Happy Memory and Purrely are going to combine, opening up the overlay network to make our E-Purrely Happiness. Going to go and summon Purrely, use its effect to take a look at the top 3 cards of the deck. Hopefully we get a hit here. You know, there's some duelists that are just so unlucky that they don't make it, but yes, it is going to be infinite impermanence, so it is going to be that full column there, Chain Link 1. Looks like we're going to chain Purrely Pretty Memory. And probably discard for it. Haven't seen the discard yet. Of course, it is a discard by effect, which is why these decks pair so well with Dark World and other strategies, because you're not discarding for cost. So we're going to go ahead and use the effect of E-Purrely Happiness to go ahead and attach that Pretty Memory.
happens when they do it first. Okay, so it's the activate. Yeah,
Players going ahead and figuring out just how the cards resolve. Even if these cards have been out for quite a while, this is a strange deck for sure that just operates different than everything else. Now, of course, they are going to return a spell and trap on the field back to the hand, so that infinite permanence is going to go to the graveyard, but the other card, we're going to find out what it is later. Taking a quick look at...
It's an optional effect, so... Yes, but it's...
Players just making sure they understand what's going on. Going into our next play here, looks like it's going to be another Purrely. Now, there hasn't been a normal summon yet this turn, and it is pretty wild. You can continue to do this Purrely ability over and over and over again to try to get just some additional cards and find out what it is you need. Gonna go and reveal. Looks like we're seeing Delicious Memory, another Infinite Permanence, and Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. So you have to take the Delicious Memory. Thinking of sweet breakfast, obviously. James taking a second here to consider his next plays. Entering the battle phase. Okay. We are going to go ahead and activate Delicious Memory, and Eat Purrely Happiness is going to use its effect to attach that Delicious Memory. Now it's going to gain attack points for each of those Xyz materials times 300. So now it's 3,200.
I'll choose happy.
Might have seemed like a small monster before, but certainly not anymore. Now, the other Purrelys are pretty small. I guess it would only take, what's the math here? 200, about 40 turns with the battle phases in order to get through there. But hopefully we don't have to just sit our laurels on just the Purrelys alone. What makes this deck so fun is the Xyz monsters. Now, remember, at the end of the turn, Straight Purrely Street is going to be able to attach additional memory, but it looks like we're going to get there faster. Here comes Purrely Sleepy Memory. So, drifting off into sweet dreams of drawing extra cards during the standby phase. Looks like we're still in the main phase, too. Great job cutting the deck there.
Yeah. Effect. The emergency to banish. Attempt to go to any base. Sure. Effect 3. Sure.
Alright, jumping back in. We did form our SP Little Knight with those two Purrelys. And actually was only Kariba, which means it does get the ability to banish an additional card. Great heads-up play, banishing that emergency to make sure that it is not using its other effect there. Going ahead and coaching through those different abilities. Again, it's just going to be the X-Purrely Noir, so we're not going to see any Purrely shenanigans, putting out another copy of a X-Purrely Noir there. But here's the good news. Again, James is going to be able to draw 2 cards during a standby phase, because each of those abilities is not what people call a hard once per turn. And in addition, he can go ahead and, as a quick effect, remove those 2 Xyz materials, and he has 5 total right now, to target a card on his opponent's side of the field and shuffle it back in the deck. Now, that is going to eat into X-Purrely Noir's inherent protection, right? As long as it has 5 or more materials, and it does have 5 right now, it is... Oh, actually, it has more than that. It looks like a little bit of room to grow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So can safely go ahead and bounce one of those cards without worrying about anything else. But again, if it has 5 or more Xyz materials, it is protected, unaffected by the activated effects of your opponents. Luckily, we have some Yu-Gi-Oh! Judges for weird effects like Mirror Jade, the Ice Brand Dragon. But for now, it looks like it is going to be Mason's turn, right? We just passed the standby phase, so it's time for Rescue Ace to show up here. But we're actually going to start with an Infernoble Knight here. Now, that's what's so cool about Rescue Ace is it has a lot of intersections with different decks, whether it's Fire Warriors, Fire Machines, Fire Monsters that are level 1, like the Sinful Spoils package. So that's why Age of Overlord has had such just a huge impact here. But we are seeing those 2 materials being removed from the X-Purrely Noir, 2 memories. And so that is going to send the Infernoble Knight back into the deck before anything really gets started here. Taking a look at the extra deck, we're seeing some really fun targets there, but it's just not going to happen for now. And so that's going to be game, actually. Going ahead and conceding there. Mason seeing that he probably doesn't have a lot of plays to get started. Eventually, he's just going to lose the rest of his life points. So a really quick game 2 here. Remember that James Conacher is our former regional champion, from the Duelist Nexus event. So this is a pretty big start to the day, right? We got to see the close of how he dueled last time. Quite well. now we get to see how he starts, right? A little delicious memory, a little sleepy memory here and there. And before you know it, those monsters are very overwhelmed. We do get a little peek here into Mason's side deck on screen here. Certainly a lot of great choices there. Obviously, enemy control has been huge. Nibiru, the Primal Being, may be able to get some stuff done against Purrely. You don't always have those 5 special summon turns in the Purrely deck, but you could have that. Think about it last turn. E-Purrely Happiness, X-Purrely Noir, 2 copies of Purrely, and the Purrely that would already be enough to hit the Nibiru before the SP Little Knight even occurred. Now, on the other side, James is thinking about what you do. It's weird, you know, when you're in one of these situations where you've won game 1 very decisively, but maybe you do have those side deck options against your opponent, you have to make those decisions. Am I going to completely swap out all of the cards in my deck? My deck works, right? It already is winning. Or am I going to take a measured approach to this duel and go ahead and include those extra cards that I know work against my opponent? And the sky's the limit. I'd say you have a little bit more tech room in the Rescue Ace deck, I think, than you do in the Purrely deck. In Purrely, obviously, the monsters like your Ash Blossom and Joy Spring, your Nibiru, especially Droll and Lockbird right now in the format, those are necessary cards, and so you kind of get cramped out a little bit as you're filling out your deck list here. Now, at our recent YCS Richmond, we saw a lot of players playing 42 card decks, 44 card decks, even 52 card decks at the top tables, and the reason you might do that is so you have additional room to just side deck out cards without impacting the core strategy. But for these particular players, those decks look pretty short, so I think we've got 40 cards on both sides. Alright, looks like Mason is going to take the chance to go first here. Do see a Book of Eclipse, which is just a great card for stopping your opponent's options. Also see Diabellstar, and we've got Rescue Ace Airlifter.
I'm so sorry.
So we're going to activate the effect of Rescue Ace Airlifter. Doesn't look like we have any response here, so we're going in the deck to grab a Rescue Ace spell card. Yeah, that says Emergency, but remember, all of the Rescue Ace spell and traps do say this card is counted as a Rescue Ace card, except Rescue Ace HQ, because it's in the name. But the emergency means probably going to get Hydrant here, I would imagine. So we are going to go ahead and special summon first, right, resolving our effects properly. So we do have that beautiful Rescue Ace Hydrant, and we are going to send Emergency has to tribute that monster. It's going to go in the correct placement of the graveyard. Judge doing a great job just making sure the game's easy to understand. Are going to use Rescue Ace Hydrant, so we're adding a Rescue Ace monster from the deck to the hand. Look at that, it's Rescue Ace Turbulence, whose summoning condition is to just banish those 2 cards from the graveyard that are named Rescue Ace, and we got 2 cards in the graveyard that are named Rescue Ace. Right, shuffling up here. Go ahead, already using the infinite permits on the Turbulence, not going to take any risks here. You do not want to have 4 cards resolving on the field. But we are going to use Book of Eclipse. Believe that was done in a chain, absolutely. So now that means the monster is going to go face down, but its effect will resolve because it's no longer face up for infinite permanents to negate it. So it looks like we're taking Contain, Emergency, possibly 2 others here. We're going to take a quick look here to read through. But it looks like Contain, Extinguish, Emergency, and Alert. And those will be the 4 that we set. And honestly, that's not a bad way to be. Sometimes you want to fit in Rescue. Oh, looks like he decided he is going to fit in Rescue, not as concerned about the emergency.
This is the Reborn, this is the Reborn.
So again, just as a quick breakdown of what all these cards do, of course they have additional effects with Hydrant on the field, but Hydrant's on the field, so we're just going to talk about their base effects. Rescue allows you to special summon from your own graveyard a Rescue Ace monster. Alert allows you to add 1 from the graveyard to the hand. Contain is going to be a single target negate, and Extinguish is going to allow you to destroy the monster. These cards are way better when you have a face-up Rescue Ace higher Hydrant, but with no Hydrant here, we're just going to get the base ones for now. But more on that as that develops. We are sending Turbulence to the graveyard. Really great heads-up play. You don't have to have a face-up card or even a card in the hand to bring out Diabellstar, the Black Witch. Going to use that to go ahead and set a Sinful Spoils card. Let's take a look at what we got from the Seeker of Sinful Spoils herself. Really great options in the deck, but it looks like we're going to go ahead and take the original Sinful Spoils, Snake Eye. We're going to activate that. Go ahead and sending Diabellstar to the graveyard to get that Hydrant. Now, let's go ahead and talk about all those effects again. Now, Rescue can also special summon from your opponent's graveyard. Alert can search a Rescue Ace monster from your deck. Contain can go ahead and negate a monster, but also keep it from being used as material, and Extinguish can stop the destroyed monster from being used as material later in the game. Now, you notice that alert got flipped up? When Hydrant's on the field, you can activate a Rescue Ace card the same turn it was set, if it was set by a Rescue Ace ability, so we did get to do that alert, and that means we do get to get Rescue Ace Preventer here. Thinking about that Link Karibo seems like a good way to do it. We've seen some great cards. Draco Knight, Equest, Mud Dragon. So many fun fusions right now that you can use with Super Polymerization. If you're a fan of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, man, you are eating well. Still kind of pensive about it. Not really sure what we're going to do there. Didn't see a Link Karibo, but I guess there's got to be one in there. Looks like we do have Relinquished Anima. And that might be what we got to do. We got to waste a Relinquished Anima. Now, obviously, this allows you to get just even better and better plays. We can go ahead and banish the Rescue Ace Hydrant there to special summon the Preventer. Link summon off the 2 monsters. That's probably going to get you an SP Little Knight, which did include one of those extra deck monsters as the mechanics. So it's going to use that effect to bounce one of those cards. A lot of different things we can do, but we're going to resolve Rescue Ace Preventer, special summoning that banished Rescue Ace Hydrant, and unlocking the true abilities of each of those cards once more. And that's it. We're just going to pass with there. So SP Little Knight has the ability to kind of protect things. Works similar to a Cashier monster in the sense that you're getting stuff done afterwards, but it's a powerful card. SP Little Knight might be one of the best Link monsters printed in a very long time. And I think duelists have realized that. It's very much in their repertoire. Speaking of repertoire, we're going back into Purrely, so we're going to activate my friend Purrely.
Yeah, that's fine.
And take a little life points here. We're going to pay that 500. Duelist doing a great job of keeping life points on paper. It's very addicting to use that Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron app, and it is a great app. But it always helps to have those life points on paper so you never have to wonder. James taking a moment there just to think about his plays. Going in the deck to reveal. Looks like we're going to be revealing a Happy Memory. It's the beginning of the duel, so this might give us sort of a peek into the hand. Another Happy Memory. And finally, a Happy Memory. Just nothing but good times for this Purrely. So, of course, we will add a Happy Memory randomly. Guess we'll take the one on the left. Might be going back in the deck, so we don't need to shuffle for now, but we are going to activate straight Purrely Street. Again, perfect protection for these target effects, and it makes Purrely really well matched, evenly matched, against the Rescue Ace deck, because Rescue Ace targets. And Purrely's got a pretty decent handle on, well, protecting stuff from being targeted. We are going to activate Purrely's Sleepy Memory here on James' side, discarding Nibiru. Nibiru not doing a whole lot right now, and likely not to do much in the following turn. And sometimes you got to make those tough plays. You do have to give up the stuff that would help you, right? Sometimes you do draw the out, but you can't keep the out long enough to actually employ its powerful effect. Nibiru is a powerful card, but it's going to sit in the graveyard for now. We are going to use the effect of Purrely to go ahead and add a Purrely from our deck to our hand. Mason's got just a huge field and Hydrant. But he can't target those cards just yet, and that is going to make it difficult. We are going to go ahead and Xyz summon, right, using the Sleeping Memory in the graveyard. To go ahead and bring out Purrely Noir. Longtime Purrely fans, remember a day and age where this card did not exist, and so you just couldn't do it. But luckily, if you've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, you have noticed that it came out at the same time. And it did a great job with that. Vanquish Souls was also just added to Master Duel, and they put in the Xiaolong from Duelist Nexus right away. Looks like we are going to bounce 2 spells and traps in the hand. Probably that 5th set, because that didn't seem to be one of the Turbulence cards, and maybe one of the spell cards. There was a little bit of magical hats going on, which is totally fair. Did see one of the trap cards, so at least one of the traps still remains. Looks like we're going right in the battle phase. We're going to go ahead and attack over that Hydrant. Now, Rescue could still bring it back. Going into main phase 2, we will normal summon our Purrely. Taking just a quick look. Looking at the graveyard. Maybe it's Rescue. Even James might be monitoring that too as he fans his graveyard out, possibly for the aid of his fellow duelist. Thinking, maybe I'm going to special summon Nibiru. Maybe I'm going to special summon something else. All right, here comes the spell card. Or not. Mason decides that he isn't going to activate that. It may not be the time. You might just be putting a body out for no reason. We are going to reveal 3 here. So here comes straight Purrely Street.
Which one did you get? Sorry. Happy.
Oh, a happy memory. Okay, even I was confused there too. James doing a great job of revealing to his opponent then. That makes sense why Mason is trying to find the exact moment to activate his cards. Remember, it'll be difficult to target with the straight Purrely Street, but you may want to go ahead and refresh your field. Get ready so you can target those things, possibly in the draw phase before any of those shenanigans even happen. However, this is our former regional champion, and he did do it with this deck. So it is wholly possible that he creates a 5-material X-Purrely Noir before passing the turn. Considering his options carefully. Gonna go ahead and take a look through the extra deck here. And drop down Downer Magician. That does drop an additional material. Remember, it is main phase 2. Looks like we are going to use Rescue. Now might be the time. Mason's absolutely correct. It doesn't target. We're going to take a quick read through here. And while we do not have the Hydrant now, there it is. So now the other abilities are powerful and at full display. We are going to extinguish. A couple things are going to happen here. Remember, Downer Magician is not a Purrely monster, but that Purrely Happy Memory will protect it nonetheless. Also going to use the other effect here, discarding a Purrely Happy Memory.
We're
We're going to go ahead and bring out Purrely once more. Just goes to show you, you know, it's never over till it's over, but what a great way to use the other ability of Purrely Happy Memory to stop a card from being destroyed the first time it be destroyed. That's a card that works in a bunch of different matchups, including Unchained, but it definitely works here. So we did special summon that Purrely, so we're going to take another card. Put the others on the bottom of the deck in no particular order. Going into that extra deck. Going to make a Zeus, actually, here. Now, interesting if we're going to use Zeus, or we might just have it for the 5th material.
That's what I thought. I went double check too.
But even if it's just for Zeus, that's insane. And we are stomping down the Superstar Slayer Typhon Sky Crisis. Now, this monster protects your opponent, or rather prevents your opponent from activating the effects of monsters that are 3,000 or more. And guess what? It is 2,900, which makes it get under that threshold. Looks like we're removing a material to bounce a card from the field. And that's going to force Mason, if he wants to see that card, to maybe manually summon it.
Oh, wow.
It is true. So we went to activate the Sky Thunder Zeus, but the Sky Crisis prevents it.
I was double check. I was like, I wasn't even thinking. Like, wow. That was a horrible misplay on me.
So it looks like we are going into game 3 here. Because we had a Zeus that couldn't do anything. And so for that reason, didn't quite feel like we were going to do anything more with that duel. Taking a look deep into that side deck. Thinking about Nibiru's, thinking about Feather Duster. And that's a great way to make sure that you get rid of those straight Purrely Streets and actually get a chance to target. Looking at the super polymerizations. Now that's interesting. It's a great card, historically good. Also looks like we have a Dino Wrestler Pankratops. So just anime cards from all over, right? GX represented the super polymerization. Brains represented the Dino Wrestler Pankratops. That is an anime card. It's not just one of the best cards ever printed. It's kind of like a big brother or older sibling to Kashtira Fenrir, but what makes it different is that chain ability, right? It's only destroying, it's not banishing face down like Kashtira Fenrir, but the ability to chain, man, is that huge. Especially against Purrely with its various continuous spells and field spell. If you can stop those before they've resolved, you might be able to stop half the headache. Now, James, you know, might have conceded that he got a little ahead of himself there with the Typhon. It's such a great card, but it is a difficult one to use, especially in tandem with Zeus. It's supposed to kind of protect from Zeus's. It did protect from Zeus, but maybe not the way that James was intending. Thinking about removing the Pot of Prosperity. It's certainly the king of consistency. But right now, you might need explosivity, right? You might need to just charge through the duel. Especially, James is going first here. Man, Purrely going first is quite the setup. And so, possibly the Nibiru's coming in. They might really get it done. Can't just play like Nibiru doesn't exist. It is a whole and actual card there. One last pile shuffle for luck here. Both duel is starting off their tournament really great, showing what both their decks are supposed to be doing. Didn't get to see, the full Rescue Ace combos, but you almost don't have to. Turbulence Resolving, that's 4 cards. How many times in Yu-Gi-Oh! Have you seen the number 4 written down? It's very seldom. Sometimes things like King Sarcophagus, right? That's a 4 card, but you very rarely see anything that says 4 on it. That's a powerful number.
Sorry, dude. You gotta start charging for it.
All right, so James is going to begin this third and final duel. And he's going to start off with my friend Purrely. Almost like that was a ghost rare just from the glare there. Starting a new duel here. So new life points. We're just going to minus 500. Putting James at 7,500.
Can you respond? You're fine.
All right, so digging deep into the deck here. See what Purrely cards reveal. Taking a quick look at the hand again. It kind of gives you a little bit of a hint. Especially in a deck like this where there's so many different great cards to search. When your opponent's going for something specific, you can kind of see where their play line is going. So reveal Sleepy Memory, Sleepy Memory, Sleepy Memory. I think we're going to get a Sleepy Memory. All right. But what do we do with the Sleepy Memory? Do we look back or look forward? Oh, it looks like we're in a set. There's Happy Memory. Going to go ahead and discard Sleepy Memory. So we're going to go ahead and special summon our Purrely. Now Purrely is going to be able to search an additional card. And it is going to be that straight Purrely Street. So full setup here, right? It's only 2 cards that kind of get you going. But we are going to use the Sleepy Memory to make another Purrely Noir. Our baby black cat is back in action. Giving you those judgmental eyes. Purrely is not the nice one of the two, that's for sure. Maybe it could work up a little charm here with a pretty memory slapped on. Both players are going to gain some life points there. So we do have 8,500 to 9,000. Some upstart goblin math. Setting a card. Seems a little muted for a Purrely start, but a lot more control heavy with 3 great cards face down. We are going to go and activate in the end phase a straight Purrely Street, probably getting a Sleepy Memory, but a Delicious Memory might work too. No, definitely going for just the Sleepy Memory. Cutting the deck for luck there. And looks like it's Mason's turn. A lot of spells, just non-stop spells there. Drawn for turn. And thinking about the Pot of Prosperity, possibly the Wanted, Seeker of Sinful Spoils. Maybe flipping down that monster so it doesn't get any draws. No, just letting him draw. So 1 for Sleepy Memory, and guess what? 1 more for another Sleepy Memory. Oh, and there's the Pearl Leap. Gonna go ahead and use that Book of Eclipse. Cannot let the Purrely Noir get 2 more draws and be able to have an unaffected monster that could bounce your cards back. So that's just a no. At the end of the turn, he'll flip face up and we'll draw 1 for each. But let's see if we get to the end of that turn. So we are going into standby phase of the main phase. So Wanted, Seeker of Sinful Spoils. Gonna go in there and find the person on the Wanted poster themselves, Dia Bellstar, the Black Witch.
No, we get to the hand.
Ooh, and there is the Droll and Lockbird. So that is something to think about. You could have technically activated the Wanted Seeker of Sinful Spoils a little sooner there to prevent the activation of Droll and Lockbird. It's something you're going to have to keep in mind. Because remember, if you look at the text, Again, if a card was added from the main deck to your opponent's deck, except during the draw phase, might have needed to get a little braver there and activated the wanted Seeker of Sinful Spoils earlier. But that just means that the Dia Bellstar probably would have hit, you know, still wouldn't be able to set. May not even be an issue. You can really play around this deck in Rescue Ace because you're setting your cards. And you're setting your cards. Droll and Lockbird only cares about the ads. If you take a look at that Droll and Lockbird, by the way, shiny text, likely a collector's rare. Looks like we are going to battle.
Channel 1, channel 2. Sure.
So Dia Bellstar got those Dark Magician stats, right? 2,500 attack. Dark Spellcaster able to get rid of it. But because we have our Purrely setup, you saw 3 quick play spell cards added from the graveyard to the hand by the effect of my friend Purrely. Gonna set 3 cards off to the side there. Trying to dodge the impermanence. One of these players might have it, but the answer might surprise you.
Start your turn. 2, search for Dia Bellstar.
Alright. Gonna go and search for another Dia Bellstar. Taking no prisoners when we're getting these Sinful Spoils. Alright. Cutting the deck. Did that our opponent's turn? Nice to have an initial Sinful Spoils set. Or excuse me, adding Dia Bellstar from the deck to the hand. Does kind of set up a little Dia Bellstar loop.
Gonna
go to main phase 1 here. Paying 500.
Tier 9.
So the life points being calculated by the judge there. Looks like we're going to be at 8,000 to 9,000. And so going to the deck to reveal 3 of those Purrely cards. Alright, so our reveal targets are... Ooh, we're going real random here. We didn't get to see what they were. But it looks like we've rolled a 1, so we're going to add that. We'll probably see the activation of the suit anyway, so it'll be no secret. Going to add the others back to the deck, do a little shuffle. Pass for the cut there. So full hand here. It's like 6 cards for James. So sky's the limit as long as we're not in a sky crisis again. Purrely Sleepy Memory being activated. Didn't seem like any response from Mason. So we still got a discard here. Determine what we are going to summon. The Triple Tactics talent. Probably not going to get a whole lot of monster effects being activated, but you do sacrifice that. Imagine if a Rescue Ace Impulse came down right now. Now, players not using as many Rescue Ace Impulses because of Dia Bellstar just really filling in the gaps of this Rescue Ace deck because you can get to Hydrant so fast. But it is nice to have it, but if it does happen, Triple Tactics talent will not have any follow-up anymore. Right, so we're going to combine into our Purrely happiness here. We haven't actually seen a Purrely Exceed, but as funny as that sounds, it's just been Purrely carrying the weight. Quick look at the graveyard here. James trying to figure out things in his hand here. Probably using the Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron, the official app.
Sorry about that.
Just trying to make sure he knows what his cards do.
Okay, so where do we leave off? Use some of this. Okay. Resolutions.
Alright, so activating a new card here. It's going to be our Purrely Pretty Memory. Ah, but we're using Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. Right, so Ash Blossom will stop that, but it does mean that other future searchers are safe. Knowing that Ash Blossom can only be activated once per turn. Usually that's all you need. I mean, Ash Blossom is an incredible card since it's been released since Maximum Crisis. Alright, so a little math here on the attack there. Oh no, excuse me, 10,000 to 9,000. That was a life point game. from those precious Purrely memories. Are going to discard the Purrely Street. So Pretty Memory gave us our life points and a new friend. Purrely hits the board again, and again, you just get to use that effect. Let's go ahead and reveal those top 3 cards on the deck. So it looks like my friend Purrely and Ash Blossom and Joy Spring and 1 additional memory. It's going to go right to the hand. Ash Blossom and my friend going back to the bottom. Going to go and use the effect of Purrely Memory. Setting Purrely and then bouncing that spell trap card, but it's going to be Super Polymerization. Discarding Diabellstar. Combining these 2 monsters. Similar type, same attributes, but different names, so it's Garura. Gonna go ahead and use the effect of Chain Link 3 Diabellstar. So we're gonna be able to get it back. Keep up the loop.
Oh, that's it.
Also gonna have the My Friend Purrely just added card after card after card from the graveyard. Judge, just taking a look at Diabellstar. It's only been out for like 3 weeks. So take the time to read it once. Don't let the first time you've read that card be in a tournament setting. Boot up that Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron app. Maybe just do a little Duel Academy homework. But again, this is the beginning of the tournament. Both just players and the judge confirming what it is. We're going to be here for 9 full rounds. Again, a Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournament is a marathon, not a sprint. Super Polymerization, of course, being the fan term is Spell Speed 4, but that's not a real deal. But it cannot be responded to by the activation of any effects to your opponent. So you get that Super Polymerization.
Well, it doesn't say by effect. It just says send.
So the way it would work is the same ruling as you would apply to like the dangers.
Judge taking a moment to explain the card's effects.
Card specifically is not triggered.
So, what did
So we're good to add our Sleepy Memory. Looks like a Pretty Memory and possibly a Happy Memory. Sleepy Memory kind of covering that up. So much going on in the brain of Purrely.
Yeah.
Players doing a great job making sure that it's in the zone that it was summoned in. Did commit to the board. But that basically gives a full reload for James. He has access to new cards, so he can basically get back into the game. Slows down the materials. That is important. It wasn't a misplay or anything like that, but it's just not the end of this duel. That Purrely is going to go ahead and combine with the Pretty Memory in the graveyard to bring out our Purrely Beauty.
I'm at 9 year 10. Yeah, 9 year 10. Gotcha.
9,000 to 10,000. We're going the wrong way if you're trying to reduce your life points to 0. All right, so we are going to go ahead and absorb that Sleepy Memory.
Yes. Yeah, I'm going to discard.
Got a 4 material monster there.
We're using the battle phase from this. Oh, no, to change positions? No, not at the moment.
We are going to special summon Purrely. Which is just so crazy again. Seeing Purrely effect after Purrely effect. Didn't show up the first 2 games. Definitely showing up now. We got Summon Limit, Book of Eclipse, and Nibiru. This Purrely's not doing as much work as the others were. Did not find a hit there. Total whiff. But look at how many cards James has in his hand. He still has so many options.
Effect rank up.
Gonna go ahead and reveal that Purrely Happy Memory. To make that Purrely Happiness. We've been beautiful. We've been happy. We've even been sleepy. I think the one thing we haven't been is hungry in this duel. No Purrely Plump yet. Gonna use Purrely Beauty to send that card to the graveyard. And send another Diabellstar. Attach that as material. Means that this Diabellstar is not going to be going to the graveyard. So it won't have to worry about that effect triggering again. At least from James' side. Purrely Happiness, attacking the Garura, excuse me. Should cause Mason to draw another card. We've had quite a few summons. Would be nice to get into a Nibiru right now if you didn't already have one. But we're using the effect here to do multiple attacks. Did take a little bit of life to point damage crashing in there, just a difference of 400. But you got to grab another card. Looks like we are going to activate the Purrely Pretty Memory. Going to chain the Purrely Beauty to go ahead and attach that. Does change the battle position to attack mode. believe it's 1,500 for Garura there. Possibly 1,400. It's been a minute since I've seen that fine fusion. Does do double battle damage. It's a great card, but it's mostly just like fusion and fusion services, right?
Now this is what it is.
You're not as worried about what it does so much as what it is, what makes it. We are going to see Purrely Delicious Memory.
So 3, 6, 9.
Oh, and another happy memory. Just putting the scrapbook together of all these Purrely's moments.
12, so 32. Now it has 2 more attacks.
That's how you get it done.
Over, was that 750? Oh, you didn't. Oh, you did half. Did you half? Yes, I did say half. 32.
And he did activate and say half. That's absolutely correct. Do you got to make sure you're communicating your plays with your opponent?
Please, yeah.
Just a lot of damage here going through on the math here. That is going to leave Mason at a whopping 8550 to 9600.
So now it's at 35, has 2 more attacks. So what's the attack at now? Yes.
So it should have been 750. Half of 750 is 325. You'd think we were playing Math Mech with the level of division we're doing.
375, attacks.
All right, going to attack again.
What do you have 3 with a half of that again?
We're getting to that half of a half of a half territory.
Yeah, and now he's attack again.
Math on that would indicate that Garura is 1500 by the by.
Okay, 187, attack again.
Attacking a monster with 187 attack points.
Whatever it is, and then you half it again after that.
And grabbing another card, showing that like Purrely's are a master of the battle phase. They don't always do it, but when they do, this is a master class of what you can do in a single battle phase. Think about how many cards we've activated, what we've done.
So, yes,
So half of 187, what is that, like 94? Because you round up from the 93.5?
Okay, 16 over 93. He's supposed to say 16 over 93.
Might be about a life point off on the count here, but it doesn't usually matter. This is the anime. We're not worried about the winged dragon of Ra.
Some battle phase, actually,
Are going to go ahead and, again, remember that E-Purrely Beauty effect is up to thrice per turn. I think we have definitely seen thrice per turn this turn. Going to shore all of that up into an X-Purrely Noir. Unaffected by the activate effects of your opponents. And using its ability to become an additional material. We want to make sure those cards come back. I always hate looking at the back and being like, wait a sec, what do these sleeves don't match? So make sure if you take your opponent's cards, you also give them back. Gonna go ahead and do Pot of Prosperity. Banish several cards there. To reveal 2 copies of Summon Limit, Pot of Prosperity, Harpy's Feather Duster. I knew exactly what it was going into, not an issue. You're in the end phase, slap another Sleepy Memory under that. Just draw and draw surfaces, and that'll end the turn there. And that is game. James showing how good this deck still is. And as our former champion, how good this duelist still is. Players packing up here. What a great game to showcase that Amazing Defenders. Wasn't exactly a set on everybody's radar, but might be the very best set of this year.
We started there on time. We started way before.
A few extra cards and Duelist Nexus here and there.
Oh, okay, cool. I was just trying to do it.
Now don't go away. We will be right back. We're going to have an interview with our former regional champion of Duelist Nexus and our current regional, well, round 1 winner of Age of Overlord. We'll be right back. And then Judge Angel, if you want to send the winner of this match to the broadcast desk, I'll also have some deck lists for you, so that way you can take the match till the next goes back to the same time. Okay. And then when we get walking, I won't have to come back here anymore. Great job. Great job.
Oh, and, why I wasn't surprised. Yeah. It's because I won the last regional here. Oh, sure. Yeah. So I was like, oh, yeah, okay, no surprise with that. But it's funny. Yeah, man.
Questions, I realize the tiger.
Again, 3 and
I got a whole family of
Make sure
they don't forget the split the deck.
Not really what I wanted to do.
I think Edgar is the deck leader on this, but yeah, just have the winner with that, and I'll be there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How about the Super Power original? Oh, I'd have picked the original sin that was in hand that you bounced back. That way I had a Rhoda and a draw. Yes, man. Try and draw. Where did I bounce back? What's that? It put back the. I want to go to bed. No, where did I bounce back? Oh, you bounced the original sin. The one that tributes to get a dude. Oh! So that goes to grave. I get a Rhoda search off that and a draw off that.
Did you open him? Open it?
It was set off the effect of the thing.
Oh, I didn't even look.
Yeah.
I was like, wow.
I figured that.
I thought you said too. I was like,
No. I figured you did you set you bounced the under.
Yeah, I was like, I thought both of them were just set for, you know.
No.
Maybe you're here for me? And, I gotta take it to Steve.
Good. I'm good, right?
You're good. Thank you. Thank you very much for coming on screen. Oh, wait.
All right, let's get set up back here. Got our former regional champion and our current round 1 feature match winner, James Conacher again. Now, I asked you this last time, but now that you've been here before, how does it feel to come back to the feature match stage?
It's I don't know, it's like, it's fine.
It's fine. You've gotten comfortable. You're not
I've
worried
gotten
about the
comfortable,
lights or
yeah.
everybody watching. You're just doing it to it.
Yeah.
Now, if I remember correctly, last time we talked, you were still playing Purrely then, right?
Yes.
So why are we back to, it's a great deck,
Yeah.
but why are we still playing it?
I figured I'd give it one last go. I'm real comfortable with it. I think, my deck choices pair up well for everything else in the format. Yeah, that's basically why,
Well, it's good. It's good. It shows you how powerful all the new cards of Age of
Yes.
Overload is, because before you didn't have the SP Little Knight.
Yeah.
You didn't have the Sky Crisis, although the Sky Crisis may not have worked out the way that we want.
Yeah, that was like, I was like, oh wow, I can't believe I just did that. So
You're fine. With so many great cards to play in Purrely, there is just like a million plays. When you're looking at somebody's hand and something happens bad, and you're like, you still got 6 cards, it shows you the strength of that deck.
yes, for sure.
Is there anything you don't want to run in today, where you're like, oh no, my cats, they're not ready for this?
Tier is a hard matchup for me. Tier is a very hard matchup for me. And I personally just don't like playing against Lab, so probably those two.
Okay, so we don't want the cats on the furniture, we don't want to get them wet, right?
Yeah, right.
Well, good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you, sir. I
Obviously,
appreciate
you were
it.
equipped for it, and hey, we'll be right back when our round 2 begins. Take care. right into round 2 here again. Great tournament so far. We will be having a full 9 rounds, by the way. And speaking of 9 rounds, let's go ahead and go to round 2.
Make sure your deck lists like your decks are in the correct zone for everything.
So judges getting everybody set
I
up.
played opposite. That's good.
We are going to have Christopher here versus Joseph. This is going to be a fun match. We've seen a lot of different decks here, but what we haven't gotten to see last time we streamed is the Horus strategy. If you're unfamiliar with Horus, it's just going to be a bunch of really cool Egyptian-themed cards that really like bring out that old-school Yu-Gi-Oh vibe. But let's see what we got here now. All right, players are still getting set up here, so just give them just a moment.
Okay, yeah. We haven't decided yet.
All right, looks like we have a little bit of technical difficulties. You might be hearing me in stereo, but don't worry, we'll get that fixed shortly.
Sure. 2, let's see.
Looks like we're gonna roll to see who's going.
3.
And then
Alright, then good luck.
be interesting to see if we get to see the Tearlament's Horror strategy go first. Again, if you're unfamiliar, just big bodies. Now, I don't want to spoil the surprise, but we will be seeing it soon. Christopher is playing his Labyrinth deck.
Emma? Man. I will...
It looks like he's going to start now.
Activate tuning screen.
Ooh, that's going to be Joseph starting off with Tearlament's Scream
Normal summon Rhino Heart.
and normal summoning Rhino Heart.
Shining Form Swings.
Using the effect of Tearlament's
When
Rhino
normal
Heart.
special summon, I can send a Tearlament monster from the deck.
Doing a great job summoning there
When
and
a
explaining the
monster
effect.
summons, while I have control of Tearlament monster, I get the top 3 cards from the graveyard, and all your monsters you control during this turn lose the 5 monsters.
So just like Joseph said, we're going to be sending 3 cards off the top of the deck for Tearlament's Scream because we do control a Tearlament's monster and a monster was summoned. And we're also going to have that Tearlament's Rhino Art effect, except we're not because of Infinite Impermanence. But oh my goodness, Mudora and another one of the powerful Shizu monsters there. Looks like we are going to go ahead and use the Gito effect to send 5 cards here. 3, 4, 5. So it's going to be Tearlament's Scream, looks like a Kashtira Fenrir, a Tearlament's Kashtira, the primitive planet Purrely Rhino,
Cashier 1.
as well as another Tearlament's Rhino Heart, and some great graveyard-based bait for Labyrinth, right? Because they love being in the graveyard. Piece of furniture doesn't magically go away just because there's a few nicks and cuts on it. You can scoop it out of the graveyard and fix it up. And so we'll get to see that once Christopher's plays get going. Are going to see Tearlament's Merly go into the graveyard.
Victor Merlin.
So we are going to use the effect of Merly to fusion summon. All right, jumping right back in here. Looks like we got our technical difficulties fixed, so yay for our tech team. We are going to activate the Planet Field spell, right? Right. Or it's going to be Purrely Rhino. And that's going to allow you to add any Tearlament's monster. And the monster we're going to add is Tearlament's Kashtira.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's just shiny.
Got a very shiny field center there. We're just going to pull it out of the way. We know exactly how these zones are supposed to be played because we have the beautiful playmat featuring Jack Atlas and Yusei Fudo. We are going to overlay into Bahamut Shark. If this resolves, we're probably going to see something totally awesome. It's a very strong line of play, and it takes advantage of the fact that, yeah, there really are some built-in water monsters here. It's not just dark aquas only. So Mud Dragon going to go ahead and be removed. It could be brought back from the graveyard later, even returned as a fusion material via the effect of a Tearlament's card. Up next is Tearlament's Kashtira, banishing that extra copy of Tearlament's Scream. Doesn't really need it right now. And so we are going to send 3 cards. Oh, there goes the Rate Sot. And is that 2 copies of Danger Nessie? It looks like the Loch Ness is going to be in the graveyard for now.
That's 2.
Looks like both of those were traps. Based on the coloration we saw, probably a Crime and a Celiac. Having a little bit of technical difficulties. There we go. We're good. A lot of work goes into putting on this broadcast, so we can bring you the latest and greatest in dueling action here in Houston area, Texas. All right, so it's furniture time. Gonna go ahead and normal summon Ariana.
Search for Labyrinth card.
Gonna go ahead and use the effect to add a Labyrinth card from the deck to the hand. Of course, except Ariana herself. That'd be a little wacky. Now, it would be pretty good to go ahead and stop it now. But a monster was summoned, so we're going to go ahead and see. There's the King Sarcophagus, Keldek, and looks like Tearlament Shyren. Look for those in a new chain. Take a look at the graveyard here. Do you see the Arias from Age of Overlord? Great new card there. Certainly neat to have a powerful level 6 monster. Of course, we have some 8s, we got some 3s, plenty of 4s. But it's just a well-rounded Fiend deck for sure. Don't think of that Labyrinth Chandraglier as a Fiend monster, but it is a Fiend. All right, now we're going to search through the deck. And did we take a Reckless Greed there?
You may remove it.
Looks like we take a look at the Totally Awesome just to think about what it is that it might do. Again, it can negate and set. Very powerful, right? Negate, set, destroy. Or excuse me, negate, destroy, set.
Go first.
You want to set, destroy. That'd be Unchained. That's a different deck entirely.
Alright, I will add it.
Right, so considering what it is we're going to add here, just going through that deck, there's so many different options in the Labyrinth strategy. And what's also beautiful about Labyrinth is it basically has access to all of it. But the trap we chose is Big Welcome Labyrinth. So might be special summoning a Labyrinth monster from the hand deck or graveyard soon. Maybe returning a monster from the field to the hand.
Not yet.
Do you have additional effects we triggered here? So we are going to go ahead and start by milling. Looks like on the other side we're going to see Imsity, the King Sarcophagus, Danger Mothman, Danger Nessie, and Tearlament's Purrely. On the other side, just more furniture and furniture surfaces, 2 copies of Infinite Permanence. Looks like a Stovey Torby, a Chandraglier, and 1 additional trap card. Now, if we can get to King Sarcophagus, you'll get to see how powerful this deck of Joseph's really is. Just bodies and bodies hitting the field with that powerful unclassified effect that just says, hey, I see King Sarcophagus on the field, so we are going to go ahead and special summon this monster.
Pretty good.
Rajana Sharon. With using.
Oh, from graveyard?
Yeah.
Okay.
There was Sharon 1 and then.
It's important to go ahead and put those cards in the graveyard so you can
So-
see that it's resolving from the graveyard. But yes,
Doesn't
it is
have
going
to
to
go
be.
graveyard first?
It did.
Okay.
It was from Kelbeck instead. Or not from Kelbeck, it was from.
The middle.
Yeah.
Players go ahead and just kind of talking it out. What's happened here is we've sent those 5 cards to the graveyard, and then further along, we're going to go ahead and resolve the effect of that Tearlament Shyren to fusion summon by returning those cards. With the Rhinoheart, Danger, and Shyren, probably going to be a Tearlament's Kaleidoheart.
Monoheart, Nessie, and Sharon.
Yep. And it shuffles back in for cost.
No, I have cost, just those are bomb with it.
Does put them at the bottom of the deck. You don't want to accidentally shuffle here. There's Kaleidoheart. A dark side of this dimension, right?
No.
Kashtira, Tearlaments, Visa Starfrost, Manadium Scareclaw. What a great storyline. And now we've got the Vita cards that were recently released, as well as Visa Samsara and all the additional support. Makes it a really full, fleshed out deck. We are going to use Called by the Grave. Beautiful collector rare there. Doesn't need to be a collector rare to get the job done, but it is nice when that card just gleams at you in the light, saying, you know what? We're not going to worry about this graveyard. Joseph thinking pensively here, maybe one of the cards he has. Is it time to activate that Tearlament's Crime, perhaps, that we think is set down there? Taking a look, there's the Stovey Torby, as well as the Chandraglier. Stopped right there, doesn't even really see much else. Totally fine with the Tearlament's Purrely being banished. So few Tearlament's names, that might be difficult, right? There's not many more of those where that went. Getting up close and personal with the cards here, thinking about it. We've got 3 set cards. An Ariana that may not seem powerful, but that is really, really good. For this particular deck, you do just want to establish that board and sort of drain your opponent's resources, trap card by trap card by trap card.
I guess that's
Do you see the Tearlament's traps, but not choosing to activate them yet? All right, so we are going to do the Tearlaments Sulliate. We're going to negate that effect.
Then, by sending it to
Hasn't sent the Tearlaments card just yet, but it's going to be Tearlaments Kaleidoheart. Of course, Kaleidoheart waited its whole life for this moment, because Kaleidoheart is able to bring itself back to the field in defense mode. Also going to send an additional Tearlament, sort of copying off that Tearlament's Rhino-Heart style effect. Can't send another Murderly.
So it's done.
But let's see what we're going to send. Possibly a Chiron. We already used Chiron's effect, though, so you got to be really careful here. It looks like a Tearlament's Havness. Interesting language choice there. Believe it's Havness de Tearlaments.
Havness chain 1, Cloudheart chain 2, target to shuffle.
All right, so we are going to go ahead and shuffle. Right, the Tearlaments, they're more of an hour turn deck, but so is Labyrinth. When you think about it, both decks are really fluid about what the perfect phase is. Whether it's your opponent's draw phase, maybe it's your end phase, you're both going to be playing a lot of card effects. And speaking of a lot of card effects, those may get negated because we have Predoplant Dragostaplia, or Dragostapelia. Certainly a mouthful. Now, that said, that is enough for Christopher. He knows there's just too much on the board for him to get through. Totally Awesome hasn't used its effect yet, and you can place a Predoplant counter with that Predoplant Dragostapelia. So now we get to think about the side deck. Now, side deck against Tearlaments sounds easy, but not when you're playing a deck that wants to use the graveyard too. That's the thing. Labyrinth loves its graveyard effect, so it's not as simple as just putting in, 2 copies of Dimension Shifter, maybe 3 actually. Thinking too many Master Duel thoughts here. But yeah, Dimension Shifter would be good, but it also hurt you. Did see a Harpy's Feather Duster go down. Oh, we've got those Super Polymerizations. Powerful Dark Fiends. It's so nice to see Super Polymerization, not just for the anime vibes. It is a very powerful card. Now, it doesn't necessarily do a whole lot, right? You have to think about your opponent's board. But so far, so good. Players are actively side decking. Remember, you only have up to 3 minutes to side deck, but you can't just be sitting there for 3 minutes. You do have to be making choices, shuffling the deck, getting ready. But we do have a Yu-Gi-Oh! Judge there, so we do not need to worry. Seeing a little peek there into Joseph's Tearlament strategy. Obviously, it's working. With so many different great monsters. You would have to just put every one of those on the Forbidden List to stop it. I think a deck with one Tearlament's Kashtira and no other Tearlament's names could still honestly be awesome. That's how powerful that strategy is. All right, we're going to do one last pile shuffling. Go ahead and present your deck. Now, there are some ways you can stop this and not poison your own graveyard like you would with Dimension Shifter. If you had access to great cards like, think of Ghost Bell and Haunted Mansion, DD Crow, anything to get those cards out of the graveyard. Because remember, Tearlaments are powerful, right? They're fusing on your opponent's turn. However, each of their effects say, including this card, from the graveyard. It's out of the graveyard, you're not actually going to get to fuse with it. So that's another heads-up way to go ahead and stop those plays really before they even happen. All right, so we're going to grab 5 cards. Imagine Christopher would go first.
Sure.
Going into his main phase and starting at the beginning of the main phase very correctly with Pot of Extravagance. Going to shuffle up that extra deck. It's always difficult when you have to play this particular extra deck. Just because Pot of Extravagance just ripping the cards out of there. Going to set those aside. There's no real banish though, but usually you put it above the graveyard sideways. It's a great way to let everybody in the game know exactly what the game state is. Did get to draw those 2 cards. Didn't even look at the extra deck, by the way. Not concerned about any of those face-down cards. Really just trying to power through the strategy with what currently is available from the field and the hand and the graveyard. And some decks can do that. I've definitely played a few trap control decks myself, and Pot of Extravagance is usually close by. Now, it wasn't a difficult decision to banish those cards from Pot of Extravagance, but it does feel like a difficult decision here. Christopher just holding those cards. Not sure what he wants to do, but it looks like we're going to finally play. It's going to be Arios. Brand new from Age of Overload. Again, during your main phase, you can send this card from your hand or field to the graveyard and special summon the Labyrinth monster or set a normal trap from your hand. But it looks like we're going to special summon the Lady Labyrinth of the Silver Castle. Does get to special summon the card from the graveyard later. Arius will come back if you react to any of your opponent's Labyrinth-like cards. And when I say Labyrinth, that's going to be, of course, a normal trap card or a Labyrinth card.
Or I can't target your stuff.
And so super powerful Lady Labyrinth there. Remember, while you control a set card, and there's 2 of those right now, your opponent cannot target this card with card effects, and it cannot be destroyed by your opponent's card effects. But maybe we might see some super polymerization. Let's go back over here to Joseph's turn. He's going to start. Oh no, he might actually be doing this his opponent's turn and just milling with the Tearlaments Kashtira, banishing that Soliak. So we're going to go ahead and have the Tearlaments Kashtira mill 2, but also Purrely is going to go ahead and fuse with those additional choices. So goodbye Purrely. Or rather, hello, since it's going to the bottom of the deck. That gives another choice to be summoned. And we're going to put the Destiny Hero Malicious back down. So great to see D Heroes, especially with the advent of Destiny Hero Denier. You can just keep reusing those Maliciouses. Maliciousi? The fusion choice here is going to be the Mud Dragon of the Swamp. So, since it's just water, none of those cards can be targeted. It is still the main phase here, so Christopher can kind of get back in the game here. But he passes, and Joseph draws for turn. We're going to have Dimensional Barrier. Sounded like we were going to call Fusion there. And since Lady Labyrinth was on the field, and a non-Labyrinth trap card was activated, we're going to go and set a different trap. It's going to be a big Welcome Labyrinth.
Can that be activated this turn at all, or should it? So no fusions allowed.
So it's going to slow down the plays for now.
Like, I know I can't target your step.
You can read it.
Again, just going through, while you control a set card, your opponent cannot target this card with card effects. Also, it can't be destroyed by your opponent's card effects. And we already got to see that cool set whenever you use a normal trap card that wasn't a Labyrinth card. Also, quick effect, you can just special summon the card from your hand in defense position. But when a normal trap card is activated, you just get to set a normal trap with a different name. So we saw the Dimension Fissure, or Dimensional Barrier, excuse me, and we used it to add that big Welcome Labyrinth to get those big plays set up for next turn, especially since we know no fusions right now. Beautiful copy of Terraforming there. Gonna go and add in one of those field spells. We did see the Pressured Planet Raidson. But we might also get the Primitive, or Primeval Planet, Pearl Rhino. Not quite primitive, you know, it's halfway there. Ooh, discarding Imseti to discard Destiny Hero Malicious. We're about to see the King Sarcophagus. Really love the Horus strategy. Brings that Egyptian vibe back to Yu-Gi-Oh! But it's also just a great competitive card. It's got 3,000 attack. But also, right now, the effect is being used to go ahead and send 2 cards from the hand to the graveyard and add that King Sarcophagus from the deck to the hand. Then, you can draw 1 card. So you get a full rebate there, but it does look like we're going to go ahead and use that Call by the Grave to banish Imseti. So we are not seeing the King Sarcophagus, but we are able to see Destiny Hero Malicious. By banishing it from the graveyard, Joseph's going to get to summon another level 6 monster. Now the Tearlaments Kashtira is not level 6, but pretty soon we might be able to make a Beatrice, Lady of the Eternal. And Beatrice is so good being able to send those cards back to the graveyard at a moment's notice. You could trigger off one of your fusions. I mean, it's great just in Burning Abyss to tribute Farfa. But we don't want to trigger Farfa here. We want to find out what the next part of our duel is. Didn't see anything we liked in the extra deck. Taking a look again at the field. Visiting the hand there, and maybe look at the graveyard to see what's been used. Again, no fusions right now. Can't be summoned, and their effects are negated. So instead, we might be opening up the overlay network. Taking a moment to think about that play. I mean, it is a difficult situation to be in. Imagine your deck's all about fusions, and Tearlaments is more than just fusions. But it's primarily fusions. There's a lot of great fusion cards in there. But we're going to link summon this time. The arrowheads are confirmed. So we're making SP Little Knight. Did use a fusion monster. So going to go ahead and banish. And the set card is going to go banished right there, face up. There's that big welcome labyrinth. We already knew what it was, but now we know it's not going to do anything. The card can target now, by the way. Remember, the Lady Labyrinth of the Silver Castle is only protected when you have face-down cards on your own field. And I don't know about you, but I don't see any. Unfortunately, though, we had to pass turn since we could not fuse. Joseph appears to have no hand of cards of his own. But that could change very fast. The reason why is Keldo's there. Keldo's certainly able to send some resources back into the deck. Being that Sacred Protector, after all. Gonna go ahead and cut the extra deck here for another pot of extravagance. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're gonna draw 2 more cards. Not even concerned about the extra deck here. Just need to draw. Now going to chain the SP Little Knight, get that Lady Labyrinth of the Silver Castle off the field before it becomes basically invincible, since it won't be able to be destroyed or wouldn't be able to be targeted if a set card hit the field. Only a few cards left in Christopher's hand. Staring him down, little smile to himself. Might know what he needs to do, but now he's got to do it. Does seem like DD Crow, another pot of extravagance. And his lady, that's not going to do much, but we do get to set that extravagance. And so now, SP Little Knight returns to the field, but so does Lady Labyrinth, and it's protected now. So it's in a much better position. Certainly not a bad field at all. A weird field, not exactly an explosively reactive one, but protective cards, nonetheless. Take a look at the graveyard. There are plenty of great Tier Lament cards, but it's not time to Tier Lament just yet. Maybe need to get some of those names back into the deck. Certainly could do that by doing some Sacred Protecting there. Keldo's great for that, but let's do this one card at a time. Joseph taking a look at that. Looks like he might have 2 cards to his name. Maybe 1. Seems like it might just be 1 with, the sleeve edges might be playing tricks on me. We're going to attempt to go to the end phase. And that's it. Christopher has no problems with that. He's going to go ahead and draw for turn. Much different hand now. You could do that last pot of extravagance that's face down. Banishing those last 3 cards just to get an upstart goblin. Have to be at the beginning of the main phase too, so you could not both activate it and set an additional card here. Unless you want to use one of those powerful labyrinth effects during the standby phase. I'm going to the main phase.
Alright.
Going to take that Lady Labyrinth and turn into attack mode. Beefy attack, by the way. Entering the battle phase and saying goodbye, SP Little Knight. Again, SP Little Knight's not going to do a whole lot unless you have activated an effect for it to respond to. Going to set an additional card. Do not get to use the pot of extravagance, but could be something that comes up later. That upstart goblin may be pretty good. And pass turn. So Joseph's going to go ahead and draw. 2 cards to his name now. Just shuffle between them bit by bit. Life is still relatively even. 6,600 to 8,000. Looks like we are going to do the big welcome labyrinth. Let's go ahead and give a hearty welcome to our next labyrinth monster. I'm going to send somebody back to the hand from the field. Seems like we made our decision here. Straighten out the deck, making sure it's the right one. But you do got to keep up that pace of play. It is time to duel. And so there's lovely Labyrinth of the Silver Castle, bouncing the Lady Labyrinth back to the hand. But we did talk about its powerful quick effect. Might come back to the field before you know it again. Labyrinth card or normal trap was activated this turn. Except Lady Labyrinth herself, that'd be a little silly. You can special summon this card from your hand in defense position. Joseph taking a quick look at the lovely Labyrinth. Again, your opponent cannot activate monster effects in response to the activation of your normal trap cards, which is so huge in this matchup. There goes that our turn.
Oh, by random?
Yeah.
Also going to destroy a card randomly in the opponent's hand or their field. Roll the dice. I think that was a 2. What a weird and interesting dice profile there. DD Crow saying goodbye to Tearlament Shiren before she could even fuse.
I want to change
Gonna go ahead and remove Kelda the Sacred Protector from the field.
my targets would be Shiren.
Just to save the Shiren. Not gonna still be able to fuse including this card, but can definitely do a little bit of recycling and prevent some of those powerful graveyard effects from Christopher's Labyrinth deck. So it looks like we're gonna say, welcome Labyrinth.
Oh, I did.
Gonna use one.
Yeah.
Banishing welcome Labyrinth.
Yeah.
Or big welcome Labyrinth, excuse me. There are multiples.
I'll change under
Alright, so we do have chained in our Lady Labyrinth of the Silver Castle. So now both of her powerful forms are here to protect and destroy. Alright, we're going to the Primeval Planet Purrely. Taking a look at the deck here. Probably grabbing a Tearlament. Don't think Visa Starfrost has made an appearance here yet. But we are going to go and shuffle. And the name we grabbed is Tearlament's Kashtira. And we're revealing the Tearlament's Kashtira, activating its effect during the main phase. Gonna go and special summon. And what Tearlament are we getting rid of? Looks like we're saying goodbye to another Tearlament's Kashtira. What a powerful card. No, Master Duels, we're very excited for that to be revealed, released. But upon review, you can only run one. But this is a Master Duel. We've got ourselves a match here. We're going to go ahead and add deck to hand just that beautiful OTS Ultimate Rare of Tearlament's Rhinoheart. Summoning Tearlament's Rhinoheart. Going to go and use its effects, or at least attempt to. Send additional card to the grave. That's going to be Tearlament's Purrely. Get out your umbrella. It is raining down here in Houston. But luckily, Joseph Tearlament's Purrely is equipped for the situation. Going to go and fuse using cards from the graveyard, including itself. Put them on the bottom of the deck. You can target the lovely Labyrinth. It looks like we're going to combine Havness, Rhinoheart, Purrely. That could only spell Tearlament's Kaleidoheart. And it's back. The power that Visa Starfrost's arm feels. So we are going to go ahead and target the monster. Turning it to the deck, and then Pot of Extravagance is going to be destroyed, but there is no longer a set card on the field. Now this is interesting. We have 2 level 7 monsters on the board. Possible that we end up using these for a powerful overlay monster.
They've been enter battle.
But it looks like we're going right into battle.
Kaleidoheart will attack that.
Kaleidoheart just going to swing and get rid of Lady Labyrinth.
Attack for 28. And 28.
So we're going to attack for 5,600 total. Those 2,300 attack Tearlament Kashtiras are being boosted up by their Primeval Planet Purrely.
Where's double scatter?
Taking just a look at the graveyard. Not trying to scatter shot this time. Only 1,000 life points left on the other side. But Joseph hanging in there.
He's not. He's just 1,000%. Right?
Yeah, it was just 2 damage.
So it was the first damage. We're going to go ahead and make sure the life points are right here.
So they does like that.
He's at 24.
So now we've got it. Should be 6,600 now to 2,400. Going to summon Ariana. Now we got to make a decision here. Are you really going to let this resolve? Are you really prepared for your opponent to add a Labyrinth card of any kind to get the plays going? Looks like we are. Gonna hold on to any response there. Luckily, Medora hanging out in the graveyard. Thinking graveyard resetting thoughts. Christopher still just thinking his plays through. Obviously, he's looking down a lot. Tearlament's Kaleido Heart has bodyguards that have already been converted into Kashtiras. Resistance is futile. The Kashtiras are coming. Now, the deck isn't quite as strong as it used to be without the Kashtira King, Kashtira Arise Heart. But it's no joke. And certainly can work its way into other decks, right? Scareclaw Kashtira being in a Scareclaw Monodium deck. Basically just Monodium. Scareclaw's Kashtiras, or rather I should say Tearlament's Kashtiras. Great Tearlament's name in this deck, and also decent in the Kashtira strategy as well. Got a single set card there. Still have one card in hand. Taking a quick look at that extra deck. Also investigative graveyard here. Certainly some live plays, like the Destiny Hero Malicious, if we can get that Malicious back in. Also got the Medora. Tearlament Solier. It's a name in the graveyard that could telegraph certain things that he's able to do. Looks like our Lady Labyrinth of the Silver Castle is back.
Sorry if I keep asking.
Because again, a normal trap was activated. Staring each other down, trying to see what we're going to do next. Still got anybody's game. Life points make it difficult. So we're going to do Big Welcome Labyrinth. Give a big hearty welcome to our next Labyrinth monster. And then, because we control level 8 Fiend, you can actually target one of your opponent's monsters and return that card to the hand. Kaleido Heart would be really good right now. Just to say goodbye to it. Make sure that it's not just coming back and coming back. Now, eventually it might get fused again by itself later. Take a look at the deck here. What are we going to summon?
Sure, if you can read it. It's in German.
Oh, time to read that, children. Now, you do need a translation there.
When it's summoned, or like if Aqua is like this graveyard.
Take a quick look at our Kaleido Heart. Again, for the Dual Academy class, can be used as fusion material. It's special summoned, or if an Aqua monster sent to the graveyard by card effect, while this card's on the field, you can target one card your opponent controls and shuffle it into the deck. If the card sent to the graveyard by card effect, you can special summon it back, and if you do, send one Tearlament's card from your deck to the graveyard. The loop continues. It's why this deck is so powerful. It's also kind of why Labyrinth's powerful too, so both of these decks are built to go the distance.
Oh yeah, awesome, yeah.
Alright. Still gotta pick a Fiend. Gotta resolve this Big Welcome Labyrinth. Who's it gonna be? Got the level 8 Fiend. Notice he possibly could bounce his opponent's cards. Now, to each duelist their own, but if I were Christopher, man, I'd love to get that Kaleido Heart off the board. We are using the effect of the Lady Labyrinth to go ahead and set.
Oh, okay. Pharaohmone.
Looked like our Dragon Circle.
I came back to this one.
Starry Dragon Circle. The Starry Dragon Circle, really cool card. Again, you're going to target a Fusion, Synchro, Xyz, or Link monster. So basically, everybody ever turn that face-up monster to the extra deck. And then based on the card type, you get to special summon an appropriate monster from either graveyard to the field. Get rid of a Fusion, monster with the same attribute. Get rid of a Synchro, not relevant here, but a monster with a lower level. Get rid of an Xyz, well, you get one with the same level as the rank. And a Link monster, just somebody with the same type. So really interesting, kind of like a soft Dragon Mirror's Prism. Or Ice Dragon's Prism. Trishula not too happy when he messed that card name out.
It's when I know you don't know that stuff. Yeah.
Again, taking a look at the big welcome Labyrinth. Labyrinth is an interesting deck. It's hard to get your head around what they're really doing right in front of you. Summon monster, bounce card. Summon monster, bounce card. What does that all add up to? Well, quite a lot, actually. And so our Labyrinth Cuckoo Clock, here to keep the Labyrinth strategy on time, firing on all cylinders, but also allowing the activation of a recently set trap card. Which means we might get to see the Starry Dragon Circle now. Opening yourself up to targeting, but there's that Dragon Circle. There goes Kaleida Heart. And so we do get to summon a monster.
Yeah.
And then you can special summon based on the type, right?
Yeah.
So gonna grab a dark monster from either graveyard. It's a really neat card. Like, Starry Dragon Circle is definitely off the beaten path, but very powerful in all these different matchups today. Plenty of link monsters with Rescue Ace. Certainly plenty of fusions with Branded Chimera and Tearlaments. Decent amount of synchros. Monadium is showing up, and we've actually seen some Sword and Soul players too. And Xyz, oh man. So let's see which dark monster we go for. Go with the Arias. Giving the Lady Labyrinth a butler. Ah, but it's going to be Lady Labyrinth the Silver Castle herself. Certainly reinforcing those numbers. Big bodies that can't be targeted or be destroyed. Now, a card was returned to the deck. So the Primeval Planet Pearl Rhino is going to be able to destroy something.
Now they can be targeted.
And there's no set cards on the field. But there are 2 copies of the Lady Labyrinth. So getting rid of one, it's not going to feel as powerful as if you got rid of both. So we're just going to take the attack mode one.
Main phase.
Back to the main phase. Let's replace that field spell. Search the deck. Opponent's totally fine with that, so we're going to add another Tearlament's name or Visa Starfrost. And it looks like it's going to be Tearlament's Reinhardt. Gonna go in normal, summon it to the board. Now there's 3 types of effects that Tearlaments do, right? They take a dip from the hand into the card graveyard. Maybe they dunk their head under the field to the card graveyard. But in this case, we're diving right out of the deck at the order of Pearl Rhino. Reinhardt being the champion of that wonderful planet. We are gonna go ahead and fuse here. Returning those cards to the bottom of the deck. Oh, and there's the Predoplant Dragos Stapelia. Now, huge play here, able to reduce the levels of these monsters, which means if you get a Predoplant counter on that Lady Labyrinth, it's no longer a level 8 Fiend monster.
You gain 500.
But easier than that. 27 plus 500 is 32. That's going to be big enough to just get rid of Lady Labyrinth the old-fashioned way. And we're going to attack. And that is it. Incredible game there, showcasing how good the Tearlament strategy is without even getting to tap into the Horus monsters. Gonna go and sign the match slip there, exhibiting great sportsmanship. Right, it's just the second round. There's gonna be 9 rounds of Swiss today, which of course means X2 can make it. In fact, anybody could still make it, but you can't just drop out of the tournament that fast. Just because you have that first loss, it's not over till it's over. Did get to see some fun stuff in the deck there on Joseph's side. If you look as he's scrolling through his cards, I do see a Volcanic Scatter Shot. Certainly thinking about that extra bit of damage. Life points are important. Judge reminding the players they've got 9 rounds of Swiss. This is going to be just fine.
And don't take no for an answer.
Absolutely right. The deck doesn't take no for an answer.
I know you saw my hand. I had 2 potted the scrubs at one point. I'm like,
When
what?
you went pot back to crap.
Players doing good, just conversing amongst themselves. That great sort of after chat. Oh, were you gonna do this? I was gonna do that.
It's done. I tried though. That saved it for a little bit. Set that pot.
Yeah.
You were
A
like,
little
"It's
laughter
done."
amongst players. That's always good. Again,
No, it's just
these players want
protection.
to win. But it is a tournament, so you can exhibit great sportsmanship. Don't go away in a moment. We're going to have our winner of the duel, so we can ask Joseph all about how tier laments feel at this level of the tournament. Hang in there till then. Right, so we are back here with the winner of our match, Joseph, with his tier lament strategy. Let me ask you though, have you ever played in the feature match space before?
Once, but that was a long time ago.
Okay. Does it feel any different when you're in kind of this sort of limited environment? You know the cameras are out there,
Yeah.
but like, are you thinking about the cameras or you just think about the duel in the moment?
I think of the cameras, so I don't want to like either misplay or like make explain a card that's like wrong, and I'm like, oh, I'm about to. It's embarrassing when you do it wrong, you know.
Well, you did a great job. We have the player audio. When you go back and review the video, you didn't make any mistakes. Let me ask you though, Cheerleman's Horus is just a great deck, but what were you feeling when you're like, finally, I've got my Imsity called by the grave?
Oh man, I was like, oh, call by the grave is not a 1. Like you saw it twice. Like what? How's that? How? But I mean, it's cool. I guess. I mean, I think I had Planet in hand when he activated, or something. I had something. No, I think it was a Keldor normal summon, I believe. But yeah, it didn't feel great. Like, I wanted to make Zombie Vampire and hopefully excavate 4, but it didn't work that way.
So is that the game plan today? We're just going to do graveyard and graveyard services, zombie vampire, Imcity, etc.?
100%, yeah.
Is there any deck you don't want to run into where you're like, oh god, it's them?
I think Labyrinth. I hate Labyrinth. Or any type of runic variant stuff. I absolutely hate runic. Because I like to mill, but they mill for me in the wrong way. So
yeah, it's good to see your cards, but maybe not in that order. But you did a great job in that first round. You still have 7 left to go, so good luck, and hey, maybe we'll see you soon.
win all games from here on out.
Exactly. We'll be back with another great round, round 3, so stay tuned until then. Take care. Testing, testing. Awesome. So for our next few rounds, you'll be able to hear my audio too, but we might reduce it down just a little so I'm not chatting over you. You are watching the Age of Overload Regional Championships on Game Guys. Final audio check. Oh, that is beautiful. You can clearly hear me, and I can't wait to clearly commentate those plays for round 3. taking a moment to find their seats, but soon we'll be featuring round 3 of our featured matches. So don't go away, we'll be right back. Alright, we said not to go away, and we have quite the treat for you again. This is coming to you live from our regional championship here in Pasadena, Texas at the Game Guys Entertainment. You might recognize one of our duelists from last time. It'll be Dylan. Dylan did appear on the featured match. He's just an excellent duelist, especially for his age. Playing up against him is going to be Khalil Afene. We'll see how Khalil does against duelists, well, half his size. But that's the great thing about this game is it's not about your size that matters. It's about what you can do with your cards.
I have to put my deck here.
Seeing a little bit of the preview there.
I guess I'll have those on.
But to spoil a little bit of the surprise, Dylan's going to be playing just this incredible concoction of cards. It is branded Chimera Dogmatica, including things like Dogmatica Ecclesia and Dogmatica Fleur-de-Lis. His opponent, though, is going to seem like he's playing a very familiar strategy. Last round, we did have quite a bit of Labyrinth, and it is going to be another Labyrinth matchup, which is not a problem. It's a great deck that received recent support from Age of Overlord. And Khalil is definitely running that great alias, the Labyrinth Butler. So, player's going to go ahead and roll to go first. Looks like we've got a 6 on one side, Khalil rolling a 10. So now he's going to get to decide what side he goes on. All right, players are locked in. Judges just checking to make sure we've got the go-ahead, and they definitely can begin their game.
Okay, I saw that.
Teamwork does make the dream work here. A lot of tireless staff, judges.
I always get no, but I know you want to go first. Yeah.
Just a fascinating hand that you'll see from Dylan at the bottom there. Starting off with that Mirror Sword Knight.
Yep.
I'm going to go ahead and use its effect to grab another card. Ooh, there was an Ash Blossom, but that's going to be stopped by Crossed Out Designator. Going to go and banish an Ash Blossom from the deck to stop the effect of Ash Blossom for the rest of this turn. So it might have been your one Ash Blossom, but it is not going to be doing much right now. It's nice to see the illusion monsters in full swing, but again, this is a wild deck. It's going to be using a lot of different things. So we do our big winged Baphomet on the board, but infinite permanent stop that, so the opponent's going to go ahead and draw into the turn there. Khalil is going to start his turn with Kashtira Fenrir.
Anything?
Kashtira Fenrir's effect is going to activate, so why don't we go through the deck here. Seeing all the Labyrinth goodies there. Some great rarities, but we're going to grab another one of those Mega 10. Kashtira Fenrir is there's the drop of the Droll and Lockbird. Now, that's not the end of this turn, right? There's plenty of Labyrinth abilities that set cards from the deck to the field. Maybe special summon from the deck, but we're not going back to the hand. Does look like we're going to have Dogmatica Punishment, sending Albion the Branded Dragon to the graveyard. That does open the board up for a second copy of Kashtira Fenrir. Got rid of one, but here's the second. Going to set 2 cards there. Gorgeous Apollousa sleeves. Appaloosa for those of you in the West. And I think it's going to be the passing of the turn. So we're going to go ahead and use Albion's effect to grab Branded Fusion. Now, a monster's effect did activate and resolve. So Kashtira Fenrir will be sending that card to the Shadow Realm, where we're going to banish it face down. We're going to go and cut the deck. Dylan's going back in. Drew another copy of Branded Fusion. Worked really hard to get the first one. Luckily, he'll have a follow-up play.
Punish me, yeah.
So can't do the Branded Fusion, unfortunately. But we are going to go ahead and use Dogmatica Ecclesia, the Virtuous. Thinking a little bit here on Khalil's side. Both those trap cards are powerful, but we're actually using Infinite Impermanence. That's going to lock down the spell and trap zone there underneath the extra monster zone on the left. Hopefully, Dylan doesn't make a mistake there and play Branded Fusion on that spot, because that would resolve without effect since it's negated. And we're going to use Kashtira Fenrir, since play immediately passed back over to Khalil. He's going back into his deck. to search and grab that Cashier Fenrir. So Fenrir to Fenrir to Fenrir. It's still powerful just on its own. Not quite Pancratops, but might as well be at this rate. Now Cashier Fenrir is going to go and enter the battle phase attack. Actually using the effect to banish it face down and then attacking directly for 2,400. So a little life point math here. Dylan is going to be taking a hit here. Going to activate Branded Fusion. It might have been in the Imperm column, but here's the good news. Imperm is no longer in effect. So we do get to send those materials. Looks like we'll send Gazelle, King of Mythical Claws, and Fallen of Albaz themselves there. Now, if you're unfamiliar with the new illusion monsters that were introduced in Duelist Nexus, besides the fact that they usually can't be destroyed by battle and cannot destroy in battle themselves, it's kind of a fun little fusion deck, right? Featuring chimeras, and actually goes pretty well into Guardian Chimera the same way that Brand might. Are going to grab that Mirror Sword Knight. But Cashier Fenrir is going to banish the Rimrum before it can do any bouncing. The Fenrir is doing so much work. I mean, this is not a Kashtira deck. It's a Labyrinth deck. But you wouldn't know that because it is just banish after banish after banish. Mirror Sword Knight is going to go ahead and tribute it. So Mirror Sword Knight isn't going to get much done here because that big winged Berfomet's effect is going to be negated by Skill Drain.
Cashier?
So the main tournament's beginning, but we are on our own timer here. Gonna go ahead and clutch up the graveyard. Mostly just slammed out of the turns bit by bit by bit. And it looks like gonna go and draw for turn. Only a Droll Lockbird, a Branded Fusion, Super Polymerization. It's gonna be one more Branded Fusion.
Yep.
So again, the first one may not have been as strong as we'd like, but now Dylan is at least aware of the face-up skill drain. It's gonna be Big Wing Berfomet and Fallen of Albaz, as well as Dogmatica Fleur de Lis, the Knighted. Let's move that graveyard and other piles aside. We're getting out Albion, the Branded Dragon. Doesn't seem like Khalil has any response. Dylan just gets to continue playing. Gonna go ahead and enter the battle phase, not activate the effect, but there goes the Dharma Cannon, flipping all those monsters face down and locking up the extra monster zone. Although for a deck like Dylan's, it's not as big of a problem, right? Fusions can use fusion monsters that are face down the extra monster zone as materials. And we are about to activate that Pot of Prosperity. Gonna banish a couple of targets here. Do have the Droll and Lockbird at the ready, but I think we see Baron de Fleur flip face down. Didn't quite look at that Xyz monster too closely. Might have been a Baron. I think that's Unchained. Some really interesting choices. Nightmare Unicorn as well. That was an Unchained Soul Anguish. Makes you wonder if we're going to see any cherries. We're going to reveal these 6 cards, though. Looks like we got Welcome Labyrinth, as well as Infinite Permanence, our Stovey Torby, and Ariana at 2. We're going to go for the first card revealed. I think it's going to be the big Welcome Labyrinth. No, we are adding the Welcome Labyrinth Shield. Always gives you kind of a peer into your opponent's head state. They may already have access to that card, or may not just be worried about it as much. Going to flip that Cashier Fenrir face up. Now, of course, it doesn't have an effect anymore. And that is nobody's fault but Khalil, since he's negated it with effective skill drain. Are going to attack. That is big enough to bring down Albion. Going to go and activate that effect, which is safe because it's in the graveyard now. Drawing for turn, just not getting enough in-engine cards here. Seeing that Infinite Impermanence, great to set it where it is. However, you cannot negate the effect of a monster who has already been negated. So the plan, possibly to use Infinite Impermanence to negate the Cashier Fenrir and then shut down the skill drain, may not work as Dylan intended. Sort of a lesson from Duel Academy there. So we're going to go ahead and cut. Drawing for turn, Khalil is going to start their plays. Taking a quick peek at the graveyard. Mostly different kinds of traps. Looks like we are going to summon Ariana. Not activating the effect, obviously it's negated, but here comes a Super Polymerization, discarding Droll and Lockbird. 3 monsters on the field, but looks like Dark Fiends aplenty with different names. Should mean Garura.
Well, I mean,
Just making
I
sure
don't
that
think
we've got
there's
the right
any-
option, but that is going to be a Garura in defense mode.
yeah.
Of course, if it leaves the field, you draw a card. When it does damage, it does double battle damage, but the most important part of the card is really the materials. Ariana go into the graveyard as fusion materials, set an additional card from the hand, and now it's going to be Khalil's turn. He draws. There's not a lot that either duelist has been able to get done. In fact, he just passed his turn. So Dylan getting to draw. It looks like a triple tactics thrust, but he's smiling as he passed back. His opponent draws. He draws nothing. But it looks like we're finally going to be able to do stuff. Now, interesting here. Judge reminded the player that you cannot do that again. You cannot negate effects that have been negated. Do have that Aluber, but Aluber's not going to do much with skill drain face up on the field. So the skill drain really locking both players out of the duel. After passing, Khalil draws, sets one, passes himself. Dylan goes ahead and draws again. It's almost a Mystic Mind matchup. We're going to see Nadir's Servant be activated. It's a great way to get some cards out of the extra deck into the graveyard and be able to use their powerful effects. And, ooh, this Elder Entity Untus might be able to get rid of the skill drain and start those plays finally. However, a little bit of information given up by Dylan. As you recall, he did showcase that infinite impermanence, so Khalil for the rest of this duel probably is not going to play on that side of the field. Now, we didn't use a monster effect, so Kashira Fenrir is able to go ahead and activate the effect, but another infinite impermanence being activated. And triple tactics thrust, punishing the fact that Kashira Fenrir activates the effect. And since Khalil does control a monster, Dylan can go ahead and add that Branded Fusion from his deck to his hand, so we can activate it immediately. And you have to be careful. You activate the infinite impermanence as well. Are going to go ahead and turn the Garuba to attack mode. There is Dogmanica Fleur-de-Lis and a Looper, the Jester of Despia, being normal summon there.
Yeah.
Going to go ahead and enter the battlefield. Fleur-de-Lis is going to attack. Taking a quick look at the graveyard here. See if there's anything relevant. We got Albion, Albaz. And the Mirror Sword Knight might be important later. Various illusion monsters can activate their effects from the graveyard. That is a second skill drain set in that column. It can't be used now because the infinite impermanence might negate it, but we do have the Ice Dragon's Prison. Let's go ahead and special summon a monster from the grave. And we're going to go ahead and banish one from either side of the field. So it could be a Fiend and a Fiend. Oh, looks like we're going a Psychic. To the graveyard. I see, we're not going to banish anything. Since there are no Fiends on the other side of the field. Can't use the effect of that Big Wing Burr from that. Unless you add some Chimera strategy of your own packed in the deck. But Khalil's deck doesn't seem to be going that way, so Dylan will pass and he'll draw for turn. Thinking about our options here. Decent hand, mostly monsters though. That probably is why we haven't set very much. Skill Drain's no longer on the board though, so it's not going to quite backfire in the same way that it did. Plenty of life points on either side. Looks like we're going to start by discarding Stofa Torby.
Discard.
And Nibiru. And give up our safety net there to go ahead and pick up the deck. Grab that big Welcome Labyrinth and set it face down the field. Both players considering their options. Not a whole lot going on from Dylan's side, just with a single set card. Not really too much you could chain there.
These two attack.
Making sure his graveyard doesn't have the secret answers, but doesn't seem like it. Looks like we're just going to go in the battle phase.
Crash into
And we are going to attack
I think 100.
and crash the Big Wing Burfament to clear the field. To me, that sounds like a Kashtira Fenrir, and there it is.
Special.
But after that, looks like it's a pass turn. We drew a Chimera Fusion. So we have Branded Fusion and Chimera Fusion. Just going right into the battle phase.
Are you using the effect?
Dogmatica Fleur-de-Lis, the Knighted, wants to attack the Kashtira Fenrir. Uses the Infinite Impermanence, but chains the Big Welcome Labyrinth.
Yeah. Well, I have to resolve this first.
So now we're going to go ahead and special summon. Bouncing a monster off the field, by the way. Incredibly
Chain.
heads-up play because you're no
So
longer
then resolves
negating the
Fenrir,
cashier Fenrir, which
which is
means
fish.
there goes the Dogmatic of Floaties, which did use its effect to power up by 500.
Torby, Chain,
And
welcome.
Synth Trap card was activated. Here comes Stoby Torby.
This is going to summon itself, this is going to set
Also
itself,
gonna
this is
use
going
the
to
other
destroy
effect
card
here.
in your hand or field.
Okay.
So Stoby Torby in defense mode.
And you want to roll dice to choose one of the 10?
Yeah, I'll let you go.
You put your hand. So 1 through 3, 4 through 6.
We're gonna go and roll a dice because we're randomly destroying a card from the hand here.
That one.
And the card destroyed is that Chimera Fusion. Now, luckily, most of these Illusion and Chimera cards have effects in the graveyard. Chimera Fusion is no exception there.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
Gonna go and turn that monster defense mode and then just pass turn just from there. Dylan in a tough spot here.
Okay, Memphis.
Normal something that Ariana.
Alright.
Doesn't seem like we have any way to stop it, so we are going to go ahead and search the deck here. Adding in a Lady Labyrinth from the deck to the hand. Already got the lovely Labyrinth. So completing the full set there. And we're going to go ahead and send that card from the field and discard a card from the hand. Great way to use those resources instead of just discarding it.
One from hand.
Now we're going to grab another copy of Big Welcome Labyrinth, it looked like. All right. Take a look at the graveyard. Full of options here, but we are going to go ahead and banish that Big Welcome Labyrinth. To bounce a card back to the deck. So, hey, maybe we'll get to see Karua later. But that's all she wrote for Dylan. He's going to go ahead and concede the match there. And we're going to go ahead and start side decking for game 2. Now, just an all-out slug match there. It looks like we're going to access the side decks here. Could change things up. Both decks are kind of easy to side deck against. You see some pausing there by Khalil on the Dimension Shifters, thinking about that. Meanwhile, looking down at Dylan's hand, maybe the Nibiru was the answer here. Could be the Spellbound, prevent those cards from being used as materials, but look like the evenly matches. So he just wants to clear out his opponent's boards there. And it's true, if you banish all those Labyrinth cards face down, they're not going to get them back, but Labyrinth is one of those decks, just like Unchained and other decks that got support from Duelist Nexus and Age of Overlord, they can really just put themselves back in the equation. Gonna go and pile out those 2 cards. Khalil being a little bit less obvious on how many cards that he's going to side deck, sort of just flipping through here using the dex box as a little shield, but it does seem like it was just 2 cards that went in, 2 cards that went out. Dylan did great the last time he was at the feature match desk. Khalil, believe, is a new feature here. But showing that Labyrinth is still a good deck, right? We saw it last round, we saw it this round, we may see it next round. Furniture and furniture services are honestly still good. All right, Khalil presenting his deck. Means he is done side decking. Looks like Dylan's doing the same. Dylan likely to go first here. Couldn't see a lot of reason to go second, especially against the powerful Labyrinth strategy. But it looks like we're already firing all cylinders. We're going to start with Brandon Fusion. 2 copies of Ash Blossom and Joy of Spring in the hand for Khalil. Feel too bad to go ahead and drop one now. But it looks like he said, no, I'm fine. So we're going to do Fallen of Albaz. And last time it was part of the Chimera strategy. This time it's going to be a Luber the Jester of Despia. Give a little longevity to your fusion monsters as a Luber appears to support them when they leave the field. And gets a little negate. We are going to have Lubelli on. Ooh, it's going to be the Dark Magician there. So Dark Magician, very powerful in the branded strategy because it gives you that sort of backdoor access to Red Eye's Dark Dragoon. And that's still a good card.
Change from gather this one. Welcome to set a Labyrinth card. Labyrinth draw trap.
Can it be activated or something?
Right, Dylan just plays out here.
But yeah, that's fine. I'm trying to remember which one maybe where you can activate cards.
Chain.
Are going to go ahead and reveal
that activate a Labyrinth
the
card
Lady
or
Labyrinth
no
and Silver
trap
Castle. Just building up those
Yeah,
complex
special
chains.
myself.
Remember, Labyrinth, just like Tear Laments, is a very hour turn deck.
card. Oh, you have anything in response?
No. I don't think the reading.
Again, searching through. Gonna go ahead and set the big Welcome Labyrinth. Just so much longevity out of this deck. But here comes the Fusion Summon. Remember that Fallen Vel'Baz is a dragon monster.
Okay, what does this do?
So wire control is set
Do you have
card.
our Lady Labyrinth? Remember,
She cannot
Lady
be,
Labyrinth won't
I
be
think actually as
targeted
well set cards on the field.
by powerful
Why
cards.
control
Whenever
set
there's
cards?
a
Why
set card
control
on the
any set
field,
card?
there definitely is
Anything?
a set card on the
She can't be
field.
targeted or destroyed by card effects. And then whenever a normal trap card is activated, she can activate her effect in response
Just
to it.
explaining to his opponent
instead of
what it is that
normal
he's
trap
doing.
comeback.
I don't like
Oh, and there's the super polymerization.
Yeah.
Fusing the Lady Labyrinth and the Lubellion to make Predaplant Draco Stapelia. So now you have 2 negates on the board, and you're summoning your Mirror Sword Knight and tributing it for its effect.
Oh, gosh.
Taking a quick look at the graveyard, trying to figure out what should come next. But I guess it was not to be due to that Ash Blossom. Now, I don't see any cards in Dylan's hand that's going to make the Red Eyes Dark Dragon protected, but not able to protect, right? He won't be able to discard a card to negate effects. But the Predaplant Draco Stapelia is going to be able to place that Predaplant counter on a monster, reduce its level down, and also negate it, and that's huge in this deck again. Being able to make it to the where there's level 8 fiends or not level 8 again really does interrupt some of the plays here, because that's the win condition, but it's that sort of extra secret sauce that Labyrinth has, right? Every deck has something, whether it's putting a Purrely monster on the field for Purrely, perhaps you're getting Rescue Ace Hydrant for Rescue Ace. Getting a level 8 fiend is Labyrinth's vibe, and, well, it did not pass the vibe check. We are seeing Ariana summon to activate its effect, but it looks like we're going to use the effective Predaplant Draco Stapelia to put a counter on it and say, hey, no, that effect is not going to resolve. It is negated. Now we're going to see Stovey Torby, as well as the Lady
They
Labyrinth.
have that one just back in the room. The Ariana. Not
Players
that
just
one.
figuring out what effect is next.
This is another one. Oh, I just returned. I'm sorry,
That
you
is
don't know that. I'm
considered the
sorry. I'm
graveyard,
sorry.
but again,
You
these
don't know
makes
that.
a
My
lot
bad.
of
I'm sorry. You don't.
complicated effects,
Yeah.
especially
You didn't
in round 3 of 9. It's going to be a marathon today and not a sprint.
The question is, do I negate that or not?
But everybody seems to be in good spirits, right? They're smiling, taking another look at that graveyard. Ash Blossom, Our Lady Labyrinth of the Silver Castle. We're the read to get powerful card. Unable to be targeted when you have set cards. And we don't have any set cards yet, but that is not a huge ask out of Labyrinth.
I think this adds a trap, right?
Out of any 11 cards.
Right, so we're just going to put a counter on that, just as a reminder. Ooh, nice little Dark Magician counter there, too. Again, that'll mean it is level 1, and its effects are negated. Not just activate effects, just effects. Might as well be a blank monster card. Decent attack. But that is not what Khalil was hoping for. He was hoping to push forward that Labyrinth strategy, and now he's just checking the graveyard, looking at his options. We see an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring in his hand. Seemed like there might have been a Chandragleer, as well as a Lady Labyrinth, but without access to trap cards. Now the option is, do you get rid of your Ash Blossom, or do you get rid of your Lady Labyrinth? It's a very tough decision as Khalil just counts out his cards in his head. But it looks like we're going to go in Special Summon, and then immediately link off. And that is going to go into Dark, the Dark Charmer. Bloomy, we're going to grab a Dark monster here. Hello, Aluber, and, well, goodbye, Aluber again. Going to make SP Little Knight. Going to be able to banish a card here because it was used with basically an extra deck monster. Taking a quick look at Aluber to see if it happens, but that's going to be banished. So there's Aluber. It's going to go ahead and target and negate.
This doesn't get its effect on someone, does it?
It's going to be an attack mode.
Oh, happened to me.
1800 is nothing to slouch at. Certainly something that could beat SP Little Knight in battle directly.
No, on the effect. No, I think I'm about to negate. No, you get to do either or.
I was about to say that. Crazy.
Judge just there to make sure that the game doesn't get away from either player, right? Both players have to do everything you're supposed to do in the book, or by the book. Dylan did draw a card. Is going to use the effect to destroy SP Little Knight. Attack for 4,000. Actually, there was no negate, so just 3,000. Then attack for 18. So it'll be 18, 16, and 3,000. Do a little math on our Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron-powered tablet.
16 plus 18 plus 2,000.
Looks like it's going to be
Drop.
bringing us down to 3,400, 1,600.
What actually?
Khalil going ahead and conceding game 2. Looks like we're going to go into game 3. Obviously, those powerful fusion monsters. I mean, Red Eyes Dark Dragoon could terrorize formats. It's not as popular anymore. Obviously, Predaplant Verchi Anaconda being on the Forbidden Limited list kind of brought it down, right? No two monsters together can equal this powerful fusion, but in a deck that already is fusing, and including dragons, just an easy Dark Magician, you guys got yourself one of the most powerful fusion monsters maybe to ever exist. We are going back in the extra deck here, or side deck, excuse me. So we're going to take out that Impermanence. And maybe some other cards here just to make things a little bit more powerful here. I would imagine if you're Khalil, you've got to go first. You need to get the Labyrinth strategy online. Got to set those trap cards. So we're only taking a few cards out there on Dylan's side. Still very much anyone's game.
It's crazy.
After this, we are going to be interviewing whoever our winner is.
Second series.
And we'll still have 6 more great rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh!
Just pull that. The Yugi card.
Everybody seems like they're in the zone. Dylan ready for his duel. Judge nodding emphatically. Khalil seems comfortable as well. We present the decks. We're cut. It's time to duel.
Good luck.
Gonna go and draw 5 cards. Looks like we can see the hand over there. It's gonna be evenly matched. Brand of Fusion. Did see a Chimera Fusion.
His Memphis.
That evenly matched could be huge here. But it looks like we're just going to start with Cashier Fenrir, activating its effect and saying, hey, I'd like another Cashier Fenrir. Searching the deck. Certainly made things easier, right? There's a bunch of great prints of Cashier Fenrir, but having those Mega Pack tins, oh man. And they look great too. Prismatic Secret Rare is a good look for Cashier Fenrir.
Oh, probably that one.
Do see an Infinite Permanence. Looks like a Stovey Torby Chandelier and a Bestial Druid's Worm. Looks like from the Rarity Collection.
Which one's the
If you haven't picked up the Rarity Collection, take a look when you can.
Yeah.
7 great different rarities of some of your favorite cards. All right, take a look in the deck here. Since we activated Chandraglier, we're going to go ahead and set that big Welcome Labyrinth. Giving a big, hearty welcome to a Fiend monster.
Okay.
We are going to go ahead and cut the deck there. Looks like we are going straight to Dylan's turn. He's drawn Called by the Grave. Of course, we see Evenly Match, Infinite Permanence, that Branded Fusion. And if you're doing Evenly Match now, you're only really getting rid of 2 cards.
I go.
Or not, as we immediately go into the big Welcome Labyrinth.
You're welcome.
So it's time to special summon a Fiend. No points of interaction in Dylan's hands, so we're just going to have to let this go through. All right, so we're going to add Ariana from our deck to our hand.
And then, well, I still check effect.
A little bit of shuffling.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So,
Seems like everybody is kind of like meeting their moment. Plenty of great cards in Dylan's hand for him to navigate this turn, but plenty of great setup from Khalil having gone first.
They can X the hand and they can set a trap. Like on.
So, taking a quick look here.
I think I do.
And we are going to Called by the Grave that we are not letting that resolve.
Dylan battle.
yeah.
End of battle.
Yeah.
And we're going to evenly match. Now, this evenly match is only going to come from 1 card. And we're going to say goodbye to the Fenrir, which means we probably have a powerful trap in that last column.
Okay.
Now it's time to activate. Just letting that Branded Fusion drop.
Yeah.
And it's fusion time. Probably going to be the Fallen of El Boss, seeing that in pretty much every one of the summons so far. And this time it's Gazelle, King of Mythical Claws. Haven't gotten to see the Chimera Fusions yet, right? This has mostly felt like a branded deck with just a few extra steps. But we do have a Rinbroom out there. Remember, there's some very powerful intersections between Beast Monsters and Fallen of El Boss because of the Tri Brigade strategy. Right? Kit went a long way. Don't want to say that Kit ran so we could walk, because Kit didn't run. Kit did a lot of things. We are going to summon that Mirror Sword Knight and tribute it using its effect to special summon a Chimera Fusion mentioning card. Looks like that's going to be the Big Wing Baphomet, but no, Infinite Permanence is going to say we're not doing that again. Quick look at the cards. You technically could do the Crossout Designator, but it looks like we're going to chain Chimera Fusion instead. By chaining Chimera Fusion, It was done the way we think. Not only going to get that Predator Plant Draco's Tapelia, but now you no longer have that monster on the board, so we are going to resolve that effect. Didn't negate it, so it's not going to get stopped.
Can I read this while you're doing that?
Take a look at the Rinbrum as well there. Meanwhile, Dylan grabs a Gazelle and Chimera Fusion. Just huge heads-up play to be able to get exactly what you want, and players are doing a really good job of dodging the negates. No longer are we in an era where you just sit there and let infinite impermanence happen. We're seeing things like Book of Eclipse, we're seeing fusions happening in the middle of chains, anything to make sure that negate doesn't happen. So whereas Yu-Gi-Oh! Might have been described as, oh, I put up a board of negates, you're done. That is not the case anymore. Duelists evolve.
It resolved because it was off field.
Taking a quick look there, I think it's time to Chimera Fusion. We might finally get to see some of our fun Chimeras. It's always neat when they dip back into the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card franchise and find just cool ways to bring back your favorite monsters. I'm a huge fan of Gazelle, and now Gazelle is at our top tables. May not be the same Gazelle, but hey, I'll take it. And so will Dylan as he continues to possibly set some cards. Looks like a Chimera Fusion. Do you still see the cross that designator in hand? I think that's going to be all she wrote for this turn. Khalil goes ahead and draws.
Yeah.
And now we're going to use our effect here. Going back in the deck again. To grab a Big Wing Baphomet. Going to try to use the effect of Big Wing Baphomet. Getting even more resources, which are so important. Think about it. Fusions are expensive. But I don't just mean the cards that are sitting in the great glass cases. I mean, they are expensive. It's multiple cards. And so to get that little rebate, that really helps you set things up. So we are seeing Chimera Fusion added from the deck to the hand. Ooh, and Kit makes her appearance. Fallen of Elbaz and friends, right?
Anything else inside in the office?
Nothing else.
That Brave New World isn't going to explore itself.
Memphis?
The new frontier's here. But let's have a little guest appearance from Kashira Fenrir. Could use its effects. Might get Predo Plant, Draco's Tapelia.
Actually, yes.
Thinking so many different options here for Dylan. It just really, how do I want to stop this card?
Yep.
Do I want to stop this card?
I'm gonna go.
Looks like we are going to use the effect of the Predo Plant.
Do I know
Placing a counter on that monster.
You know the area on there.
And saying,
I
hey,
know the area.
no. It'll reduce its level down to 1 and negate its effects. We're also going to chain Chimera Fusion here.
Okay.
So let's say goodbye to Big Wing Baphomet and Gazelle, the Mythical King of Claws. And say hello to Chimera, the King of Phantom Beasts.
Yeah.
Now its name is going to count as Chimera, the Flying Mythical Beast. Get a little anime throwback.
I've heard anything.
And it's got 2 effects. You can only use each of them once per turn. Remember when Fusion Summon?
I'll use
Send a random card from your
one
opponent's hand to the
thing
graveyard during the
target
end phase of
display.
this turn. Could be dangerous against the wrong strategy. But
No,
also,
no,
during
no,
your
no,
opponent's
no,
turn,
I'm sorry,
banish
no,
the
no,
card
no,
from the
correct,
graveyard.
correct, no monster,
Then target a
correct.
Beast Fiend or Illusion monster in your graveyard and special summon it. We've seen some really amazing branded Fusion plays that players have made, like sending the end of Anubis to the graveyard and then bringing this like Jinzo of graveyard effects.
Oh.
Like a walk-in Necro Valley.
But
But we are going to see Bestial Druid's Worm from Khalil here. We're going to take a look at that graveyard and say goodbye to a dark. Looks like Mirror Sword Knight is a light, which also works.
And then resolve the Gazelle. Or no, that was all.
So
Which one again?
again, take a look at the graveyard here. What we've got. Because it was gone, now we're going to see the Cornfield Coatl.
And then on a new chain.
But because a monster effect was activated, we are going to try to use Kashira Fenrir. But don't worry, Draco's Tapelia says, no, we both know what we're doing here. I'm negating you. You're trying to get rid of me, I'm going to try to get rid of what you do. So less and less options. Obviously, the Bestial Druid's Worm is important. Because if it's sent to the graveyard, it gets to send a special summon monster to the graveyard. So we are going to see Ariana. Immediate infinite impermanence. Not waiting for that. Not worried about it. But we are going to see Big Welcome Labyrinth get chained. Try to bounce that card you control back to the hand. Which means the effect would be dodged again, right? So the monster's not on the field. So it isn't face up, so infinite impermanence is not going to negate it. Which means we are going to add, thought about that lady? Yeah, we are doing the Lady Labyrinth. Thinking about that infinite impermanence, going to go and discard it with our Stovey Torby. Doesn't seem like we have any way to negate. Again, the Chimera is not doing a whole lot here. It might, discard a card, or rather send a random card from your opponent's hand at the end of this turn. And if it's lost, I mean, you really could special summon another monster. But we're not quite there yet.
Yeah.
So we're going to go and banish and summon our Fallen Vel'Baz. So goodbye, Rinbrum. Sort of dropping off Fallen Vel'Baz here at our Yu-Gi-Oh! Regional Championship. Now, we did lose at the Crossout Designator. Great card, but just not getting a lot done right now. Which is probably why Khalil discarded Kashtira Fenrir. Same idea.
You gotta discard the other cards and started discarding already.
We went ahead and swapped the cards, Judge reminding our players, once you commit, that is kind of it.
So you get your effect and all.
Still got some great cards in the hand there. It's not over till it's over. But we do get to fuse with Fallen Vel'Baz's effect. And there is Lubellion, Searing Dragon. Khalil has to consider his options, right? That Druid's Worm is going to be able to do some stuff. Oh, but we're discarding. That Cornfield Collateral getting work. Now, if you don't know what it does, of course it has that illusion effect where when it battles, neither player's monster is destroyed. But you can discard the card and add a monster that mentions Chimera Fusion from your deck to your hand. Except itself, of course, that'd be a little too good. And then when your opponent activates an effect while you've got that Chimera, the Flying Mythical Beast, banish the card from the field or graveyard, negate the effect, and if you do, destroy the card. So it may not be obvious how good Chimera the King of Phantom Beasts is, but it's more about the family that supports him. And speaking of family, now we've got our Mirror Jade, the Icebrand Dragon on the field as well. Gonna go and point over that last card.
It's welcome.
Trying to figure out where it came from. Looks like it was set by the effect of Chandraklir. Gonna go ahead and set an additional card here. 2 face downs are great in Labyrinth, but we're not seeing any Labyrinth monsters on the board. Passing turn with a negated Kashtira Fenrir. This might be Dylan's moment. Take a look at that Cornfield Coatl. And there's our Spring and Scout. Gonna use its effect. Seems like no response there from Khalil. Take a look at his hand again. Branded Fusion, just Branded Fusion all day.
Effect, target.
So again, its effect is negated. We're not really worried about that last card. Of course, we need to make sure that the deck is randomized and then we place it at the bottom of the deck. Great looking out there from his opponent to make sure that it's a fair and balanced game. We are going to go ahead and banish the Cornfield Coatl to use that negation effect we just talked about. Because it is true that Kashtira Fenrir is not doing a whole lot right now because the Draco Stapelli is not on the field. So to get access to its effect again, the Coatl stopped in its tracks. We're going to see the big Welcome Labyrinth, special summoning a Fiend, and then bouncing one back.
So is there a new chain that's going to be activated?
Yeah.
And again, we've talked about it before, but Labyrinth just kind of sneaks up on you, right? It has basically the same 2 effects that it's cycling, maybe 3. Set a trap, special summon a monster, bounce a card. You would be surprised how good those 3 effects in tandem are. Judge is just going to take a quick look at that Coatl. Just like we said, if it battles, neither can be destroyed. Discard the card to add a monster that mentions Chimera Fusion. And then finally, when a card or effect that targets a card you control, while you control that Chimera, the Flying Mythical Beast, quick effect, banish the card from the field or graveyard, and negate and destroy.
Wow.
So, regardless of it moving,
Fenrir going back to hand is huge, means it could show up for an encore performance. Especially if something happens to that lovely Labyrinth. It doesn't have the same protections as the Lady
How
Labyrinth.
does this activate? When he's doing his optional unsummon effect first, when I didn't do my effect that I didn't do.
So,
Good question from the judge here. We're just going to make sure everything is explained
So what
out
are you
here.
exactly asking?
Lost the life points, but I don't think we've had too much damage
Because he
this
has
turn.
unsummon effect that you
Trigger effect.
can.
So trigger effects come first before quick effects.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay.
So now we understand what we're doing here. Dylan got a better grasp on which cards he can and cannot play.
Chain 1, chain 2.
And there's the Stovey Torby in defense mode. Solid 2,000 defense
Probably
still.
the straight
Okay,
card
wait,
hand.
chain one, chain two.
But it does look like we're going to use the Mirror Jade, sending maybe not Albion the Branded Dragon. Oh no, we're doing Albion. Also going to say Banish there, right? Because that's the effect of Mirror Jade. Stovey Torby on the field. We are going to randomly destroy a card in the hand. Rolling the dice. Looks like it's going to be that one. And goodbye Cornfield Grotto, which is almost exactly what is needed here on Dylan's side. Now, next turn.
Okay.
Something happens and you get your turn started. Somebody tries to do something. You've got your Chimera, the Flying Mythical Beast. So you definitely get that negate. Now the Branded Fusion no longer needs to send the Cornfield Quaddle. We are going to send Springin's Kit. Probably Fallen of Elbas. There it is.
Kit Albert.
Just an excellent deck. Full of stories. And full of great card effects as Rindbrum takes the field.
Anything on the summon of Rindbrum?
No.
Change back
Gonna
to
turn Lubelli on the Searing Dragon to attack mode. And here we go. Chimera gets the Stovey Torby. And we just have numbers coming across the field.
You gotta declare your turn.
Now it's 8,000 to 8,000. But it looks like we are going to use the effect of Lady Labyrinth before any of that happens. Because you can't just attack with all the monsters at once. Certainly an anime moment. But we do have to do it one at a time. Looks like that monster's going to be summoned. Now we've got Welcome Labyrinth to deal with.
Welcome. Okay. It summons 11 tonight.
And I believe we've already used the Cornfield Quaddle for this turn. So the one that's in the graveyard isn't going to be able to do much. Gotta let that corn grow just a little larger than it is on the stalk. Oh, but we've got our own Dogmatic of Punishment. It's a great card that both duelists are using. And now we're going to see that Lady Labyrinth. No targeting, no destroying. That could be a problem for Dylan.
Torby was this short, right? And
Strictly short, but yes.
was it in defense?
Let's play the last few of these effects.
Okay, so I can redeclare it.
Again, sort of a
You can
complicated
choose to
game state
declare this card,
here.
yes.
Okay. Here's that.
Dylan's got plenty of options on the board here, but he's got to keep up the pace of play. This is a Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournament, after all.
We have about 5 minutes.
It looks like we're going to have Mirror Jade
8,000, 8,000.
crash into the Lady Labyrinth. Nobody said anything about not being destroyed by battle.
And move to end phase.
Taking a quick look at the Mirror Jade, trying to see if maybe its other powerful ability to destroy all cards on the field activates.
I mean, we're also in Mirror Jacks, but you can do a short card effect anyway.
I haven't taken a moment to compliment it, but just some really cool card borders there that Dylan has. Butterflies, looks like Sakura Blossoms. Nice way to spice up your familiar friends. Speaking of familiar friends, we're taking a look at Mirror Jade, the Ice Brand Dragon again. Or Ice Blade Dragon, excuse me.
Activated. You left it because after battle that you declared on his.
Both players thinking as the judge explains, okay, this is going to work, this is when this effect happens, this is when that effect
Either way, if
happens.
you declare it.
So thankful to have quality Yu-Gi-Oh! Judges on our side.
Okay. Well, okay.
I feel like it's usually miscellaneous questions. Cool.
End phase.
Life points being updated now.
Yeah.
So in a moment here, we'll have our new revised totals. Looks like we're going to grab a Branded Fusion.
What's your record?
It's made so many appearances every single duel. You think to yourself, oh, that's such a special card, you only see it here and there. No, this is
Or do you want to actually?
branded and branded services, with a little spice of Chimera. But also the Dogmatica engine. Dylan really showing that you can have just a great recipe with all these different cards. So we're going to banish our big Welcome Labyrinth.
Welcome. Target.
Take a look at our targets here, think about what we want to do.
Chimera.
We're going to bounce the Chimera, the Flying King of Phantom Beasts, or Flying Mythical Beast, depending on which name you want to use.
Yep.
Thinking about it, I think use the Quaddle now. The next Chimera can't. Oh, let it go ahead and go to the graveyard. Decided not to
It
negate.
goes extra.
Oh, if it goes, my bad. If it goes extra, that's nice.
Okay.
Or decided to negate.
That's your
Opponent taking a quick look at the graveyard, see what's left.
Do I have any what?
You have mirror swords on the graveyard?
No.
No? Can I see it there?
Bestial
Should I get
Magnum
the
coming
Alvaz?
down. Going to banish a lighter dark. Looks like Fallen of Abaz. Going to say goodbye for a moment.
Yep.
Magnum will be able to search a new dragon monster at the end of the turn, but right now Ariana's going to go ahead and grab something from the Labyrinth strategy. And it looks like we have sorted out our cuckoo clock.
That's the thing that I was
Here to remind these Labyrinth monsters that it's time to get set up.
How much else? Time.
Time to duel wasn't yesterday, it's now. So that we're going to go ahead and see Dogmatica Punishment activated. You have to send a card from the extra deck to the graveyard that's bigger than that Lubellion the Searing Dragon. And can't be the Elder Entity Intus. Really interesting to see how many of those monsters that are in the extra deck of Khalil that just could not be played with the contents. He's got to be stealing something, maybe Super Polymerization.
Yeah.
Also could be Ghost Reaper and Winter Cherries. Haven't seen that in a while, but another great way to take advantage of that extra deck space you have and make it your opponent's problem.
I just draw all my triggers, whatever.
Gonna go ahead and turn the Lady Labyrinth into attack mode. Don't have any set cards, so it doesn't have the protection, but I don't imagine that getting a set card is very difficult for Labyrinth. We're going right into the battle phase. We're going to attack Rinbra. And it's slightly bigger than Rinbra
500.
with that solid 3,000 figure.
Feel that.
And so there goes Bestial Magnum, also attacking as well.
And then, in the battle, in phase 2, in phase. Resolve Magnum.
Almost drew for turn, but it looks like we were able to catch that. We're going to go ahead and banish the Chimera Mythical Beast to go ahead and grab a Big Wing Berthamet. Berthamet's effect is going to activate,
Sorry, I have a response.
which is going to allow you to get you the remaining
No, that was
materials
fine.
you need.
Oh, okay.
But it seems like we might have used them all. Look, there's a Chimera Fusion. No, okay, there might be more. There might be more. A lot of fusing, but maybe not all the fusing in the world.
Ooh,
That's fine.
All right, going in the deck.
What do you expect?
So we are grabbing Chimera Fusion, and usually it's been a Gazelle, the King of Mythical Claws, and there it is again.
Okay, would you like the card?
Where Berthamet goes, Gazelle usually follows.
I'm good.
Shades of the streets of Battle City, that's for sure.
No? I'm going to...
But now we're going to go into the present, activating Branded Fusion. Don't pick up the deck a little fast there because Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring came out of the hand before he knew it. Going to switch that Big Wing Berthamet into attack mode. And we're just going right to Chimera Fusion. It's going to bring back Chimera, the King of Phantom Beasts.
I'm going to...
Effectively getting all those great materials in the graveyard, but more important, gets to grab yourself a Mirror Sword Knight. Haven't summoned this turn, so could use Mirror Sword Knight to go ahead and get another card in the graveyard there.
What is your bottom? Gonna add total.
And again, Mirror Sword Knight sharing that powerful ability. Remember, you can banish this card from the graveyard or field and negate that effect when you control Chimera, the Flying Mythical Beast. And that King of Phantom Beast does count for that. We're also going to see Dogmatica Ecclesia use its effects. Not too much going on in Khalil's hand that could stop that. So we're going to see Dogmatica Fleur de Lis, the Knighted.
Activate Chimera Fusion.
Take a look at the Chimera Fusion there. Adding it back to the hand. And so we're going to go and set that to the field. Yeah, maybe not. Commentator's curse, right? You think you can get in the mind of a duelist, and before you know it, they made a different decision. We are going to have Fleur de Lis activate its effect, power up everybody just by a little bit.
Fleur de Lis is going to attack.
So that should be 3,000 over 2,500, meaning we're going to lose 500 here on Khalil's side. Dropping it down from
Here is going to knock it
that to 7,500. Setting a card, and that'll end the turn there. It's Khalil's turn. He's going to go ahead and go right into the battle phase. Might want to clear out the Chimera, the King of Phantom Beast before anything crazy happens. And now we're going to go ahead and try to use that Chimera Fusion, but I'm pretty sure you can only do that during the main phase. So by accepting going into the battle phase, this duel's already turning out to be a little different than was expected.
I can't do anything.
So Mirror Sword Knight. Gonna go ahead and trim himself to bring out that Cornfield Quaddle. Again, that's 2 negates on the board now.
That was the game. Kept outing everything.
That might be it. Looks like Khalil shaking his head. He might not be the winner of this duel. We'll take a quick look at the match slip here so we can figure it out. Chimera just piling so many overwhelming pieces of the puzzle there, right? Being able to have negate after negate after negate. It's very difficult to play through on that. And while it didn't come out in like a linear way from Dylan, he was able to pile all of his cards together and get that signature strategy set up. Once you've got Chimera and once you have that stacked up graveyard, especially the longer the duel goes. But it looks like it was a draw because we could not have any life points change at the time on the round. So we won't have a winner here. So what that means is, since it was a draw, that means that we won't be interviewing anybody, but we still have 6 more rounds of great Yu-Gi-Oh! Content. That's 6 more rounds of Age of Overlord Regional Championship Heroes, the game, guys. So don't go anywhere. You can grab yourself a drink or a snack. But pretty soon, before you know it, it'll be time to duel again. So we'll be right back after this. we will be having a lunch break, so it'll be an extended break here on the stream, but as long as you're here at 1:53 p.m. Central Time, you'll be there for the right time to duel. See you then! All right, players, that lunch break is over, so we will be getting set up now. Just a moment, we will be going into our round 4 featured match, so stick around. All right, we are going to go ahead and get set up again. Welcome to round 4 of our broadcast of 9. So we got plenty of great Yu-Gi-Oh action. Speaking of which, let's go ahead and tune in right now to that.
I'm cooking today, bro.
Got 2 great players here. Are far into the tournament without a single loss on either side. We'll have Julian Chang, and he's playing a Kashtira Manadium Scareclaw mashup. So basically Visa Starfrost and Starfrost Services. But if you take a look at his extra deck, it is mostly those giant synchro monsters. So we call this Manadium. And then his opponent will be Nick, who is playing a strategy that's really popular and does some great stuff. It's Rika. Players are getting set up now. Rika is great on its own, but it's even better with Sun Avalon. We're definitely seeing that Sun Seed and Genius Loci. Probably going to be summoned over and over. Judge is just taking a moment here to explain the rules of being on a future match. Yeah, we do have that player audio. We don't want any bombs to get dropped. Both players so far are acclimating quite well. Dice roll is going to start up. Looks like we got a 9.
Good one. Great start the feature match.
Give me just a moment before we start.
Really going to roll those dice. And it's going to be a 6, so not quite as big here. Got a beautiful Millennium Puzzle tattoo on, I believe that is going to be Nick's side. And so both of these matchups are complicated decks, right? When you think about it, Manadium can just do and do and do. But that's also what Rika Sun Avalon is about. So part of this will be about who wins the dice roll. As we know, if Nick's going to be starting off, he's going to bring all his monsters and machines. Remember, you've got access to Therion King Regulus. You're running the Therion Lily Borea strategy, which is really popular, so I don't imagine we would not see that in a Rika Sun Avalon deck.
And there'll be a box for this, so you can go back and watch it later, right?
Correct, yes.
Oh, no.
All right, players are so excited to be here. Judge is just getting everything set up. So we're getting life points and timer visible. Now we are getting further in the tournament here. A loss for either player is not going to be a duel or die moment. They still certainly have a few extra lives in their tournament career. But it does help. I mean, if you're going into the later rounds and you've already got those wins, you don't have to worry about each and every duel that bad. Right, Judge looks like they're ready to go. So he'll probably be starting here shortly. Julian just shuffling his deck, making sure it's sufficiently randomized. Looks like we do have some larger piles than we're used to seeing. Our Rika Sun Avalon deck is a massive 49 cards. Not quite 60, but definitely not 40. Right, maybe a few last setups here. Got an update from our judge here that we have a few technical issues. We're going to go ahead and get that fixed up. Which gives us time just to think about the excitement we're about to face. Again, Manadium is really about putting out those gigantic level 10 synchro bodies on the board, and if he's able to do that, Julian will be in a really good position, especially right now. You know, that Crimson Dragon has just added so much power under the hood. So you'll target one of your synchros and then bring out another synchro dragon of the same level. Means you can go into Baron de Flail, use that Baron de Flail to protect you from Nibiru the Primal Being. But on the flip side, you also have a level 10 synchro, the Crimson Dragon, say, hey, Bestial Dissipator, we really could use some help here. Now, what's been funny about this powerful board of Dragon Synchro and Warrior type monster is you're actually asking for trouble from Super Polymerization. Draco Knight, or Dragon Knight Draco E-Quest is an old school 5Ds card. There are fusions in 5Ds though, and it allows you to have this ultimate Super Polymerization target. Confuse two of your opponent's most powerful monsters to grab yourself a fusion, and at the same time, you can target that Bestial Dissipator in the graveyard, and now you have that powerful effect. It gets replaced, or rather it replaces the effect of Draco Knight E-Quest.
Friend?
Yep. We have a team for called Team Panic.
Players just chilling while we get the technical stuff
I'm not sure.
done here.
How long are you playing?
Oh, so I played from 2011 to 2015.
Looks like we'll be playing without the life points on the board this time, but that's okay. A little Duel Academy homework assignment. We'll keep track in our head.
None?
Second regional.
Oh, what? I have no
Once our judge gets back online, we'll be starting it soon.
I
We
think-
do have our tech, so we might be able to get it fixed. It's always nice when you know who to cheer for, who's on the upswing, and who needs a little bit more assistance.
But yeah, so I got back to Power of the Elements.
See if we can't get this
Just played the fuck out
scooter
of that
down
forever.
Cool.
We'll play-by-play technical assistance.
I played in high school. Not too.
IT just making sure the connection's working. Taking a look under the hood there. Judge trying to give IT the space they need to get everything set
I
up.
stopped playing in college.
Our players remain completely unfazed.
It is 205.
Just shuffling and shuffling. We're going to go and draw those initial hands.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Present for cutting first.
Alright, I'll be going first.
Sure.
All right. Now, Julian's deck appears to be double sleeve, so I don't think he's the 50-card player. And taking a look at the hand, that does not seem to be it. Oh, we do have our life points. Fantastic. So it looks like it is that sacred time. It's time to duel.
You want to reshuffle and just do an extra card?
Oh, it was, but I didn't shuffle my hand or anything. I'm on top.
All right, so our duelist on the bottom, Mr. Nick, is probably going to go first. Won the dice roll with a 9.
There's this one right here on top.
So when you drew it,
Did draw an extra card, so we're going to go through the Yu-Gi-Oh! Judge Program guidelines here again. What happens when you draw an extra card is you reveal it to both players, and you place it on the top of the deck. Gives you a DC minor
whether or
warning.
not if it was on
So
stream.
we've got our pause play there. Give him just a second to explain it. It's not going to cause a game loss or anything like that, but there may be a little bit of
I
information
mean, it's better to have
revealed
this
here.
quickly, because we don't want a situation popping up where.
Again, that's why we do have our wonderful Yu-Gi-Oh! Judge Program, just to make sure everything's on the up and up. Judge is just going to take a brief watch here, so we can take a second real fast.
Well, I just shuffle these two cards back and forth. I went like this. So it's going to be a game loss. So I don't know. I don't know why you had it thought of
Just got a confirmation from our judge. That is just going to be a draw cards minor warning. Again, doesn't wreck your tournament experience, but you do have to be careful. If you're playing too much Time Wizard April 2010, you may get used to drawing extra cards there. But we did reveal that, and that does show that is our Rika. Certainly an amazing card, though.
Land phase 1.
No end to how good these plant monsters are. Now let's go ahead and get into it. We're going to go ahead and reveal Small World. And revealing that Rika Petal. Gorgeous copy of Small World, likely from the Rarity Collection. Quarter Century Secret Rare, gonna show off that Kurikara Div Incarnate.
And we will go
To get Sunseed Genius Loci. Notice, Kurikara Div Incarnate is the thing not to be afraid of. Now, the way Small World works is you have to reveal a card, Then banish another card from your deck face down that only has one thing in common. So it seems like the only thing these cards have in common is the fact that they are 1 star. No attribute match, no type match. Hey, but here's our favorite monster here, the Sunseed Genius Loci. Gonna go ahead and bring out the Sun Avalon Dryas. So the real fun begins, going right into the deck. It's a very popular strategy, championed by the European World Championship qualifier, Jessica Robinson. Thinking a little bit. Certainly a great deck, but the deck has to be piloted by a great player. So we are going to go ahead and grab that Sunvine Sowing. And we're going to be going into the deck a lot here. Let's go ahead and activate the Sunvine Sowing. It's going to allow you to special summon a Sunseed monster from the deck, and if you do, you take 1,000 damage. Which is not the worst thing to happen for this particular deck.
Twin will target the junk.
So we do get our Sunseed twins.
I'll go back to AK Judge. Sorry, I know that was kind of
So of course the Sunseed twins, going to let you grab another one. But more importantly, we're going right into our Sunvine Healer and linking it off with the Sun Avalon Dryas. To make Aroma Seraphie Jasmine. Going to gain some life points and have a little fun along the way. Dryas is going to come back, but we're also going to link off the Sunseed Genius Loci to another Sunseed Healer. Targeting the Sunseed Dryas, which means we're getting life points, and that triggers the effect of the Aroma Seraphie Jasmine. Grabbing Therion Lily Borea. Now, plant monsters are powerful, but having access to Borea, allowing you to get that Disc Coliseum, is pretty huge. So we are going to put the Sun Avalon Dryas back on the field, using it as a equip card, using Lily's effect to go ahead and send that equip card to the graveyard, and likely going into the Therion Disc Coliseum. Activating that is going to let us go ahead and grab probably our Therion King Regulus. And these were always a great deck. It's great to see Therion King Regulus played now. Certainly it's a spot on certain Rescue Ace lists, but now that we have the Sinful Spoils package, it's just not quite as strong. But we are seeing a special summon here of Lone Fire Blossom, who's going to cause another special summon. Remember, Nibiru is pretty good against this deck. We'll tribute the Aroma Seraphie Jasmine, opening up that extra monster zone. And special summon a Rika Petal in defense mode. Now again, it's no secret this plant monster deck just riddles out the materials one by one. And we're going to use those materials now, combining Lone Fire Blossom and another monster for Sylvan Dance Peony. Might be about to excavate 3 cards.
Yeah, go for it.
Looks like a miss, and a miss. Oh, nothing there that was helpful. Small World to go to the graveyard, as well as Ash Blossom. It looks like an evenly matched. Taking a quick look at Rika Petal again during the main phase, you can either take a Rika monster from your deck, except Rika Petal, and either add it to your hand or send it to the graveyard. Looks like we're going to add that to the hand.
Thank you.
And of course, Rika Petal is another powerful effector in the end phase, but we don't get to focus on that for now. Looks like we're going to use Mudan, the Rika Fairy, to special summon itself by tributing that Rika Petal. Mudan's effect will go in and activate. So we've tributed our plant monster. Of course, since it's normal or special summon, going to go and add a Rika Spell or Trap. So just Sunseed to Sunseed, Rika to Rika, and we've got ourselves a Rika Glamour. Glamour, of course, going to allow you to tribute a plant monster if you want to, but either add a Rika, and then if you tributed one to activate the effect, you can just add a plant monster. Gotta have a different name in the same original level, but that is not a problem when you carefully craft your deck for exactly this combo. Julian doesn't have very many points of interaction. He's just going to have to hope his hand gets him going. We are going to go ahead and tribute that plant monster. So we're going to add a Rika monster, level 4. And there's another plant monster, Rika Princess, also level 4, but a different name. So again, it might seem strange, right? You're looking at all these plants on the board and you're like, I know he's got something planned. There's a lot of different end boards for this. Obviously, Bengal Answer, the Resurgent, would be really huge here. But some of the strongest cards from the Rika strategy are not the ones on the field. They're the ones in the graveyard. So we do get to see that Rika Petal in the graveyard. Remember, during your opponent's end phase. If you control no monsters, you just get to special summon the card, kind of putting your back on the board just in case things do not go your way. And then with a Rika Princess again, you can shuffle the card from your hand to graveyard into the deck to contribute a plant monster to negate your opponent's monster effects. So you can't just look at this duel from looking at the cards on the field. You always have to be keeping track of the graveyard. Not every deck's like that, but many enough are. We're going to activate the Rika Concon Field Spout. And then link off into Sun Avalon Melias. Searching the deck again. Grabbing that Sunseed Genius Look out of the graveyard. Now we're going to link again. There's the Bengal Answer, the Resurgent. And the fact that this deck just gets to go back and back and back into the deck is crazy. And you have a lot of powerful combinations, but right now we're going to grab Rika Sheet. Taking a quick look to read there, right? Not every day that you face against this deck, but it does let you target a face-up monster your opponent controls, and maybe tribute a plant monster, and player just can't activate that monster's effect. But if you tribute the plant monster, you also get to take control of it. So certain Sky Striker vibes there, right? You're not just negating the effect, you're also taking control of the monster. Give you a body you need just for even more plant fun. Now we've drawn, it's Julian's turn. He's going to start off with the Pressured Planet Rate Sot. Going to try to add a Kashtira monster from the deck to the hand. And looks like Nick's letting it go through. Some great choices there. Seeing that enemy controller just more and more popular, but we're going to add the fan favorite Kashtira Fenrir. Starting our plays off with Kashtira Fenrir. Don't control any monsters on the board, so it's an easy special summon. Activates the effect. Wants to get in there. Going to grab through the deck. You can see that Magnadium package there, but looks like we're just going to get the Scareclaw Kashtira. If you're unfamiliar with what Bengal Answer does, this is the main phase, and so it's important. It does get to target a monster the opponent controls. You take damage equal to its attack, but if you did take damage, you return to the hand. It's not huge against the Kashtira Fenrir since it could just special summon itself back, but it could be vital to stop a boss monster in exchange for taking a little bit of damage, which honestly, Sun Avalon Rika doesn't have any problem with. Do you see what appears to be a normal summon of Manadium Reamheart? Try and activate that effect, maybe finally going in the graveyard, banishing that Rika Princess to say, you know what, I think I've seen enough of this. Got the Sunseed Genus Loci there. It's beautiful ultra rare from Ghost from the Past form. But nope, we're going to go and banish the Rika Princess and tribute a plant monster. Going to return the Rika Princess back to the deck. So Princess and Queen teaming up together to say, no, we can't possibly let that Reamheart resolve. So all is fair in the Plant Kingdom. But there are 5 cards in Julian's hand, and that's really all that Manadium needs. It's a very powerful combo deck. Sometimes it needs 2 cards to get going, right? You don't want to normal summon a Prisma and just have nothing left to do. It's kind of what this Reamheart play feels like, since it doesn't count as Visa Starfrost. Not like some of the other great Visas cards. We're going to see a chain there, though, of the Forbidden Droplet, sending the Pressure Planet Rate Sot to the graveyard, losing a little bit of that extra attack, but having the ability to negate that Bengal Answer, the Resurgence effect, and prevent those monsters from bouncing off the board. Trying to use Bengal Answer again. Maybe take that. Looks like Called by the Grave, stopping the Rika Queen Strenna from doing anything. Nick thinking about his cards. Nope, we're just going to banish that, and that'll be it for her. Julian thinking about what to do next. It may just be battle phase time. Possibly attacking into Fenrir and activating its effect. Looks like that is exactly what we're going to do. Nick taking a look at the graveyard, wondering if he's got any other Rika monsters he can use to stop this. But it looks like no, that's just banished face down. That does trigger a replay, so Kashtira Fenrir could go straight up. But it looks like we are not doing that. Life points are going to stay the same. Nadia Meek being special summoned from the hand, but here's Rika Sheet. Rikas are just such a great deck because of their ability to interact on both players' turns, but also search options for follow-up turns. What Rika Sheet does, you're going to target a face-up monster your opponent controls. Again, tribute a plant monster. Players can't activate that face-up monster effect, and if you did decide to tribute that plant monster, you get to take control of it. And if you remove Meek from the field, that's huge, because you no longer really have any targets. It looks like we might actually be using Rika Konkon. Again, once per turn, if you would tribute a plant monster you control to activate a Rika card, tribute any face-up monster your opponent controls. So it looks like that's how the Manania Meek got off the board. And we get to negate the effect. So just two great moments at once. Judge taking a look at the card just to make sure we've got a fair understanding of what's going on here again. Rika Sun Avalon is a great deck, but historically is underplayed, underrepresented. So you're not really going to like see it every day. You're not used to it in that same way unless you're just rewatching all the great matches in Europe. Hey, but this is the United States and we have great plant duelists here too. Looks like we've got Manadium Abscission and Scareclaw Kashtira in the hand there.
Yeah.
So still follow-up plays for sure. But one or two more negates, and that might be it for Julian. He's just going to have to pass play onto Nick, and all he needs is just one Sunseed Genius Loci, one plant monster. You're fully committed a plant-based board, just for that one monster. Taking another look at the Rika Konkon. Again, this is why you got to do your Duel Academy homework. You don't want to face the deck for the first time, never seeing those card effects in a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament. Well, at least have an inkling of what it might be doing, but it is true that, again, this is just an uncommon deck. You do 9 rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh and still not see this, right? We're up to 13,000 cards now.
I don't have tribute. I'm choosing to tribute.
So Julian wrapping his mind around what's going on here.
If I didn't tribute, it would just be
Let
like
the Rika Sheet go back to his opponent's side of the field. Could technically chain the Scareclaw Kashtira. We are in the main phase. But that Manania Meek isn't really going to be doing much. Thinking of what to do with that Riem Heart. Slapping it against the board a couple of times. It's not quite as linear, but no, we're going to go ahead and pass that on. So, stopped Meek, stopped Riem Heart. Doing a pretty all-around Rika job of things, whatever that means. Do you have those additional cards? Oh, is it not the Pressure Planet? It is, the Peaceful Planet Calarium. So now we're going to grab Visa Starfrost or a Manania monster. Already normal summoned. This might actually be the time for Visa Starfrost so we could destroy a different attribute card on the field. Dark is not Earth. Pulling the deck close, thinking about it, just wondering, what is it that I should grab? We are going to grab Visa Starfrost. Time to save the universe, all universes. Maybe every multiverse. That would give him a Kashtira in the graveyard to banish for his Scareclaw Kashtira, and there aren't any others.
That's valid.
Okay.
Do you have to keep up a reasonable pace of play? Looks like we're actually just going to battle the Manania. Gets a slight boost there from all the tuners in the graveyard. That's what the Peaceful Planet Calarium does. Every one of these Peaceful Planets giving some power to their monsters, whether it's Pressured Planet Rate Saw, as we saw in the graveyard, just doing 100 for each of the attributes. Or Peaceful Planet Calarium giving some attack points for each tuner monster. Think we're going to go ahead and reveal that Visa Starfrost. Getting rid of Kashtira Fenrir. Special summoning Visa Starfrost. Gonna go ahead and reveal that Scareclaw Kashtira, special summon it, and then banish a Kashtira monster. Goodbye, Fenrir. Taking a quick look at the Scareclaw Kashtira. Didn't do a whole lot from here. It can attack while it's in defense mode, and when Kashtira monsters battle while it's facing on the field, the effects of the monsters they battle with are negated. It's going to be a level 6. And level 7 can open up the overlay network with those numbers. Could link summon. But it looks like we're going to send Visa Starfrost to the graveyard to bring out Scareclaw Lightheart. We'll change a heart from our Reich Heart. Saw the light. That does allow him to bring out his Scareclaw field spell there, the Primitive Planet Reichphobia. Taking a look at the graveyard, thinking, which Scareclaws do I want to get? This is also just turned into a Scareclaw matchup. So we are going to replace the Peaceful Planet and blast off to the Primitive Planet Reichphobia. Let's go ahead and add Visa Starfrost or a Scareclaw card. And it's going to be Scareclaw Reichheart. Now, added effect here, if there are 3 defense mode monsters on the field, just for free, that field spell Permanent Planet Reichphobia will allow you to destroy 1 card, which means that that Rika Konkon field spell could be destroyed, and finally Julian wouldn't have to worry about his opponent tripping any monsters. Do you have that gorgeous, ultra-rare Scareclaw Arrival? So we're going to use the Scareclaw Arrival and bring out Visa Starfrost in defense mode, and that is 3 defense mode monsters. But it looks like he's not going to use the Destroy ability. We're going to go ahead and bring out a Baron de Fléon. Take a look at the graveyard here. Was a 6 and a 4, using one of those as a tuner. Pretty fun. Just going to use that destruction effect to destroy it. Not sure that that's how I would have gone on that, but hey, to each duelist their own. Still working out quite well. We are going to see a link summon there of Cross Sheep. So now every time you special summon to one of those arrows that the link monster points to, if as long as it's an extra deck monster, you get some fun stuff. And it looks like we're going to banish a Dark and a Light. And no, it's not Blackluster Soldier More in the beginning. This is Vicious Astrolabe. So we did bring a fusion monster to that zone. Now we get to grab our Mananigan Meek, special summon it from the graveyard via the effect of Cross Sheep. Now, Vicious Astrolabe is an 8, Mananigan Meek's currently a 2. Could see that Bestial Dissipator hovering over it. There are some other 10s you could bring out. Thinking about it. Not sure if we're going to see that legendary Super Polymerization bringing out Dragon Knight, Draco Knight Equest. And yes, it is Dragon Knight twice. But funny named fusions aside, it actually looks like we're going to link off Cross Sheep and Manadium. Meek into SP Little Knight. We did use an extra deck type monster, so let's take a quick look at this graveyard. Maybe able to banish something before it activates its effect. Passing over some of the other options here. Lots of link monsters in the graveyard. But it looks like we'll go ahead and just take the Rika Petal here so that it doesn't get to do anything more during the end phase and bring Nick back into this game. Presenting the deck to cut. Looks like we are just going to draw. No end phase shenanigans because Rika Petal is gone. So now it's Vicious Astrolabe, Baron de Flair, and SP Little Knight on the field. Now, if you're a fan of Super Polymerization, there is another way to fuse these two monsters. You could use Guilty Gearfried as another target. We did see that at the recent YCS Richmond. Speaking of fun things to see, though, it's going to be Therion King Regulus, targeting a Therion monster in the graveyard, likely Lily, to special summon to the field. And it gives that additional negate, but now Baron de Fleur has to concentrate, think hard. Julian deciding whether or not he wants to negate and destroy this Therion King Regulus or let that full turn go through. But it does seem like we're going to negate and destroy Regulus. Can't have a negate free floating out there. SP Little Knight is still live here. We are going to go Rika Petal. Accessing that deck, no response on the ability. Could use the SP Little Knight, but looks like we're going to grab our Rika Princess. So again, just so many ways to get back into the game with this deck. But it looks like for now, we're just kind of taking it slow. Oh, but there's the triple tactics thrust drop into the board. That means we can grab any one of those power cards from our deck to our hand. And it is going to go to the hand since Julian controls a monster. He allows Nick to resolve. He's going to go into the deck here. It's going to be interesting to see what he grabs. A lot of different things you could do. You could clear the board, steal a monster, but it looks like we're going to grab triple tactics talent. So you can start taking your bets in the audience. We're going to draw 2 cards. Maybe control a monster. Steal that SP Little Light. Here's the talents. Not much Forceful Sentry ink going on. Doesn't look like there's any cards in Julian's hand. Oh, we're going to use Rika Princess.
Yeah, sure.
Nick explaining the play there. But it does mean we're going to go ahead and have Baron de Flair sucked up by that triple tactics talent. Nothing like a little change of heart to bring such a powerful monster to your board. SP Little Knight's effect isn't going to activate here. I think we're going to be destroying it with Baron de Flair. And it is destroyed. Great effect there. And we're just going to go into battle. Looks like it's 3,000 versus 3,000. Take a quick look at the right phobia. I do not believe we've got any attack boosting on that one. Wouldn't make sense, right? It's a defense deck. But we have cleared the board. No evenly match needed. Next up, though, we are going to Rika Glamour. We're going to tribute a plant monster. We're just going to be adding 1 Rika monster. Now, it looks like we're going to tribute Rika Princess. That does mean you get to add a Rika monster. And then another plant monster with a matching level but a different name. Alright, so Princess is going to go in tribute. Oh no, it's going to be linked off for Sun Avalon Dryas there. So many different directions the Rika deck can go in. Almost hard to keep track. But with that, that is the pass of the turn. Going to draw a single card there. Really looking through that graveyard. So much of the extra deck is in there from the Vicious Astrolabe, Baron de Flair, Summonati Amic. Julian shaking his head, grinding his teeth, looking at the Monadium Obsidian. What is that going to do to help him right now?
Am I man?
Well, let's take a look at the graveyard again. Nick joining in the fun. Looks like he's going to go ahead and bring out his Rika Petal. And draw for turn, which means nothing happened during Julian's turn. He just hard passed. And so during the end phase, the Rika Petal went ahead and used its effect to appear back on the board. Using the effect during the main phase, looks like we're grabbing that Mudon the Rika Fairy. Asking the judge here just for a little clarification.
I won the battle phase that turn, and then last turn I had 3 turns and I was drawn cards and added.
So he hit it, and then he...
Players conversing amongst themselves, making sure that we're just keeping a fair game state here.
Princess, and then he specially made Dryad top turn, and then I drew...
Looks like we're going to pause play here as the players figure things out. So talking about going the triple tactics thrust to the triple tactics talent.
You Glamour, you Princess, and then you made that.
Players just going through. We'll probably get a quick update or a flip to the play card soon. Going to the Vicious Astrolabe against not a hard once per turn. Powerful fusion monster you can just bring out again and again and again. Looks like we're going to pause here.
I've been playtesting it for fucking ever.
I was thinking, I was like, what one of these cards does something that protects it from something?
They're gonna be mad at us for this feature match.
Whatever.
Judge just giving us a little update here. Looks like we have what's called an accepted game state. Sometimes there will be errors in gameplay that do not create a significant advantage. If that's the case, go ahead and turn to your Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournament policy guidelines and you'll find out nobody gets a game loss. Both players just get a procedural error minor warning. Both players are supposed to keep track of that game state. And so what's going to happen is the Baron de Fleur and the Vicious Astrolabe are going to stay in the graveyard because it's an accepted game state. Certainly a heads up to watch out for later. That 3,000 versus 3,000 may not have gone the way that Nick might have thought. We're going to go ahead and use Mudan, the Rika Fairy, then activate Rika Konkon. Then activate that Rika Glamour. We are going to go ahead and tribute a plant monster. Going to grab the Therion Lilyboria because that matches the level of the Snowdrop, the Rika Fairy. Again, it's been a long day here at the tournament already. Whether you woke up at 6 a.m. in the morning to get here locally, or maybe you drove in from another part of Texas, you have to forgive our duelists here. It does take quite a bit of dual fuel to get this going. We are going to see Therion Lilyboria on the field. It's going to equip Therion King Regulus, and then we're going to attack directly. Looks like we're just going to set a single card there. We know the other card is likely the Monadium Obsidian. Maybe he set that, and that's a monster card. But I think it may not be long for Julian now before his life points, beep, 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 down to 0. Taking a quick look at the graveyard and the banish pile. Resources on resources on resources. Does look like we're going to use Rika Konkon, so we're going to go and set a Rika spell or trap. And now activate that Rika Glamour. Didn't see a plant monster tributed, so I think we're just going to go for the one Rika Princess. All right, thinking about it, just has, looks like 3 cards in the hand. Going to go ahead and attack with the Therion Lilyboria, and that might actually just be it. Playing it safe here, using those remaining resources to set one face-down card on the field, and possibly pass the turn. Julian may have drawn his card, but we're just making sure everybody knows what's up. Life points appear to be 7,700 to 49. But now we're catching him on life points now. Judge updating everything for us here on the stream team. It's going to be 1,800 life points left for Julian. Hanging in there with that Therion Lilyboria's negate effect, but oh, just set another card and passed. It's a powerful trap. We still got a game. But if not, attack directly. Hasn't conceded the duel yet. So we're going to have Forbidden Droplet reduce the attack of the monster. Sending that primitive planet, Reichphobia, to the graveyard. Now you cannot respond with spell effects. You technically could respond with a monster effect. Showing off the Forbidden Droplets. And technically speaking, that Therion King Regulus is an equipped spell right now, so that would be a spell effect. What a wild world. So hanging in there, only have 250 life points left, but it's not over till the last card's played. Asked again about that Therion King Regulus. Has a very powerful and interesting effect. You only see it on things like Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, etc. It's just that negate. Showing off to the judge there. Just so they understand what's going on too, and they are going to send that to the graveyard for the Therion King Regulus' negate. Looks like we're going to normal summon Monadium Reabard, and oh, there's the Infinite Permanence doing so much work, not only negating the monster, but setting up the Imperm column and making that face-down card effectively useless right now unless it is chained right this moment.
It's the column. That's fine.
Nick seems pleased with himself, definitely in control of this duel. Riamhart really can't get a whole lot done unless we activate Monadium Obsidian, targeting Riamhart to destroy it. So Riamhart will go to the graveyard. And we'll grab a Peaceful Planet Calarium since we do not have one on the field. Activating Calarium. Oh, and there's the Ash Blossom. At that point, Julian starts sorting out the cards from his graveyard. Is this the end? It is. He's conceded the duel and has started to pack up for game 2. So a lot of complicated game states between these two decks as we saw. We did have an accepted game state, which does happen. Again, if you and your opponent find yourself in a similar situation, just raise your hand and ask for a judge. They'll be happy to help you with that. Taking a look at that side deck on screen, we're seeing Droll and Lockbird, Ash Blossom, evenly matched. All kinds of great ways to stop Rika, because as you saw, Rika does a lot of searching. And those Droll and Lockbirds will be very powerful as long as that searching isn't done during the draw phase. Seems like we also saw an Abyss Dweller there. Would stop the graveyard effects from even being able to activate. But Julian had a hard time getting monsters on the board, right? Bodies in which to create extra deck cards. So maybe the Abyss Dweller is a wrong turn. Take a look through here the deck. Got a lot of great cards. It's so happy, or I'm so happy I should say, to see all these power cards coming back. You know, Terraforming obviously a staple for any deck running field spells, but Enemy Controller is so good right now, being able to change the battle position of monsters, tribute, take control. We saw a lot of it in Kashtira, because you could use it to clear your own board in order to either absorb their Kashtira monsters, right? A little fun on Master Duel if you want to go ahead and take their Kashtira Shangri-Ira, turn it to your own Arise Heart. But we're no longer in that vibe in the TCG, so it's just good to go ahead and take off their monsters. Imagine they normal summon that one Prisma, that one Visa Starfrost, whatever they need to get their combo going into Scareclaw Lightheart, and you take that monster. It may not be what Nick has planned, but Julian is putting in those enemy controllers, and hopefully they put in work. Nick's satisfied with his choices. Going to go ahead and pass over his deck, presenting it for it to be cut. Great token there on Nick's field. If you're seeing that, that's from the North American World Championship qualifiers, where you can get yourself immortalized on a Yu-Gi-Oh card. So hey, if you get your invite from this World Championship qualifier, make sure to go all the way, because win, lose, or draw, there are some great free souvenirs that you can get from the event. It looks like Julian's going first. He's going to start off with Scareclaw Kashtira. It looks like he had 2 copies of Droll and Lockbird in his hand, and that may be enough, actually. He's going to go ahead and grab Scareclaw Kashtira. And bring out Visa Samsara. And because it counts as Visa Starfrost, there comes that Manadium Meek. We're going to turn that into Scareclaw Lightheart and search the deck here. Probably for a Scareclaw rival. Oh no, looks like we're going to go for the Primitive Planet Reichphobia and use that to add Scareclaw Reichard. Now there are defense mode monsters on the field, so we're halfway there. Here comes Scareclaw Reichphobia. It's going to use its effect to grab Scareclaw Rival. See what we got. He's got the 1 card drawn. Didn't forget to use the effect this time. Has that enemy controller. Certainly a nice setup for next turn. But it seems like we're going to go 4 and 2. It's tuning time. There's so many great cards coming out recently, but it's just absolutely true that having that rank 6 Visas, level 6 Visa Starfrost, lets you get into Visas Omnitata. And so with Visas Omnitata, the quest continues. Going back in the deck here. Of course, it is Visa Starfrost on the field. But when it's Synchro Summon, you're just going to grab a spell or trap that mentions Visa Starfrost. And as you can see in that deck, there are plenty. It looks like we'll take the Manadium Abscission. Do you need to make sure that we banish that card? Swapping out the Permanent Planet Field spell for the Peaceful Planet Galarium, using that to grab a Manadium Reamheart. Looks like we got 2 Drolls and Lockbirds, Scareclaw Kashtira, and Enemy Controller. A little bit more in there. Right now, we are... certainly have a number of graveyard effects. We're going to banish the Manadium Abscission to special summon the Manadium Reamheart. Getting to use its effect, going back into the deck, grabbing another great Manadium card. Or Visa Starfrost. Alright, so Droll and Lockbird, Scareclaw Kashtira. It looks like Small World. You might have overheard Freeze play from the main event, but our players are still able to keep going. Got their own independent timer that our judge is watching. All right, gonna get the Monodium Reframing powerful card and lets you reset up your Vicious Astrolabe loops. So many great cards there. Very prepared for next turn, but not quite a full board here. We'll use the once per duel effect of Scareclaw Lightheart to reappear on the field. And we're going to use that Scareclaw Arrival. One more friend joins the fray. It'll be our Fiend turn friend, Scareclaw Reichardt. Gonna go ahead and Synchro Summon, perhaps, for our Crimson Dragon. But you don't usually see Crimson Dragon put into this order. We are going to see that Scareclaw Kashtira banishing the Scareclaw Rival. And then these two monsters will link off as well into Cross Sheep. Nice arrow pointing in the middle there. Gonna go and banish Scareclaw Reichardt. Here comes our Dark and our Light. Visa Samsara. Let's bring out another Vicious Astrolabe. Hopefully we don't see this one accidentally get destroyed by battle. Put that in attack mode. And so, go ahead and bring out our Monodium Meek again. So a very backdoor way into a very familiar field. Vicious Astrolabe and Monodium Meek will be used as synchro materials for Baron de Fleur. Crimson Dragon will finally get to activate its effect, targeting Baron de Fleur to bring out Bestial Dissipator. So that's not one, but two negates there. Taking a quick look at Crimson Dragon. Don't usually see it done in that order, but found our way. Sometimes you take the long road, but as long as you get there, you're fine. Now again, that is an ignition effect. You do just, well actually it's a quick effect. But you can just target a level 7 or higher synchro monster and then do the whole shebang. So we're going to see that monster return the extra deck, bring out Bestial Dissipator, but also Psyframe Lord Omega. Don't always get to see that, but I think we're going to access the hand here. So again, once per turn during the main phase, which it is, banish both this face-up card, just a random card for your opponent's hand, until the standby. It does get banished face-up, so you get like a little peek into the plays of your opponent. And it looks like Therion King Regulus, so that gives you a lot of heads-up information. Thinking again about our graveyard. Lots of lights and lots of darks. Not every duelist running multiple copies of Vicious Astrolabe anymore, since you can reset it with your Bestial Dissipator. So it looks like we are going to banish another dark, another light. And then we're going to combine Cross Sheep and Vicious Astrolabe for an SP Little Knight. Do get to use SP Little Knight to banish that card. So goodbye Vicious Astrolabe, but that probably will just get reset later, going back in the extra deck and meaning you don't have to worry as much. And it can be reset by Bestial Dissipator. Now Nick finally drawing for turn. That's a huge board, but we're going to start our answers with Rika Konkong. Does let you tribute your opponent's cards as if they were your Rikas. Definitely have to think about the Baron de Fleur's effect right now. If you fail to get rid of the Rika Konkon, your opponent could just tribute your monsters. But it looks like we are not doing that, so we're going to activate the effect of Rika Glamour. Tributing the Baron de Fleur. It missed its opportunity there. But that might be all according to plan. Maybe not want to play into Triple Tactics Talent or Triple Tactics Thrust. Looking at the Monodium, reframing. Thinking about it. We're doing it. So reframing, powerful counter trap there. Gonna go ahead and stop this line of play before it even gets going. Again, when a spell trap or monster effect is activated while you control a synchro monster, and they do, you negate it. But speaking of negations, Dark Lord and more coming down on the field, turning off SP Little Knight, turning off Bestial Dissipator, and also saying no to Kashtira Fenrir. So might as well be a blank board when those Sunseed twins hit the board. Sunseed twins are going to activate their effects to target level low or 4 lower plant monster. It looks like actually we're just going to use that for Mudan the Rika Fairy. It's been more of a Rika set of plays than Sunseed. So what's great about these two plant lines is they both support each other very well. That does mean that Mudon gets to grab another Rika Speller Trap. And that's going to be the Rika Glamour. Now that Rika Concon is going to be very powerful next turn as well, if there are any quick effects. But speaking of quick effects, there's that Droll and Lockbird preventing any card from being added from the deck to the hand. But it doesn't mean you can't send cards from the deck to the graveyard, or special summon them on the field, or set them in the case of that Rika sheet. So the Droll and Lockbird's good. And having seen Julian's hand, we know another Droll and Lockbird is coming along the way here. Just shuffling through that graveyard, plenty of great options, but looks like we're finally going to draw for turn on Julian's board. See, a Droll and Lockbird appears to be a Manatium Riamhard. So powerful, but it looks like we're going to do Rika Sheet, tributing the Bestial Dissipator. Oh, maybe tributing a little light after all. So now we got to think about this. Have that face down card, it's enemy controller time. Taking the mood on the Rika. So our Rika Fairy has switched sides. But so many cards in the graveyard that may not have had to be there because of the resolution of Rika Concon. Shows you that if you give your opponent an inch, they will take a mile. Fully fanned out graveyard here. But it looks like we're going to use the effect of Cashier Fenrir first. Take a look into the deck, and adding appears to be another copy of Cashier Fenrir. Let's close up that graveyard. And normal summon our Manatium Riamhart. Digging back into the deck once again. Probably going to grab that Meek. Already sort of setting it aside. Yeah, Manatium Meek feels good. It's time to Synchro Summon. Now, Mood on the Rika Fairy is 6. So you could shortcut your way to an 8 a little faster using your opponent's monsters. They used yours. Fair and fair alike. So that's going to bring out our Axel Synchro Stardust Dragon. Using its effect to bring back Manatium Meek and probably Synchro soon into that power of level 10, but our extra deck is a little light here. It's like I saw a Nightmare Unicorn in there and maybe a Link Monster too. But the only Synchro we saw is the Crimson Dragon. And looks like Dark the Dark Charmer, Gloomy, and Nightmare Unicorn. So running out of resources, take a look at that Manatium Reframing. Considering recycling cards, might really need to put stuff back. Obviously, the Bestial Dissipator did not get to put any cards back into the extra deck, which is half its job, really. And now we're finding ourselves late into the duel with plenty of monsters, but nowhere to go. So we are going to go ahead and banish the Manatium Riamhart. Refill that extra deck and a little bit of the deck as well. The Manatium Meeks are so powerful. So goodbye Reframing. Put the Meek over there. Now we got another Synchro on the board. That helps. So 2 plus 4 is a solid 6. So it's our Manatium Trisukta. Take a look at the Peaceful Planet Calarium again, powering up all those monsters based on the tuners on the field and in the graveyard. Putting that Kashtira Fenrir into attack mode, that's a lot of attack points on the board. Maybe all that's needed. So again, if you're unfamiliar with Manatium Trisukta, I wouldn't blame you, only recently came out. But if Synchro Summon, you do get to target level 2 tuner in the graveyard and special summon it, which is why we're seeing that Manatium Meek back on the board, but you negate its effects. That's fine. Tuning is not an effect, and that's what it's there for.
1, 2, 3.
You get to target any number of tuner monsters you control and change their level to 2. But it looks like we're just going to battle. Kashtira Fenrir, Manatium Trisukta, and Axel Synchro Stardust Dragon. Massive amounts of damage, but not enough to close out this duel. Gonna bring Nick down to 500 life points as he draws for his turn. And he concedes the duel. So we got to see plenty of great Rika plays, plenty of great Manatium plays, but looks like we should be heading into a game 3. The duelists have their own play clock here, but they are still bound by the same rules. So if we do get into time, well, this duel might be a draw if we don't see any life point damage. But Rika's got a heads-up play of its own. Being able to gain life in that final turn can mean you might get declared the winner of this duel. Going in on the side deck, decisively choosing 4 cards to be added. Seems like the same thing on Julian's side as well. Do you need to re-sleeve some cards here? Go ahead and take that Gaga Cowboy out of the side deck and into the extra deck. Thinking, okay, I got level 4 monsters. I could open up the overlay network and I could do 800 points of damage at this critical turn. You don't always side deck your extra deck monsters, but you can legally, and it could certainly be worth it. Looks like all 3 Ash Blossoms coming into play. And that could be really good for Manatium, because Cashier Fenrir plus an Ash Blossom that's unused, that's a 10. Nick presenting, he's good with whatever he's got. It'll be really interesting to see if that Gaga Cowboy is what decides this duel. That it's not about the main decks, it's a duel of extra decks with Aromatherapy Jasmine, and it's 500 life point up, staring down Gaga Cowboy, and it's 800 life point down. Take a look there at the final bits of the side deck. Not keeping the Harpy's Feather Duster, may have learned the lesson there. Need to negate. Don't let that Rika Konkon stay on the field. Gonna go ahead and make sure that's a 15 card extra deck. Great work counting there. Everybody follow the rules. Both players are ready. Judge gives the go ahead, and we are drawing into game 3.
4 minutes.
Julian likely to be going second here. He grabs Unexpected Die. Not that unexpected if you play this. It's gonna let you special summon a level 4 or lower normal monster. And so those 3 Ash Blossoms that came back in the deck haven't shown up in that opening hand. You probably would have done them now. So again, your eyes do not deceive you. All that work for just a lowly level 1 monster, but maybe one of the best. We are going to see Rika Petal on the board, using its effects. Again, just does not seem like there is anything in Julian's hand that can stop this. So we're accessing the deck again. And Petal, of course, is either going to take that Rika monster and add it to the hand, or send it to the graveyard. Do you have that Rika Princess? Considering the cards of hands, there's the Droll and Lockbird. So Droll and Lockbird may say now. That field of flowers may have been completely closed out. Julian not quite seeming like he's cheering, but he knows that he's slowed things down. But how slow? Well, it's time to see. We're going to link summon into Sun Avalon Dryas. Sun Avalon Dryas, grabbing that Sunvine Sowing. Yet it's not being added from the deck to the hand. Being set. But that Sunvine Sowing will be met by Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, so he did have the Ash Blossom. But now there's the Triple Tactics Thrust, and going into the deck, grabbing any spell or trap card. It is going to have to be set, though. That's absolutely right, because Julian does not control a monster. So what powerful card can we set? Well, we've seen Rika Sheet. We've seen plenty of really great cards here. Was that a dimensional barrier? That's going to be very difficult to deal with synchro monsters when you cannot make them. So that thrust may have closed this game out. The hand doesn't seem very powerful, though. We're looking at Triple Tactics, Talent, Enemy Controller, Droll and Lockbird, and maybe a Manatium Reamheart. Looking in the extra deck first, very careful about this. Because we've got Scareclaw, Lightheart, and not much else if that own monster is the only one that hits the board. Just can't do it. Maybe setting some cards. Dare to be bold. That's a Manatium Meek. It is set face down, and 1 card is set and pass turn. Julian showing his heart on his sleeves, but Sun Avalon Dryas is going to attack. Remember, when Sun Avalon monsters take damage, they enjoy it. But enemy controller is going to tribute that Monadium Meek, so the Sun Avalon Dryas does not have any damage happen to Nick, so it doesn't get to activate its powerful effect. Main phase 2, Lone Fire Blossom hitting the field, tributing itself to special summon a plant monster from the deck. And we're off to the races. There's Sun Sea Genius Loci, despite all the efforts there. That'll go ahead and be linked off. Nick's still trying to be careful here. It's anyone's game. But here comes another Sun Avalon Dryas. A little bit of a mirror match on the board here. The plays have just been incredible. Back to back to back. Every answer for every play. Did see an infinite permanent, so we're going to see more of that. But conceded the game, doesn't have any plays left. Julian looks like he might be the winner of this duel. Again, you can put out those precious little plants, but if there's only 0 attack, you're not going to get anything done. Looks like we're signing the match slip. See if we can see that. Oh, it looks like it might have been... There's no winner, no loser check. It's a draw. So both players doing the best they could, but they locked themselves out of the ability to do life point damage. We did not see that Gaga Cowboy come into play. We did not see that Aroma Seraphy Jasmine come into play. So no life points up, no life points down, and that'll end our round 4 feature match in a draw. They won't be interviewing any winner on this one because there is no winner, but stick around. We've got round 5 through 9 coming right before you know it. So we'll be back. right, Julius, it looks like we actually have our round 5 feature match already. So we are going to go straight into the fun here. Now we're still waiting on our deck list, but I'm told this is going to be a blast from the past that's just doing really well, just powering on to the future. Might have a full-on elemental hero deck. And I don't mean elemental heroes and something, I mean elemental heroes.
I break game 1 last one.
Judge is giving us the go-ahead sign. This duel will be starting soon.
Like this, yeah, after the game 2 or 3, but it's like to brick like that. I'm like, please don't let me break on, please.
If you guys ever need a translation for a card that you have in a foreign language, I'll be able to provide.
All right, we should be getting deck lists soon, but again, I'm informed that this very well might be a hero matchup, so I am quite excited. You can even see the Duel Academy sleeves as he pile shuffles out there with that signature DA underneath the Yu-Gi-Oh! GX logo.
On Switch, I think, right? Switch game, guys. I think
If you went to Duel Academy, you might be excited here.
Whenever you're ready, once the dice has been rolled and the player has been picked, I'll start.
Now we are entering round 5 into the tournament. Both duelists are currently undefeated. But as we go on, we'll have less and less and less of those. Thank you. Looks like we do have our deck list, and oh my goodness, it is just full hero and hero services. And his opponent is playing another warrior deck of a sort. It is going to be Mikanko. So while one player is working on putting the biggest monsters on the board you've ever seen, the other one is throwing a little U-Bell energy into the mix, hoping to steal those attack points and use them as damage against his opponent. Again, Mikanko monsters crash into the opponent and reflect the damage back to them. But we're going to start off with a hero lives, paying half of those life points. May not see a start like this again once he catches on that it's Mikanko. But Hero Lives is going to go and pay half those life points again for any hero monster from the deck. It's going to be Elemental Hero Stratos. He's freed, he's back, he's ready to be played. Looks like we're going to be adding that beautiful quarter-century rare Vision Hero Ferris. Vision Hero Ferris allows you to discard a hero. Oh, we're going to normal summon a Stratos too. We want to build up that hand to have the perfect combination of monsters. And we're going to add Destiny Hero Malicious, likely to be discarded by Vision Hero Ferris. And that's it. We're revealing the Ferris and saying goodbye to Destiny Hero Malicious. Vision Hero Ferris hits the board, and when Ferris hits the board, allows you to place a Vision Hero as a continuous trap card. That'll be Vision Hero Increase. The Vision Hero Increase effect is going to activate. It's going to tribute that Vision Hero Ferris, special summoning itself to the field, and its effect is going to activate, special summoning Vision Hero Vion to the field. Now this deck keeps going and going and going, but most of these are just chain link ones. We are going to use Vision Hero Vion to send Destiny Hero Denier from the field to the graveyard. We're going to banish Vision Hero Ferris in order to grab that polymerization with the effect of Vision Hero Vion. Now take a look at the hand over here. It looks like we have some various Mikanko spell and trap cards, but also, again, the Diamond Tiger, which is really what you want to start off with, but only if your opponent actually has space on their board. Imagine all these hero monsters filling up the slot to where you can't even do Gen the Diamond Tiger into Ken the Dragon Warrior. Maybe it's not as dire as we thought. Looks like we're going to see Destiny Hero Malicious and Vision Hero Increase go to the graveyard for Extra Hero Cross Crusader. Going to go ahead and bring Denier back to the board. And since it's been summoned, we're going to put that Malicious back in the deck, allowing us to cycle through another one later. Are going to use the effect of Extra Hero Cross Crusader, tributing Destiny Hero Denier. That's going to go ahead and grab Destiny Hero Plasma. Now, Plasma actually could be really good this duel. By sending 3 monsters to the graveyard, you would be able to have a monster on the board that not only could absorb your opponents, but also is like a walking skill drain. Do see Extra Hero Infernal Devicer on the field, revealing that Elemental Hero Shining Neos Wingman and grabbing Elemental Hero Neos in that Tin of Dueling Heroes Quarter Century Rare. So now we'll send Vion and Infernal Devicer to the graveyard for another Link summon. This one's going to be Extra Hero Wonder Driver. Now we will go ahead and finally banish Destiny Hero Malicious and grab that recently returned Destiny Hero Malicious. Didn't look like we shuffled the graveyard, so it was right on top. Timothy just doing a great job showcasing that this deck is still just as good as when Jaden Yuki walked out of Duel Academy. Maybe even better. We are going to see Polymerization, a hero, and a water, but it's really just 2 heroes of different attributes, because we're making Elemental Hero Flame Wingman Skydive Scorcher, I believe. We're going to use the effect to grab a favorite card, and the favorite card we're going to grab here is Favorite Contact, allowing you to, in trap form a fusion summon by returning materials to the bottom of the deck, including from the graveyard. Not every day that you see full-on Elemental Heroes, so even our judge is taking a look at that card. If you're unfamiliar with the Infernal Rage version of Elemental Hero Flame Wingman, you do add a card with Favorite, and that's how we got where we were. But you can also tribute it to special summon a level 7 or lower Elemental Hero monster from your deck or extra deck that can't be normal summoned or set, ignoring its conditions. So just better monsters. And so we got to Sunrise. Sunrise is going to go ahead and grab us Miracle Fusion from the deck. Sunrise also powering up all those different monsters for each of the different attributes on the field. Looks like we got Light, Wind, and Dark, but we're activating Polymerization, sending both of those cards to the graveyard as fusion materials. And that's going to bring out Destiny Hero Destroy Phoenix Enforcer. High-level hero and a Destiny Hero can't be wrong. Now we'll access Miracle Fusion, banishing Inferno Range and Elemental Hero Neos to make Wake Up Your Hero. Waking up your Elemental Hero allows you to do quite a lot. It's got a little bit of Flame Wingman's effect, a little bit of plenty of effects, but it looks like we're actually going to use the effect of Destiny Hero Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer, destroying both, using the effect of Destiny Hero Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer to decide it wants to come back to the board, special summoning the Elemental Hero Shadow Mist, and grabbing Mass Change from the deck to the hand. Likely we're going to see that set. Imagine we'll see a draw phase activation of Mass Change, sending a Dark Hero to the graveyard. No, we're just going right in and making that quarter century rare Masked Hero Dark Law immediately, which means any cards that would go to the graveyard are going to be banished instead for Alex. Alex draws for turn. Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer does hit the board again. Looks like we can see Huli, the Jeweled Mikanko. Did see again the Diamond Tiger. A couple of Mikanko spells, but he's keeping his hand pretty tightly knit. Looks like we are going to activate that Mikanko equip spell, Arabesque.
Dark Law to equip. The equipped monster can be destroyed by card effects. During my main phase, ignition effect to special summon one Mikanko with a different original name. Or,
thinking about how we're going to resolve this play. Again, during the main phase, you do get to special summon a Mikanko monster from the hand or deck with a different original name to the equipped monster. If you do, you equip that monster with that card. And then you return the monster that was previously equipped and bounce it. It's a great way to bounce your opponent's monster cards off the field. But it looks like before that even happens, Destiny Hero Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer is going to activate its effect, targeting the Arabesque and Destiny Hero Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer itself. Timothy choosing to activate that again, so Destiny Hero Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer will be back during the standby phase. Do have another copy of that card, so we're going to go ahead and activate it again. Now, you can only use the effect once per turn, but we never even got that far. Looks like we'll bring Huli, the Jeweled Mikanko. It's going to stay on the board, but the monster that it was equipped to was going to bounce off. Now, Mikanko, if you haven't played against the deck, has very regular effects, right? If this card is not equipped with an equipped card, just take no damage involving this card. But if it is equipped with an equipped card, it cannot be destroyed by battle, and your opponent takes any battle damage you would have taken from this card instead. So super Yubel vibes here. While you control an equipped card, your opponent cannot target Mikanko cards you control with card effects. And then if either player equips a equip spell to that card, you get to add a Mikanko trap card from your deck to your hand. Now Timothy taking a look at all of his set cards. Since the card was added,
That's the ignition effect.
looks like we're in Infinite Impermanence. But Purrely the Jeweled Mikanko can't be targeted. So it's an illegal activation, and that infinite permanence is going to go right back face down. It gets really tricky really fast against Mikanko. This amazing hero board is good, but it's going to have to take an obelisk blue to navigate through.
Mikanko with a different original name and attribute from my deck range. Then after that,
It looks like we are going to go ahead and use the effect.
Summon monster, and then it would bounce.
Not really a whole lot that can be done here. Can't use that infinite impermanence, but maybe something else. It's going to be favorite contact. So that's going to allow us to return Elemental Hero Neos and Elemental Hero Flame Wingman Inferno Rage to bring out Elemental Hero Shining Neos Wingman. Not only is it more powerful for each attribute on the board, it also has the ability to destroy cards for each attribute on the board. Both players just showing a masterclass of what their deck is supposed to do in these very unique situations.
3 total.
But again, you do get to destroy cards your opponent controls up to the number of different attributes. And notice, I didn't say target.
So I was going to ask, because the equipped monster can't be destroyed by card effects.
Now, the Purrely the Jeweled Mikanko should be able to be destroyed by card effects. Can't be targeted for sure.
It was equipped with that.
Judge and the players just talking now, just making sure that everything's on the up and up. That's why you have the judge there.
Yeah.
Oh, just can't be destroyed by battle. Okay, so we're safe on that end.
Yeah.
Non-targeting destruction is pretty good. And so that is going to work. It's going to be banished because of the effect of Mass Hero Dark Law. Just saying any cards will go to the graveyard. Nah, we don't do that here. That's going to be banished instead. That's going to be enough for Alex. He'll concede the duel. And for fans of Duel Academy, your hero just won the first game. Oh, and those extra deck sleeves being in that beautiful raw yellow. Certainly a graduate Duel Academy myself, but it'll be neat to see the Mikanko strategy. So hopefully the game 2 offers just a little bit more interactive play between the players. Although those of you who are fans of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game laugh and think, Mikanko interactive. You mean when I take their monster with my Geonator Transverser? I guess that's interactive. Do see some super polymerizations. Might be fighting fusion with fusion. What a great idea, by the way. We're seeing a peek there into Timothy's deck. Great options like the Dynama Cannon, the Herald of the Abyss. Also some fun cards. Interesting processing. Okay, I'm going to get rid of this. I'm not going to get rid of that. Really thinking about every single card in his deck and whether or not it's going to help for this Mikanko matchup. So we're going to keep that, get rid of this, keep that, get rid of this. Meanwhile, on Alex's side, he's going to take a side deck first approach. Those are the cards that will help me. Throwing in those Ash Blossoms and the Droll Lockbird. It is true, Droll Lockbird hurts hard when you're a hero. It's difficult to come back when your opponent takes away the central thesis of your deck, right? Whether it's E-Emergency Call, Elemental Hero Stratos, Reinforcement for the Army, Elemental Hero Shadow Mist. So many cards add from the deck to the hand outside the draw phase. And Droll Lockbird has words to say about that. It's like both players are done here. They're going to go and shuffle up. Usually heroes, you see them at the Time Wizard events. Still good even in the April 2010 format. But this is no Time Wizard event. Your eyes do not deceive you. This is 2023, and we have heroes at our top tables. Of course, the duelist like Timothy probably already knows that the deck is good. Just poking a little fun at those who think that Duel Academy may be outdated. Last little pile shuffle here. This will be interesting to see if Alex goes first or second. You do probably want to go first. You can set up again the Diamond Tiger and Ken the Warrior Dragon combos. But you also may just want to have your opponent show up to the duel with some monsters on board. Deck like this certainly has to specialize in things like the Bureau, the Prime Being, maybe some Lava Golem.
That was pretty good, yeah.
Yeah, actually, I played against Cast Hero twice in a row, so it was horrible.
But either or, Alex looks like he is ready to play. Timothy smiling. Always a happy-go-lucky duelist when your heroes do what they're supposed to do. But win, lose, or draw, we've got two excellent Modern Warrior decks. With a little spellcaster on the side for Alex. Let's see if he chooses to go first or second. He's going to go first, starting with Wanted, Seeker of Sinful Spoils. Going to go grab Dia Bellstar, the Black Witch. Not quite the ultimate spellcaster in terms of attack and defense, but very Dark Magician stats right there, right? Dark, 7, 2500, 2000. It's got to mean something. But for now, it's just a powerful card added to his hand. Going to start off with Gen the Diamond Tiger. And we're going to use the effect. It's going to seem a little weird here, maybe almost too generous. We're going to go deep into the deck here, grab Ken the Warrior Dragon, and give that monster to Timothy.
I will draw 2 and discard 1.
So we're going to go ahead and cut the deck here. Now, Gen and Ken, very different monsters. Ken is causing Alex to draw 2 cards and discard 1. Which also means that cards like Triple Tactics Talent and Triple Tactics Thrust are now online because your opponent activated a monster effect. I mean, you forced them to, but they still did it. So now we're going to see that Triple Tactics Thrust. Add a card from the deck to the hand. Remember, not only did you make them use a monster effect, but they control a monster now. So we'll grab that Triple Tactics Talent. Timothy, understanding what's going on, smiling and following along.
Choose to look at your hand and shuffle a card back.
Looking at his own hand, because we're going for the Forceful Sentry. We got Feather Duster, Vision Hero, Vion, Polymerization, and 2 copies of Fusion Destiny. So you can't just get rid of one Fusion Destiny and say goodbye to the other. So we'll lose the Harpy's Feather Duster, important for those spell and trap equip cards staying on the field. Other than that, we see Dia Bellstar, Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, Ohime, the Mikanko, as well as what appears to be Mikanko Fire Dance slipped in between. Although it also could be the Purification Dance. I think it might be the Purification Dance. Need to see just a little more. Definitely a fun game of Guess Who-Gi-Oh! We are going to use our Arahime, the Manifest Mikanko, to add the Mikanko Ceremony from the deck to the hand. Discarding that Mikanko Fire Dance. So it was the first one, got it right the first time.
The Great Mikanko Ceremony to special summon a Mikanko monster.
And so we're going to go ahead and special summon the Ohime. It's going to be the 6-star. Ohime's effect is going to activate.
Great Mikanko Ceremony to banish it to
and we're going to banish that Mikanko Ceremony. Digging deep in the deck again. Trying to find our favorite Mikankos. We're going to send Hare, Sword Mikanko, from the deck to the graveyard. Not a lot of resources yet, but still enough to get things done. Probably not going to have the full Geonator Transverser combo, right? It would be fun to give your opponent an Acid Golem of Destruction, so they could not do anything. Ooh, man, having to give up rid of the Ash Blossom. Wants the combo more than the interaction. Risking everything, but Dia Bellstar is going to be able to set the original Sinful Spoils Snake Eyes. You don't see a lot of level 1 fire monsters in this deck. But that's where the Infernoble package comes in. And whether it's the Infernobles themselves or other fun level 1 fire warriors. A lot of mileage here. Oh, not Nibiru, he's not a level 1. But we do have Infernoble Knight Renaud.
Special summon to target 1 fire warrior or an equip card.
That is going to allow us to go ahead and grab the Mikanko Fire Dance, add that back to the hand. So the discard wasn't nearly as painful as we expected. Fire Flint Lady already in the graveyard, but looks like we're going to go ahead and banish the Wanted.
Put this on bottom.
Putting back a Sinful Spoil card back to the bottom of the deck. Going to shuffle the rest of the deck there. Reveal that Sinful Spoil one last time. Now draw 1 additional card. So it looks like we got, couldn't tell if there was an Arahime or an Ohime. Definitely some blue. But right now we've got our Isolde to Tales of the Noble Knights. Such a powerful card right now, letting you add a warrior from your deck to your hand that you just can't use right now, but maybe later. And then, of course, being able to send all those Mikanko equipped spells from the deck to the graveyard to special summon a warrior as well. Look at that Fire Flint Lady for later. And then possibly going back in the deck to start sending those Mikanko spells. It could just be like 3 Mikanko spells for Hare. And it looks like it's exactly 3, so it might be onto something. Sending Maya Washidori, Arabesque, and the Reflective Rondo to the graveyard. And special summoning, no, we're going to do Ken the Dragon Warrior. Now, Ken the Dragon Warrior is going to go ahead and summon Gen the Diamond Tiger. So again, the Diamond Tiger is going to force a discard here. And that actually could help out Timothy. So he's looking through his hand, picking what he wants to drop. Might actually be exactly what the doctor ordered, but this time it looks like we're going to send that last Fusion Destiny. Or it could be the first one. I think we lost Feather Duster before, so there might be one more Fusion Destiny in the hand. Do you see Mikanko Fire Dance activate? It's going to target out Hare, the Sword Mikanko, and special summon it to the field. Not quite as bananas as the Mikanko Dance Maya Washidori, which is not only able to reborn a Mikanko, but reborn itself, right? It brings the equip spell back and equips it to that monster you bring back. Do you see the Arabesque go into the hand there? Use the effect of Ohime. We'll grab another one. This time it's Reflective Rondo. Do good to equip it. So we're going to equip that to the Gen the Diamond Tiger and take control of it. Now, if you notice your positioning here, this might be time for the Geonator Transverser. Now we've got the 2 level 3 monsters, and those are going to be overlaid. So you might be a fan of GX, but you definitely won't be a fan of Zexal. This number 30 Acid Golem of Destruction trades itself onto Timothy's field, and now he no longer can special summon monsters. It takes 2,000 damage during the standby phase if you can't remove those materials. So this is very difficult, right? That hero deck is all about special summoning. And that Acid Golem may be the perfect Christmas gift, but right now, it's kind of weighing the special summoning down. While it's on the field, no. We're not doing any of that. Do grab our Reflective Rondo, targeting the Geonator Transverser. Oh, it's the Water Arabesque. Okay, so we're actually going to be flipping the script here, which means we get to special summon our Huli. Geonator Transverser goes back into the extra deck to be used for later. And because Huli, the Jewel Mikanko, happened to be equipped by an equipped spell, now you get to add a trap card, the Mikanko Spirit Walk, from the deck to the hand.
If I do 500.
The Spirit Walk may come up here again, lets you target an opponent monster, and then just equip a Mikanko monster you control as an equipped spell. So it steals it, kind of like a relinquish style effect, right? You're going to grab that monster, eat it up, and turn it into an equipped spell. If original monster's on the field, you're just going to inflict 500 damage for each equipped spell you control. You can banish it from the graveyard to special summon one of your Mikanko monsters that's banished in your hand as well. But the most important thing here is you are just stuck with that Acid Golem. Again, great gift for a fan of Zexal, but right now, feels pretty rough. Now, you could tribute it for Vision Hero Ferris, but barring that, you can't really do much. Can't fuse it off, you can't special summon while it's on the field. Can't link it off, you can't special summon while it's on the field. So it is a pretty painful trap here. And remember, that damage is going to get reflected for most of those Mikanko monsters. So the fact that it's 3,000 also doesn't help you in any way. So this is going to be a moment that Timothy has to consider. We've seen a couple of draws in this tournament. There is no shame in surrendering because it gives you more time later in the match. But that doesn't seem to be what we're doing. We're going to activate Harpy's Feather Duster. We're going to keep it. Sending all those cards to the graveyard. But now we're going to use the effect of Hare, the Sword Mikanko. Take a look at that extra deck. It doesn't really do much in this situation. Again, the number 30 Acid Golem of Destruction is just saying no to special summons. It cast its ballot. It said we don't do that here. So again, a little difficult here.
So they don't have any, like...
Now, the monsters certainly can be destroyed now.
These two only have the effect that...
Not nearly as dangerous. You can certainly mount offensive play.
Alright, do they have any, like, destruction?
And that at least could
Right
do
now,
something with the
she's
acid
only one that
golem,
can
but
be
until we tribute summoning off that monster, we may be in
At
trouble.
your end phase, she gets back. Okay.
We are going to summon Visionary of Ion. You can activate both of its effects. But it looks like Ohime is going to target the Huli the Jewel Mikanko, equip it with Mikanko Dance Maya Washidori, and in a new chain, if you got traps to add, you could definitely add some traps.
You have any effect? No effects. Shadow gets affected.
But it's very difficult to play around this in the hero deck. Again, imagine you have that plasma. You can't special summon plasma by sending the number 30 to the graveyard. Only tribute summoning. But will the student of Duel Academy remember his lesson? Now, he does have the Vision Hero, Ferris, and Ferris certainly could help. But he's also already used his normal summon this time. Or turn, I should say.
She has the effect to reflect battle damage, and she can't be destroyed by battle. The only one that can be destroyed by battle is her, but I don't think battle damage is involved in it, but she can reflect.
Shuffling up here, thinking about what we're going to do next. There's still a way into this game. As long as he doesn't lose, there's a chance. We're going to turn that number 30 Acid Golem of Destruction into attack mode. This will be its first battle phase, but it was special summoned last turn. We're banishing that Elemental Hero Shadow Mist via the effective Vision Hero Vion to go ahead and add a Polymerization from the deck to the hand. Nice Speed Duel Secret Rare. That is a well-balanced diet of Yu-Gi-Oh cards there, featuring old promos, new promos. We are going to enter the battle phase, asking a couple of questions about Huli the Jewel Mikanko. But it looks like we're going to go target Hare, because it doesn't have any equip stalls. And then we'll also destroy that level 3 monster, Ken the Warrior Dragon. So Hime is going to go back to the hand. Since it wasn't conventionally ritual summoned, right? We got that off the Mikanko ceremony. Take a look at the graveyard. Thinking of Mikanko memories past. Definitely have access to a full suite of those equip spells. We're going to use the effect of that Ohime. And grab from the deck to the hand. Just sculpting that hand, making it the best you possibly can. Which means we're going to grab Hare the Sword Mikanko. Now again, we haven't seen what Mikanko really do best, and that's reflect damage. And what I mean by that is when one of those equipped Mikankos attacks, you don't take the damage, they take the damage. So very much like U-Bell, Dimension Wall, Amazona's Swordswoman, right? That's an effect we've seen throughout Yu-Gi-Oh's history. Looks like we are going to be attacking there. And so Huli the Jewel Mikanko, its controller Alex is going to take any damage. As you can see, Timothy losing 3,000 points of life. Does get to bounce another card back to the hand, which may turn out to be a blessing. That means that Vision Hero Vion may not be on the field, but it can send another monster from the deck to the graveyard. Could be a heads-up play from Timothy here to go ahead and send maybe a Destiny Hero Malicious for once he gets rid of that number 30 Acid Golem Destruction, which remember can't attack once it loses those materials and is losing material turn by turn.
She's on the field and I control
And so much damage, by the way, 2,000 damage during the standby phase. It's a powerful card, and when you get a searchable creature swap, it's a lot easier to play with. Handed the Ken the Dragon Warrior back to his opponent. Gonna go and tribute summon. Lesson learned, students of Duel Academy. Visionary Ferris gets to activate its effect now. We are off to the races. So it'll be a Visionary increase being placed in the spell and trap zone as a continuous trap card. And it does have the effect to tribute one of your heroes, to special summon it. And this is practically a new game. Remember, every piece of information on your cards matter. And the thing that mattered most is we had a tribute monster. Visionary Vion will appear on the board. You do get to send a monster from the deck to the graveyard. Could be that Destiny Hero Malicious. Could be another copy of Elemental Hero Shadow Mist. But it does look like we're going to do Malicious. And great heads-up play there from Timothy by verifying that he had both copies of Malicious in the deck and then sending it. You want to keep up a reasonable pace of play, but you don't have to speed demon it that much. Considering the options there, looks like we are going to link those two off. Vion and Increase combined to form Extra Hero Cross Crusader. There is a Destiny Hero in the graveyard, so we're going to special summon Destiny Hero Malicious in attack mode. Very brave. Special Mikanko. But we'll tribute that Destiny Hero Malicious. Special summon another hero. Searching through the deck here. Do see that other Malicious, just keeping great track of all those cards. But we'll see Elemental Hero Liquid Soldier. That'll get added from the deck to the hand. Do get to banish that Malicious and say hello to another Malicious. No Nibiru's here. We can see Alex's hand on full display. Do have our extra hero Infernal Divisor. Going to reveal that Shining Neos Wingman. And just like last time, I think we're going to grab Elemental Hero Neos. Neospace does have a brand new hero. So it's another card to the hand. And there's Polymerization. Combining our two monsters, Neos and our Liquid Soldier, to make Elemental Hero Flame Wingman Infernal Rage. That'll get to add the favorite contact, which means you can recycle even more banished hero cards. Possibly for Destiny Hero Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer. Popular, especially last year when the card and Burst of Destiny was in its prime. Or you could just use it to bring out another Shining Neos Wingman. Sky is the limit. Or I guess I should say the Skyscrapers are the limit in this duel. Full hand of cards there, but we are going to discard a Hero Lives. Can't target Huli the Jewel Mikanko, so you would have to target that Mikanko Dance Mayawashidori. Taking a sec here, Judge explaining the card effects, how they work. Might be resolving different than either player thinks.
Yeah. I thought he was asking for the specifically the equip card.
Smiling though, I think Timothy realized that he may not have gotten a whole lot done there. But now we're gonna go, oh, don't need me up here. But jokes aside, going right back into it. And grabbing Miracle Fusion, because we brought out that elemental hero, Sunrise. And now those two will combine into Extra Hero Wonder Driver. Don't conventionally think of heroes as a link deck, but over the years, they have mastered many strategies. We are going to activate a classic Miracle Fusion to bring out Elemental Hero Shining Neos Wingman. Now there are two attributes on the field, so we have non-targeting destruction. The Huli the Jewel Mikanko remains though, because at the time it was connected to an equip card, so we will not be destroyed. Because we summoned a hero to our Extra Hero Wonder Driver's targeting, we do get to set that polymerization from the graveyard to the field, just extending and extending and extending those plays. We've had quite the series of games here, right? Plenty of heroes on one side, and then Acid Golem of Destruction on the other. Timothy just taking a second, reading through those cards, making sure he knows what the next move is. It looks like we're going to activate a spell or trap card. Taking just one look at the face down. Got to make a decision. Looks like Fusion Destiny is coming down. So let's go ahead and lose some Destiny heroes in exchange for one of the best Fusion monsters ever printed. So we will say goodbye to Destiny Hero Denier. Notice that we're shuffling the deck. I have a funny feeling that maybe we drew the Destiny Hero Malicious. And we're going to go ahead and send... Oh, Destiny Hero Plasma. Okay. Sort of a desperation move. But we do have the Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer. Again, its quick effect ability to destroy a card on either side of the field is huge. Because you can always just destroy itself, and he can come back during the standby phase if he was destroyed. But it looks like we are going to do that. Tempted to destroy the Neos Wingman, but it cannot be destroyed. A little protective ability there. So it might be battle phase time. Big numbers. Remember, Destroyer, Phoenix, Enforcer reducing the attack of opponent's monsters, although not relevant since there isn't anything there. But Shining Neos Wingman takes it. So if you're worried about elemental heroes being good, they are great. And they're not just the Time Wizard, they're for full-on friendship dueling. So that'll wrap it up.
I manage my resources very poorly.
Making sure that we see, yep, checking himself as the winner there. So in a moment, we will get to talk to both players about this momentous duel.
Well, I actually...
Timothy really showing that elemental heroes are great again.
Dang, really?
And have so many different ways to navigate all these different situations. Not intimidated by the Joel and Lockbird, just finding a way to just kind of summon through.
Not all those up there. I was like, man, when I activated that last one, I was like, man, I know I'm going to get hit with,
We'll hang out for a moment, where we'll have an interview with our student of Duel Academy, Timothy, shortly, to talk about how elemental heroes can still rock it with the best of them. We'll be right back.
Whenever you're done, Timothy, we will take you to Steven, or you will do a little interview.
Yeah, I was like, well.
We had everything up in there.
I took it out because
You took out the super power?
I took out
Why'd you
super
take the super? Oh, because you went first? Oh, no, wait a second. How come you didn't leave it in there?
I wanted to play first so I can set up a board.
Oh, no, I'm talking about that, oh, no, you did go first that game. I just ended up winning somehow.
Yeah, you managed to out the equipment, and like, you had a...
Oh, yeah, because I drew the feather duster.
Well, you drew the feather duster, but you had three bodies on board. If you only had the 2 bodies, I can do the trap because I had a Hare banished, the special summon it back so I can live another turn.
Oh, okay.
But you got DPA out. I was like, man, you got it, man.
You just went combo there.
He went combo, yeah. The moment he tributed Acid Golem, I was like, oh,
He's like, oh, no.
he got it. I don't think, I was like, man, is it a bad idea to bounce the Vylon? I was like, no. Because he already had a full grip.
Yeah, it wasn't there. Right, that's why I just added the Ferris. I was like, well, in the off chance that I live through the next turn, I'll be able to tribute off this stupid Acid Golem.
I'm like not a big fan of the Acid Golem lock too, but with my hand, I was just desperate.
So what else do they do besides for Acid Golem lock? Like, is there another end board you go on?
There's another end board where, like, that turn 1, the end board would be like all like.
Again, our players are getting packed up, so we should have an interview with the winner of our Round 5 featured match featuring elemental heroes shortly.
With like equips, and then I have a snatch steal. I don't have a snatch steal, but I have like a card like snatch steal. Yeah. And I just take control of the monster with the Bohemian effect. Because it swaps control when I have control of the monster.
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead.
All right, so if you want to have a seat, go ahead and put on the headphones. Because we definitely have some things to talk about.
It's because I played Heroes.
It might be. So, as you heard the announcements probably in the background, Time Wizard tournament, right? But we're not streaming a Time Wizard tournament. That was round 5. You were undefeated with Elemental Heroes.
Right.
So let me ask you, when you're putting together the Elemental Hero deck, is that just the same heroes you've had since like GX started, or is this a new adventure?
I've been playing Heroes since like 2010, so just different hero variants and stuff. I have a YouTube channel. I play all kinds of different hero decks.
So in it to win it, I was so glad to see you catch the Vision Hero Ferris. Did you think about that immediately when you saw that number 30 Acid Golem of Destruction?
Yeah, because one of the tournaments that I played in a couple of days ago, somebody Acid Golem me, and so when I had the Vylon, I was like, well, maybe I'll just get Ferris, and hopefully next turn I could tribute off this Acid Golem and OTK him after that.
Took the long way home for sure. Let me ask you, have you been in a featured match before?
No.
Did that change how you dueled at all?
I don't think so, mostly because I'm just comfortable with heroes and stuff. I know how to win most of my matchups, and I just play to the best of my ability.
So you knew your game plan. Coming into the Age of Overlord format, a lot of decks got a lot of new juice. Is there anything that your heroes are worried about running into?
Oh, Rescue Ace. I hate that deck.
That's fair, that's fair. A lot of targeting, a lot of little micro actions. Also, another warrior deck, right?
Yeah.
So
I think mostly it's just the back row. I feel like if I don't draw an out for the back row, I just kind of lose from that point. And they can play through so many hand traps. It's crazy.
well, hang in there. You only got 4 rounds left. It is wholly possible that our number 1 duelist literally is playing Elemental Heroes. We've still got 4 rounds again, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And thanks again for watching. All right, duelists, we are getting ready for our next feature match. Looks like the judge has given us the go-ahead symbol, so we're going to cut right to the game table.
No way, bro. Why?
Players getting started here.
Owners are out there with the police.
Have a former regional championship, multi-champion, multiple top eights. Former Zachary Rodriguez here. Gonna wait till we get our deck lists to know a little bit more about what's going on in the hood, but we know it's gonna be a good duel since it was taken from table 6.
So anything else, please don't say
Judges just explained the rules here, but they are cleared for takeoff.
we'll be able to different times.
Gorgeous YCS Japan sleeves. The Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series does exist in Japan. It runs a little different than the way that we run it over here. It's only 20-minute rounds and 1 out of 1. No side decking. So that's quite the experience. 4,000 duelists go in, 1 comes out. So if you ever travel and want to be an international duelist, it might be a little different than you're expecting if you just show up with your OCG cards and no understanding of how the tournament runs differently. We are in a TCG tournament. So we have plenty of action here. Again, we've got round 6, 7, 8, 9. 4 more great rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh! Here. Beautiful judge program sleeves there featuring Dark Magician Girl, the Dragon Knight. So just bling and bling.
So So out there on the side.
It looks like our bottom player might be going first. And it looks like I definitely see Tearlaments on the top. So we're going to go ahead and get started. Probably be seeing the Primitive Planet Purrely as the first activation. And it absolutely is. We're using our field spell to search the deck. Plenty of great Tearlaments names that we're seeing in there, as well as some good graveyard targets like Destrudo, Destiny, or Malicious. But we're going to start with Tearlament Shirad. So, looks like Alex will be our Tearlament duelist. And he'll be playing against Zachary Rodriguez, who is using the Unchained strategy, which just won YCS Richmond. And also got second place at YCS Richmond. It looks like we are going to be grabbing the Tearlament Celiac there and sending the additional cards to the graveyard. Did mill just a single card and happened to get the Destiny Hero Malicious. Alex just smiling so brightly. Zachary sort of shrugging it off. It happens, it happens. Speaking of Tearlaments names, we need to Tearlaments Reinhardt. We're going to send one from the deck to the graveyard. Again, that Malicious was not a good thing. There are 2 Malicious in the graveyard right now. So it'll take a second for us to use those powerful fusion effects of the Tearlament strategy to put the Malicious back in the deck. But only a second, though, because here comes Tearlaments Purrely, being able to activate its effect, putting the Destiny Hero Malicious, 1 of 2, back into the bottom of the deck to make, combining a Tearlaments and a hero. No, we're doing it the backwards way. We're doing a hero and a dark monster to make Destiny Hero dangerous. We do banish Destiny Hero Malicious to special summon another Destiny Hero Malicious. Going to go ahead and shuffle through the deck there. So, obviously, I had to do a little extra work, but here's the good news. 2 level 6 monsters are going to combine, opening up the overlay network to make Beatrice Lady of the Eternal. So now we can go ahead and detach the Destiny Hero Dangerous and send a monster from the deck to the graveyard. Doesn't look like there's anything the opponent could do. So, wow, there goes Agido. So the Ancient Sentinel hits the graveyard. You know what that means. We're going to go ahead and cut the deck real fast and start sending 5 cards from the top of the deck to the graveyard. Looks like we see 2 copies of Dark Construct with a Gate, the Unchained Soul of Savara, Tour Guide of the Underworld, and a foreign language of impermanence. On the other side, we see Primitive Planet, Purrely, as well as Rhino Heart itself, Tearlament's Heartbeat, Tearlament's Kashtira, and Tearlament's, Droll and Lockbird. So some good hits, some bad hits for either side. Cards you don't mind being in the graveyard, cards you do like being in the graveyard. But we are going to use the effect of Shabara that's going to allow for the setting of the Unchained Abomination. Now, if that Unchained Trap card gets destroyed, just like its Brethren Trap card, you do get to special summon another Unchained monster. It's a difficult deck to play against. There's not really any like single card where you could say, oh, your opponent's cards can't be destroyed. Wouldn't that be a floodgate? Do you see the adding of the Tearlament's Kashtira here? Multiple level 4 water monsters, so a lot of different ways to go into Bahamut Shark, perhaps getting totally awesome. Looks like we're doing exactly that. So here comes Bahamut Shark, putting it in the extra monster zone. Don't think we're going to see too many links here, but Effect Veiler comes down saying, nah, I don't think we're going to see any toads. Not a fan. All right, but Tearlament's Kashtira is going to banish that Tearlament's Scream. Use its effect to try to send 3 more cards. We've got the Trivikarma. The Bestial Druiswurm may not feel great, but the Tearlament Celiac is not bad. We know we have that Abominable Chamber of the Unchained set face down. But we are going to banish the Trivikarma for now. And use that to add Tearlament Scream from the deck to the hand. Plenty of Tearlaments on the board, plenty of different ways to bring out great fusion monsters. And when turn play does pass, that Beatrice Lady of the Eternal is live again. We are going to see Danger Nessie revealing itself in that gorgeous quarter century secret rare. Going to go and shuffle those 2 cards in the hand. Opponent picks 1 on the left. And it looks like there goes Keldo. Do get to draw a card. Monster was summoned while you control a Teal Elements monster. So here comes 3 more Teal Elements to the graveyard. And we are setting 5 more cards. Unchained Twins Araha, as well as a few others. Looks like Super Polymerization, Teal Elements Havness, Beast Steel Magnamut, Teal Elements Purrely there, Teal Elements Meta Noise, as well as Unchained Twins Araha, and a few extra cards on Carlos' side. Excuse me, on Zachary's side. Gonna go and activate the effect of Meta Noise. Gonna grab that Teal Elements Kashtira. Havness is gonna go ahead and combine with Purrely. And Reinhardt going to the bottom of the deck, likely to make a Teal Elements Kaleidoheart. What a full field. Bodies, bodies, and bodies. We are going to use the effect of Teal Elements Kaleidoheart, since we did return a card. Now, are we really going to destroy the card? Pretty sure that Teal Elements Kaleidoheart actually puts it back on the bottom of the deck, or shuffles it in the deck. Should be good on that. Just always weird, all of your cards are good. But when you're facing Unchained, half of them are just like, oh, give your opponent a powerful effect. You don't want to do that. So you have to be very careful, though. Does look like we're going to return a Guido, and it's Earth Fiend, or it's going to be Earth Fairy Friend. The only Fiend here is going to be the Kaleidoheart. Kaleidoheart does get to come back. And we are going to get to send a monster there.
And then it's going to be pop.
Going in, setting a different Teal Elements name. This time it's going to be Teal Elements Heartbeat. Using the effect of Teal Elements Heartbeat to go ahead and add that Teal Elements Sulliot back. So just a very full field. Plenty of Teal Elements names. Things that could go to the graveyard to possibly make another summon later. Looks like we are going to perform a Link summon here. Feels like SP Little, and it is. Combining the Bahamut Shark means you get to go ahead and banish a card here. That can be very important with the Unchained strategy, taking something out permanently. We are just going to get rid of the the Abominable Chamber of the Unchained. And that'll be banished. Gonna set a card. Do you know that Sulliek was added to the hand? There's 2 cards in the hand. There's a Teal Elements Kashtira that could pop this turn wide open. There's also an empty monster zone, so that when Beatrice Lady of the Eternal perhaps sends a Teal Elements name to the graveyard and activates this powerful fusion effect, well, you have somewhere to put that fusion and don't have to fuse off your Shyren. You've drawn for turn. Zachary considering how to combat Alex's amazing board here. Looks like we're going to use Pot of Prosperity, otherwise known as Topf de Wohlstands, with that foreign copy of the card. I guess it'd be Wohlstands. The card effect works just to say we're going to go ahead and banish 6 cards from the extra deck. Face down. And gets revealed. And we did see some of the Nightmare package pulled out of there. We see Infinite Impermanence, Abominable, it should be Abomination's Prison, Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, another copy of Topf de Wohlstands, the Pot of Prosperity, Triple Tactics Thrust, and Escape of the Unchained. Depending on which card we pick, that's really going to tell us what the Unchained strategy is missing right now. Obviously, so many of those cards hit the graveyard, but that's not a bad thing in this strategy. We're going to take the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. More important to Zachary to be able to say no than for his deck to say yes. But we are going to activate the Abomination's Prison. Looks like we already have that in the deck, so we're going to grab an Abomination card. Unchained time. Looks like we want to do the Escape of the Unchained. And that might be it. Also taking a look at the Shavara. It's going to be Unchained Soul of Sharvara. These are still relatively new. So again, if you don't know what Sharvara does, again, during the main phase, if this card's in your hand, quick effect, target a fiend or a face-down card and destroy it. And if you do, special summon this card, but while it's face up in the monster zone, you're locked into fiends. And if this card's sent to the graveyard, you just get to set an Unchained spell or trap directly from the deck. So it just, like Aruha, gets your plays going and keeps them going. But because a monster was summoned, we do have Teal Elements Scream, so we're going to go ahead and reveal Droll and Lockbird, Teal Elements Kashtira. and one other card. Now we're going to the deck here. Taking a quick look at the hand, and it looks like we want to bring out the blue boy, possibly the Unchained Soul of Shyama. Or Rakea. Going back and forth, thinking which of the different ways this deck can go. Am I going to choose? Of course, Rakea, one of the original Unchained Soul twins, right? Allows you to target a card you control and destroy it. Get locked into Fiends. But if this card on the field is destroyed, you just get to special summon another Unchained monster from the hand or deck. So Vital, not something you typically run more than one of, but still a really important stop on the road to Unchained. Take a look at this gigantic graveyard here. Going to use the effect of Tearlament's Aptness on a new chain. Combining the Destiny Hero Dangerous and Tearlament's Aptness for a Predaplant Dragos Stapelia. Looks like the quarter century secret rare version. It's going to be able to place a counter on a monster, and that's important for two different reasons. Not only do you get to negate the effect, but you would be changing the level down to a 1. But it looks like we chose to destroy it, and we're going to go ahead and set the Abominable Chamber of the Unchained. So might have been a way to keep the Triple D High King Waves, Triple D High Wave Caesar King. Some combination of words like that. The powerful DDD monster that lets you have not one, but two solemn warning-like effects, stopping the effects and negating them if they contain the word summon, basically. But because the monster effect was activated, let's go ahead and drop down Triple Tactics talent here. Zachary considering his options, how he wants to use one of the many effects. Does seem like we're asking a couple of questions here about the Rakea. And you can take your bets. You might draw, you might steal a monster. You might just try to look in the hand. But there's so many monsters on board here. I don't know that taking just one monster would be enough, but that's what the Unchained strategy is good at. You do just get to keep going and going and going. Now we do see finally Dracos Stapelia's effect being used, targeting the Rakea to put that counter on it, as well as Beatrice Lady of the Eternal detaching a material. It's probably going to be sending a monster from the deck to the graveyard when it's time to resolve. And that could be huge in Tearlaments. Allow you to have another fusion monster. But to a degree, Zachary might just be exploring his opponent's plays right now, gaining information for the next game. But Unchained goes the distance, so he very well also could win this duel, despite the fact that his opponent has 6 monster cards and 3 spells and/or traps. So looks like we are going to see the SP Little Knight banishing itself and saying goodbye temporarily to the Unchained Twins Rakea. So it looks like we chose the Triple Tactics talent effect to take control of a monster. Gotta look through the graveyard. This is a very big decision. A painful choice, if you will. Graveyard doesn't seem to give that much information. We're looking at the Kaleido Heart. Looks like we're taking the Kaleido Heart. Big monster. Is that all we need? Remember, if you tried to use that, it is a fiend. That's what sets up. It is a fiend. So you could use it with your Unchained strategy to destroy it. But it also could come back. So it might seem like a good idea at first. May not have a lot of longevity. Looks like we are going to see the Unchained Twin Sarama. You target an Unchained monster in your graveyard, right? Bring it back. And then destroy a card you control. That could be the end of the Unchained. Or it could spell doom for Tearlament's Kaleido Heart. Great control of his cards there. Just able to fan that graveyard out in a moment's notice. But there's so much on Alex's board. Great board to playtest against. Sort of imagine yourself staring down that much Tearlament's power. We are going to go ahead and send a few other cards here. We lose Danger Mothman and Destrudo. So Synchro plays for next turn.
So I have not used the real contender.
Or more Link Fodder. It's always just good to have monsters. Zachary taking a quick look at the extra deck and looking at Unchained Twin Sarama again. Target an Unchained monster in the graveyard, bring it back. Rather, set it to your field, then destroy one of your cards. And if it's destroyed, you can just special summon another Unchained monster from the hand or deck. So just quite the card Unchained would hope for. Had a lot of recent updates in Duelist Nexus, but they just won a YCS after Age of Overlord. Remember, it's not all the fire department, not all rescue ace. Looks like we are going to link summon into our Unchained Soul of Yama and use its effect.
And I'm back from the graveyard back.
Adding a new Unchained card from the deck to the hand. And the Unchained monster, it looks like we're adding Aroha. That is the level 3. Now, Aroha is just everything you need. It's a destruction, it's a special summoning. Very helpful in this particular situation, especially when you have a set Unchained card. So we are going to use the Aroha to target the face down card. That will destroy the Abominable Chamber of the Unchained. So now we get to use its effect. Special summon another Unchained monster. Thinking about who we want. And going into the deck. Looks like we need Unchained Soul of Shama. So having a 6, we're halfway there to that DDD monster. See if Zachary gets to do it. Taking a quick look at the extra deck. Could make an Unchained Soul of Anguish. It looks like we're going to be doing some tier limit time. Taking Kaleidoheart. The Hollow. And tier limits Kaleidoheart as well. Turning those to the bottom of the deck. Shuffle up a little bit here. And a quick cut. Now, again, the reason why both of these decks are so strong and have had huge representations in recent events, whether it's YCS Dortmund and the 14 tier limit decks that made it to the top 32, or Unchained that had a mirror match in the finals of YCS Richmond, all over the world, people recognize the power of these graveyard behemoths.
And the name already used here.
But speaking of graveyards, looks like we're about to see 5 cards off the top of the deck here. On one side, not a whole lot of fun. On the other, looks like our Hollow is back, as well as Telements Kashtira, Agido, Super Polymerization, Telements Reinhardt. Taking a quick look at the graveyard just to verify here, 2 Unchained cards, an Infinite Impermanence, a Triple Tactics Thrust, and 1 more. So, to put it lightly, kind of a bigger rip for the Telements player. His Light Sworn Lottery, that slot machine that keeps on giving the top of the deck. But if you notice, is that only 2 cards left in the deck when it comes to our great Telements player? Is Alex really staring down the last 2 cards? Now, he did mill those and immediately activate the effect of Telements Merle. Also put Kaleidoheart back, which means you could stack the deck with as many names as possible. Trying to figure out our boards here. Anything further we want to do?
I can even do Guido. Yeah, you do.
Maybe not. Looks like Alex is taking a pause in play here. Determine his options. There's only 2 cards left in the deck. We have to finish this duel soon, or we're going to see our first deck out of this whole tournament, at least on stream. Looks like Shyama's going to go ahead and destroy the Aroha. Going to attempt to get rid of a Spell and Trap card. Looks like we want to say goodbye to the Primeval Planet Purrely. And now that Aroha is gone, going to go ahead and special summon another Unchained. And this one's going to be the Abominable Unchained Soul. Certainly beefy numbers. 3,000 attack, 3,000 defense. And really no downside, right? The card you control is destroyed by Battler card effect. Of course, you can special summon it from the hand, but it's on the field, so that doesn't matter. And if this card is special summon, you get to discard a card and destroy a card on the field. Notice I didn't say target. That could be really huge. Forces out negates. and makes your opponent wonder, what is he going for?
I can only pick up for that.
Now, could do the Unchained Soul of Rage, maybe the Unchained Soul of Anguish. Link up to link up to link up. But first we're going to have a battle phase. The Abominable Unchained Soul is going to go after that Tearlament Shira. Beefy monster again, 3,000 attack. Reducing life points down to 7,300 on Alex's side. Now we're into the Unchained Soul of Anguish. Going to use its effects to link off the Drago Stapelio. No, we're going for the Tearlaments Kashtira. Possibly because its effect really can't activate. You don't want to have those last 2 cards go to the graveyard. Possibly would mean a deck out. And that'll link into SP Little Knight, and we'll use that to go ahead and banish the Predaplant Drago Stapelio, leaving basically just a Beatrice on the field. It's not really going to do a whole lot. And the Tearlament Scream and Sulliak are actually kind of dangerous, considering how many cards are left in the deck now. Taking a brief moment to read Rakea, but it's in the banish zone, so at this point it's not doing much. We do link off into Unchained Soul of Rage. So one more link there. One more chance to prevent anything funny from happening. The Rakea does come back, which means that there are 2 monsters on the board now instead of just the one. Drew one of the last cards available left in the deck. We know it's a Tearlament name on the very bottom. We do have the Super Polymerization. We activate the Primeval Planet Purrely. Do not search the deck. Taking a quick look here. Do we want to link summon? Is it time for the Unchained Soul of Rage? Nope, we're going to let him at it. So Tearlament Purrely to the hand. Fate of the world, or at least this tournament, depends on that Super Polymerization and Purrely in the hand. Neither duel is giving an inch. Barely any damage that's been done, but man, we are getting close to that deck out. All right, play passing back over to Alex. Decided not to do anything just yet. But the Unchained Soul of Rage is going to try to declare a Link Summon using Rage and SP Little Knight. SP Little Knight's going to attempt to activate its effect. Targeting the Rakea. But the Rakea shall chain, destroying the Unchained Soul of Rage, which means we got a match. A couple things are going to happen here. Going to get to use the effect of the Unchained Soul of Yama. Grab that Shavara. And here comes the Abominable Unchained Soul. Just massive amounts of card advantage. And so we're also going to destroy that Tearlament Sulliak. Got to stop that at all cost. Take a quick look for the Surge, finding out that we have nothing. Shuffling up the deck, though, and at least getting a little bit of knowledge of what's forward. There really are no cards left in the deck here. We've got to have a Tearlament's Fusion. Do you see the Tearlament's Purrely? Taking a look at the graveyard. Plenty of Link monsters, plenty of things that have already happened. And some of them put there by the Agido earlier in the duel.
Oh no.
Looking at Alex's own graveyard. Some cards can't be used, but we do have the Destrudo. Destrudo going to the graveyard does place it at the bottom of the deck, so that'd be a way to stay in the duel before decking out. Could target them early, reduce its own level to 5. Paying out for your life points, but hey. Are your life points that important if you have no more cards to draw? Certainly still in the tournament, though, so has got to keep that pace of play up. Looks like we're going to Link Summon, and it's going to be the Dark Charmer, Gloomy. Thinking carefully. Maybe the Unchained Soul of Rage. No, looks like we're gonna go ahead and surrender that. Alex definitely playing it good to the last drop, but just not enough. If you have no cards and you can't clear out your opponent's board, that's pretty much the end of the duel. So a great showcase on how fast two elements could go, but maybe too fast. Not enough gas in the tank there. If you drove to this regional, you want to avoid that problem. Got to be able to make it all the way home. Looks like we're going to access the side deck here. Some cards coming out. Looks like maybe the Droll and Lockbird's not going to help against the Unchained strategy, and we're also going to lose the Super Polymerizations. All three of them. So 3 Drolls out, 3 Super Polymerizations out, and there could be only one. May not prevent the cards from being destroyed, but it does basically mean those Unchained effects have to happen one at a time, if that. Depends on if his opponent has spell and trap removal. Certainly a couple of cards within the strategy, whether it's Shama or something else. Just, get it done, being able to destroy cards on the other side of the field, not just your own. Gonna go ahead and keep shuffling. And again, this is round 6. So both players undefeated at this time. But this is where it gets a little closer and closer and closer, right? All of a sudden you're X1. Okay. Well, then you're X2. Okay, I still got it. But you do have to protect your tournament record. Everybody here is a great duelist, but only a few can get that coveted top cut spot and get their invite to the North American World Championship qualifiers. Certainly an inspiring time to be a duelist in North America. This year being the year we had our first United States champion in the entire history of Yu-Gi-Oh! So it goes to show you it really could be you. Whether you're dueling at the top tables, listening to this broadcast live or in person, you could be our next champion. Right, so it looks like players are just about ready to go. Went ahead and cut both decks. Got out our cards here. Now Alex likely to go first. Going to set that triple tactics talent because it's Danger Nessie time. Revealing that Danger Nessie. Having a little bit of a laugh here. But we are going to go ahead and say goodbye to Keldo. Draw a card. Keldo certainly helps protecting the graveyard there. This is Sacred Protector. Going to set until we have 3 cards total. Then we're going to pass turn.
Oh my god, no.
So now it's Zachary's time. Feels pretty good about his hand. Makes you smiling like he does. Set a card. And so now we're going to see the Unchained Twins Sarama. And is going to use the effect here. Going to go and destroy Sarama itself. To say hello to the abominable Unchained Soul. Big monster could deal with Nessie. Maybe just doesn't want to keep any bodies on the field. But since we get to destroy a card, that'll be the Escape of the Unchained. As well as Fiendish Rhino Warrior. Can't activate that face down card. A little bit of an illegal activation. Players mulling that over. Zachary going deep into the deck here. Looks like it's singled out. That is going to be the Rakea. Looks like we're going to set the Escape of the Unchained. Or not. Haven't committed hard to it. All right, let's send that Unchained Soul of Sharvara to the graveyard. And instead, we're going to bring out the Unchained Soul of Shyama to the field. And so finally, it looks like we're setting that Escape of the Unchained. Putting that far from the Imperm column doesn't necessarily matter. Oh, but hey, get in line. There can be only one. So now, as long as this powerful continuous trap card exists on the field, literally, each player can only control one monster of the same type. So we're going to say goodbye to the Abominable Unchained Soul. Unchained Soul of Shyama. Go ahead and attack. Gets rid of the Nessie as a result of battle, but doesn't change the fact that you can pretty much not activate any of those Unchained effects anymore. Because you cannot attempt to summon. But Unchained Soul of Shama makes quick work of it, destroying the Abominable Chamber of the Unchained, and there could be only one. So all of a sudden, those fiends do not have to get in line. They can crowd up like the rest of them. Thinking about which fiend to add here. What feels right. And it's going to be our Unchained Twins Araha.
No.
I know it's
Alright, so we got Shama and Araha. Not having to stand in line anymore because there could be only one is destroyed, but we did see 3 copies of those go into the main deck, so there may just be another one at the ready. But we will see those 2 monsters be used as link material for Unchained Soul Lord of Yama.
I forgot that thing. That's kind of graveyard.
Cycling through the deck once more. It's one of the great things about the Unchained strategy. Droll and Lockbird doesn't stop this because, again, you're not adding the cards to your hand. It only gets that narrow lane of Yu-Gi-Oh! And let's just say the Unchained is merged into a completely different strategy. So we are grabbing the Unchained Twins Araha again. Destruction and Destruction Services. You know it's face down. So it seems like we're probably going to have the Araha destroy that card. Oh, but we're going for the Unchained Soul Lord of Yama instead. And that is going to allow the Unchained Soul of Shama to appear. And going back in the deck once more, here comes Shavara. So finally we see 2 level 6 monsters on the field at the same time. That could be really huge here. Again, the reason why is this is not a hard once per turn. You may not believe me, but that Wave King High Caesar not only gets to negate a special summon effect once, twice. Again, you can attach material from the card, negate the activation. Remember, this will be a card that special summons a monster. Destroy that card. And you can make another DD monster on the field you control gain 1800 attack, and that is possible using the Dark Contract with the Gate and DDD Vice King Requiem. So not just like a so-so effect, a great effect, and that additional little boost of power there that you really can use to push your way through the duel. Now we do say pass back over to Alex. And we're going to start with Tearlament's Rhinoheart. Obviously, Alex is going to have to push through Zachary's monster by forcing 2 dangerous special summons. And this effect very well could be the first. By sending a Tearlament name to the graveyard, possibly fuse with Danger Nessie. And you probably want to say no to that. But we'll see. Could just be hanging out. Let's see. It's time to go to the graveyard. And the Tearlament monster choice will be Tearlament Shyren. Now Shyren does immediately use its effect, and just as fast, Wave High King Caesar says, no, we're not doing that. Unchained Soul of Shavara is going to the graveyard. So we can go ahead and set a spell or trap. It's going to be the Abominable Chamber of the Unchained. Another card to destroy, another chance at an Unchained monster from the deck. There's the Triple Tactics talent, a beautiful quarter-century secret rare. Likely to take that monster, need to get it off the board. But can also use it to safely set up your plays here. You're not worried about Nibiru anymore.
Yeah.
Now Destrudo is going to go ahead and target that Tearlament's Rhinoheart. It's got a level. So now Destrudo's level 3 and Rhinoheart's level 4. But I don't think we're committing to a Synchro summon here. Just need bodies. And it looks like we're in a Link summon. Placing Destrudo at the bottom of the deck. And linking off that Triple D High Wave, or excuse me, Wave High King Caesar. And that is likely to bring out the SP Little Knight. Got to choose the target here. Take a look at both graveyards. Gonna go ahead and get rid of that card. So we're banishing an Abominable Chamber of the Unchained. However, since the card Wave High King Caesar went to the graveyard, we're gonna grab the Dark Contract with the Gate, which means we can grab that Vice King Requiem and have a whole slew of plays from there. This deck just won't go away. You can't pray for it. You gotta beat it down card by card. And it kinda goes the distance. Speaking of which, play passed back over to Zachary. He's going to immediately activate that Dark Contract with the Gate, grabbing the Triple D Vice King Requiem. Vice King Requiem will go ahead and destroy the contract, special summon itself. And now we do get powerful Xyz. Got our Divisor King Deus Machina X. Take a look at the trap cards, making sure we know which is which. Some of them set by effects, some not. SP Little Knight's going to attempt to do something with that Divisor King. Infinite Impermanence says no, and Tilliman's Meta Noise says no to that. So now the monsters flip face down. And Tilliman's Meta Noise going to go through. Imperm hasn't negated the effect yet. Since the Meta Noise was the last to be changed. Think about what we want to grab. Final decision. Does seem to be the Tilliman's Happiness. Escape for the Unchained, going to the graveyard. And because we had a card destroyed, you can banish the Unchained Lord of Yama. And grabbing the Abominable Unchained Soul. A couple of questions here on the board. Players still keeping mindful of everything. Tilliman's Happiness was going to do what it was going to do, but now Bestial Druid's Worm. Quick effect because the opponent controls a monster, saying, no, you've got to get banished so that I can be bored. Going to return that Unchained Soul of Shama back to the deck. Oh, maybe the hand, actually.
Yeah.
Cards going every which way. Going to do a quick cut. And here's Unchained Soul of Shavara. Certainly been a long day of duels, but both of these players keeping their energies high, still executing their game plan. But there's the Triple Tactics talent. Are we drawing cards? Doesn't seem like we have much of a hand to grab on Alex's side. Gonna go ahead and just go for the SP Little Knight by battle. Now it's destroyed. Pass and play. Players having a little bit of a laugh.
It's okay. What you just beat over? Yeah. Okay. So that's just 400 points. Yeah. Oh, no.
Doing a little bit of life point damage there. Now we're back with the Tilliman's Kashtira, banishing the Tilliman's Meta Noise. And sending the Agito Rhino Heart and a Bestial Druid's Worm to the graveyard. We're going to send 5 cards, not nearly as interesting on the Unchained side. We've got our Tilliman's Suliak, our Tilliman's Crime, Bestial Magnamut, Tilliman's Kashtira, and our Field Spell. Those effects will activate. We'll send Tilliman's Heartbeat and Tilliman's Kashtira to the graveyard again. With Heartbeat, we'll grab, or excuse me, still resolving our trap card. So hello, Tilliman's Reinhardt.
Heartbeat.
Just effect, chain to effect, chain to effect. Do get to grip that Tilliman's Crime back. Huge for future turns, but we are going to normal summon and use the effect of Tilliman's Rhinoheart. Sending our Telemans Havness to the graveyard. And likely to attempt a fusion summon right now. But before we can, Bestial Druids were banishing it from the graveyard. Just taking a quick peek. Hello. Bestials are a thing too. Haven't you read your Albash Strike structure deck guide? Now, still a possibility here. Druids Worm being on the field means that special summon monsters could get sent to the graveyard at a moment's notice once it hits the graveyard. Goat Duel is highly committed to this game. Looks like we're going to see the Bahamut Shark combining those 2 level 4 water monsters and going right into the battle phase before we toad out. Now, you could have asked, but that defense is just a little too high. Take main phase 2. Go ahead and detach material. And say hello to Totally Awesome. Certainly allows you to negate, destroy, and set your opponent's cards. But we've also got Zeus, so it had to battle either or. 2 material Zeus is nothing to laugh at. Gonna go and turn the Divisor King Deus Machinex into attack mode. We know how big its stats are. It could turn into a Zeus too. So how play proceeds from here is very important. So important that we're going to look at the graveyard first. Basically a rundown of every tier element's name that exists. But before we can battle, Zeus sends every card to the graveyard. And from there, it looks like we may have a concession. No, we don't. Okay, we just accidentally sent the Sky Thunder to the graveyard. It's not to go to the graveyard. We have so many chain links. Druid's Worm will be sending that Zeus to the graveyard. We'll get to add a Telemans Kashtira. We'll get to use the effective Telemans Kashtira to send 2 cards to the graveyard. 2 powerful cards in the form of Destrudo and Mudora. Do get to add a card from the deck to the hand. But even though we had an unironic chain link 7, it doesn't feel like things have really turned around for Zachary just yet. Life points are low. Card count comparable. And his opponent's rifling through his graveyard just to make sure that his plays go uninhibited. We will see the Mudora use its effect. Might hear the head judge calling freeze play in the background, but again, we have our own separate clock here that the judge is keeping time on. So we're not done at all. Gonna go and return those names back to the deck. Say goodbye to Shyama. Let's go and shuffle up. Again, that's what makes Mudora so powerful. Could be 3 of your opponent's cards, could be 3 of your own cards. It could be a combination of the 2, and that's what we see here. So we got Danger Mothman, Pearl Rhino, and our Hollow going to the graveyard. Not every day you see the Hell Shaman. But we are going to see Foolish Burial just send whatever you feel like. And that looks like it's Purrely. Shading Dimensional Barrier, calling Fusion. No fusion effects, no fusion summons. Certainly changes the play line here. But now we have Dark, the Dark Charmer Gloomy, just grabbing the Deus Ex Machinex. Going into the battle phase, big numbers, 1850 and 3000. Judge doing some calculations for us. It's going to be 30, 50 to 3000. 50 life points separating these players. Drew 1 card. Haven't seen what it is. It's Droll and Lockbird. And the opponent did summon multiple times from the extra deck. So here comes the Sky Crisis Typhon. Not only can it bounce a card, but cards with 3000 attack or more just cannot. We're going to bounce the Machinex back to the extra deck. And we're going to battle that monster. Now, Dark the Dark Charmer Gloomy does get to grab a dark monster, obviously, because, well, it's smaller than 3000. Great card. Not so great that it's 3K or higher. Both players smiling, just understanding that this is such a difficult matchup for both of them, because the more you do, the more your opponent gets to do, and vice versa. Looks like we drew a Trip Karma. Take a look at the graveyard. Almost like looking at a deck profile at this point. And there's the handshake. Alex conceding the duel. Looks like Zachary will be winning with his Unchained strategy, just able to put enough stuff on the board to say no. We'll be right back with our winner to interview them to how they felt about just that fun match that seemed to go on forever. It's a little difficult here, if you don't mind. I'm gonna go to the Twitter post that I made, because that's the only place I have that link saved. You don't gotta follow or nothing, just click through and you are good to go.
Is it gonna be like a live?
Yeah, they'll have that. Because actually, most of the people who want to watch that are here. We're here with our winner. Let's get just a second to get set up. Now that was a fun matchup. I could just see both of you guys just laughing it out no matter how many times you put your cards on the table. Didn't matter who was winning or losing. You're just having fun. Where do you get that vibe from when you're at the top tables of Yu-Gi-Oh?
Well, Castro's a friend of mine, so we were just having a good time. But I was just playing horrible that game. I don't know what happened.
Hey, no, you got the win, so what do you mean by playing horrible then?
I played it to the imprim column.
Oh,
yeah.
That does happen from time to time. Remember, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a marathon, not a sprint.
Yeah.
So obviously both of you guys are very graveyard-centric. Is there any deck, as you have these last 3 rounds, that you're worried about running into?
Honestly, Tier's my worst matchup, so I want to avoid it, but I played 3 already today. So.
Well, you're doing fine so far. What is it that makes Unchained just unbothered by that deck?
Honestly, it's the side deck, really. It helps a lot. I think Unchained, the matchup's really hard because they interact with your cards different than other decks. So, I don't know. You got to figure it out sometimes. It's difficult.
You got 3 more rounds. You're in it to win at this point. You're undefeated record, right?
X01. We both had draws.
Oh, you had draws, but that's still okay. Again, we'll be back with more Yu-Gi-Oh! Content. This may be your champion soon. Take care. All right, players, hold your horses. Pretty soon we'll have a round 7 featured match. We're just waiting for our players to get ready, and we'll feature them on our camera now.
Yeah? I'm gonna keep life. I mean, you guys should still keep it, but I'm also gonna be helping you with it. And so what'll happen is anytime we have any actual judge calls, I'm gonna pause the timer. And so there's no time extension because of that. I do want you guys to make sure that you're exhibiting good sportsmanship, because this is gonna be live streamed for everybody to see it. I believe we do ask that you use the map that is on the table.
All right, so we got all the information we need to begin our next feature match. It's going to be a fun one because not only do we have a Horus deck being played by Roman here, and we haven't really get to see the Horus effects resolve on the field, but we're also going to have him play up against Sprite that includes the Horus package. So if you are ready to pillage the relics of Egypt, right, with these Horus monsters, no, they're the protectors of those relics. We're going to be keeping some graves here. This is going to be a great match. Beautiful token there, by the way. featuring the player himself. I think the most fun we're going to have in this match, besides all the cool cards, all the cool card names. Just a certified vibe when it comes to this deck, because it is neat to have these giant level 8 boss monster-like cards just slamming onto the field.
I'll let you guys shuffle up and everything, and we'll be right back, okay?
Just getting a little bit more information here, and we'll be getting soon.
That's what happened in Houston, wasn't it?
Would. Round 7.
Yeah. Average stuff. Average shenanigans.
They're probably going to want us to have our deck in the proper deck zone, so I'll have to use that for a second.
All right, looks like our judge has given us the go-ahead here, so we will be starting soon. But don't worry, after this, we'll have plenty of time to talk. Yu-Gi-Oh! The world and everything. So our first player is going to be rolling the dice, an 8. That's hard to beat. Oh, 7 close.
7. I will open.
All right, go ahead and draw your hand.
It'll be exciting to see how this turns out. Again, seeing 2 sets of players using Horus's strategy from Age of Overlord. This is the Age of Overlord Regionals. So we are going to go ahead and definitely begin here. Players got their hands ready, being very patient.
All right,
Seasoned and veteran judge entering.
About 45 minutes, you may begin.
So it is time to duel. Looks like it'll be Jonathan at the top with his Sprite deck. And seems like he'll be going first. But he's going to start off with a Runic card here. Bring out Hugin the Runic Wings. It is a level 2 monster. He's going to discard that Sprite Blue to go ahead and reach deep into the deck and grab the Runic Fountain. So Sprite Runic, obviously a great deck here. We've seen a little bit of a remix on the number of level 2 monsters that are run in the deck. Of course, the Nimble package is great, but you don't have to run the full Runic package, and so we're not seeing quite as many cards here, at least not in this original hand here. But hey, if it's just full Runic and full Sprite, they are 2 great tastes that taste great together. So we're going to see Runic Carrot's effect activate and also chain the Sprite Smashers. Oh, actually, no, it's going to be that. So interesting. We're going to banish those 3 cards off the top of the deck. So going right into the Runic Fountain there, recycling those Runic spells and drawing some new cards here. And it looks like we've tapped into the Horus strategy, but there's the Droll and Lockbird. Won't be drawing too many more cards from there, but that may not be a problem here. Certainly want to hold on to your own Droll and Lockbird, but notice we are staring down that zombie vampire. It may not be long before we have multiple level 8 monsters on the board. Going to be performing a Link Summon here of Sprite Sprines, and using Sprite Sprines' effect. Talked about that Nimble package. Great to see that Nimble Beaver right off the top. But it looks like we're going into the Nimble Angler. Nimble Angler's effect activates, and of course there's your Beavers. Certainly building a wall, almost a dam of defense positions. But they typically don't stay on the field too long as we look through that gigantic Sprite. Obviously, the way he has his extra deck aligned, he certainly wants to bring out the zombie vampire. It's so powerful. Even with the Droll and Lockbird, obviously you can send cards from the top of the deck to the graveyard, and that can get a lot of powerful effects too. So we're going to see the overlay network opened. And that is just going to be decisions. It's the gigantic Sprite in defense mode. Certainly we're thinking about the Mannequin Cat, but it just wasn't meant to be. Going to attach material there and grab a Sprite Red. Now, Sprite is a great deck. It kind of always has been. When it was first announced in the OCG, players were just foaming at the mouth for these powerful Thunder monsters. And then we discovered Tearlaments, and so Sprite wasn't talked about nearly as much, especially after Power of the Elements and right in a Darkwing Blast. But it's still a good deck, and I think we'll see quite a bit of that. Although it looks like Roman is drawn for turn and is activated activating his own runic fountain. We might have ourselves a mirror match. Both players love their graveyards. Both players trying to banish the cards off the top of their opponent's deck. Have a foreign language runic card there. No mistaking that effect. Looks like Hugin is going to appear. Now we get to see our Vision Resonator. Discarding that as how you're going to bring out your next card. Of course, taking a moment to read that because not everybody picked up that Crimson Dragon structure deck. Powerful stuff, though, especially in the Horus strategy as well, using Crimson Gaia. And it does appear like both players might be tapping into that. So it looks like we are going to be searching the deck here. Grabbing another copy of Runic Fountain. Means we can get multiple activations here, although it doesn't seem like too much going on from Jonathan's side. Now it seems like Roman is the one running the Vision Resonator. Always funny when you have a mirror match, you got to decide who is who. But it's a lot easier when one player is only running one of those type of cards. Roman taking his time. Now remember, with the Runic Fountain on the field, those cards in the hand are live quick play spell cards that are runic cards. Can be activated, but looks like he just passes his turn. Joel Lockbird was pretty heavy. Now we're going to see the effect of Imsati, discarding another card, another copy of Imsati, to grab the King Sarcophagus from the deck to the hand. And then we get to draw new cards. What's so powerful about this is that you get a reimbursement, right? Lost 2 cards, but you get 2 cards. So now the big bodies may appear. Got our draw for the turn there. Looks like it was a Divine or a Herald there. Do have Sprite Jet and Sprite Red on the field. Going to allow us to grab the Sprite Smasher spell card. Could be Sprite Starter, can't quite see the art name from there. Again, just peering into that zombie vampire. Really want to see some of it out. Thinking about dropping that card, but instead going to go ahead and bring out our SP Little Knight. We did use the Sprite's Prime, so we do get a banish here. Going to go ahead and get rid of the Fountain of Runics, right, the Runic Fountain. And now the King Sarcophagus comes down. So that just means the unclassified effect just boom. Steady Glory of Horus. Now if you're unfamiliar with the Horus monsters, every single one of them can just bring itself to the field, of course once per turn, if you have the King Sarcophagus.
There we go.
And each of them has a cool revenge effect. Now what do I mean by revenge effect? Well, if you remove a card from their field, they're going to do something back. Imsati specifically just gets to send a card on the field to the graveyard. Now the King Sarcophagus itself is very powerful. It's going to allow those Horus monsters you control, they cannot be destroyed by card effects that do not target them. So we're not worried about Dark Hole. But Hapi and Imsati combine here to go ahead and make Hope Harbinger Dragon. So we have the ability to negate a spell and turn into an Xyz material. That's a super heads-up play when you think about the fact that you're playing against a fellow Runic Sprite player. You're going to see Sprite Blue hit the board. Going to go and cut the deck just in case there's a monster negation here. We might be passing turn. Roman taking a moment and drawing for turn. Looks like he's going to be at 4 cards in hand at that point. Always nice when you're your own biggest fan, right? His token is certainly cheering him on. Could be offering a prayer to the heart of the cards. But we're in a normal summon, our Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. And link off Hugin and Ash Blossom. And that's going to be a rival SP Little Knight. Now that SP Little Knight's got to make a couple of decisions here. Who are you going to banish with the on-summon effect? Looks like we can see a Droll and Lockbird in Jonathan's hand. Not too helpful for this situation, at least not yet. But the second there's a search outside the draw phase, and we're in the main phase, you can bet your bottom duel that that is going to be activated. So it looks like Sprite Red is going to try to negate the activation and destroy that. But SP Little Knight is going to go and chain its effect. I believe we're attributing the gigantic Sprite for cost there.
New target for red. Red and your SP.
Judge making sure that they are following along. Certainly some complicated board states, but both players pretty familiar since they're playing relatively identical deck lists. Did negate the SP Little Knights, that's going to go to the graveyard. Looks like we're going to banish the Sprite Red. Protect it just so we have a monster on the board for next turn. Certainly a recurring theme through this series of tournaments since we got Age of Overlord is it's not just about establishing this one-size-fits-all board. It's also about making sure that you have enough plays for the next turn. Speaking of plays, here comes Hope Harpin Dragon. The Titanic Galaxy going to go ahead and try to absorb that Runic Fountain.
Yes.
Open yourself up lightly to plays like Triple Tactics Talent and Triple Tactics Thrust. Super important to make sure that Runic Fountain comes back. We are going to be discarding the Imseti Glory of Horus as well as another card. So let's go into the deck now. It's a more important spell. It's King Sarcophagus.
Yeah, it's good for the race here. That should be it.
Going to go in and shuffle real fast. And then should be drawing a card now because of the effect of Horus. So Imseti ordinarily providing a draw, maybe not this time. Did get to see the graveyard, lots of goodies in there, including some Horus monsters when that King Sarcophagus hits the board. Looks like we've got 3 cards in hand for Roman. But we're going to start with a Kashtira Fenrir before we do anything else. Then we'll activate King Sarcophagus. Makes things a little bit more dangerous now. If you're going to deal with the King Sarcophagus, well, you might end up in the crosshairs of Kashtira Fenrir, getting banished face down. It'd be huge to get rid of really either the SP Little Knight, maybe Titanic Galaxy. Take a look at the extra deck as before we commit those bodies to the board, but here comes Imseti Glory of Horus and Dwamotep Blessing of Horus. 2 level 8 monsters as if from nowhere. Certainly different attributes. The levels are what's important here. Now, if there was another copy there, certainly could go into the Zombie Vampire, send a bunch of cards from the top of the deck to the graveyard, including additional Horus monsters. But that doesn't seem the direction we're going right now. In fact, Roman is really locked down into the extra deck, trying to make sure he knows what he does next. Setting it down and thinking. Looks like we might just be going to the battle phase. No, okay, we're going to open up the overlay network, stack these 2 level 8s together. And we might be bringing out our own Hope Harbinger, perhaps Dingirsu. It's going to be Dingirsu. Now, the Orcus of the Evening Star is a very powerful monster, right? It can send cards to the graveyard. It can also protect cards from being destroyed. That could be huge here. Now he's just thinking and considering that next move so carefully. In a mirror match, it's very difficult to deal with, but it looks like the send is going to get rid of the King Sarcophagus. Perhaps in Roman's mind, if there was going to be any follow-up runic plays, they probably would have happened from the hand by now. Activating the Runic Slumber, it looks like. Of course, what's better than wondering? Well, turning on your Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron app just so you can verify those foreign language cards. We do see the Sky Crisis slam down the table. It was Runic Slumber, so we're good on that. Sky Crisis, of course, preventing the activation of effects of monsters whose attack are 3,000 or higher, and bouncing some cards too. That means that we'll get that Runic Fountain back. Don't have to worry about trading with your opponent. Always difficult when you change a heart, maybe use your Purrely monsters to seal your opponent's cards for Exceeds materials. You want to give them back. Well, luckily we don't have to worry about this time. Passing the turn, looks like a Runic Freezing Chains, possibly a Flashing Fire. But with a filled up extra deck zone, the extra monster zone is going to be clogged, so you won't be able to just drag out another Hugin or something. It's nice to see Sleipnir the Runic main. Certainly using all of the new tools that Runic has been given. So there's a very Age of Overlord mirror match between these sort of classic decks that start in Power of the Elements. There we commit to the boards, the Freezing Curses. I'm going to go ahead and attempt to negate there. Certainly a way to keep Kashira Fenrir from doing anything. We're going to banish 3 cards. Looks like Runic Tip and 2 others, might have happened off camera, are going to put that at the bottom of the deck and immediately draw a new card. That Droll and Lockbird not doing much. But the Sarcophagus is huge. Seems like you noticed. King Sarcophagus allows that Imseti Glory of Horus and Happy Guardian of Horus, bodies and bodies and bodies. It's what this deck is really made for. Gives that old Yu-Gi-Oh hype. Letting your opponent draw 1 card, that just turning the tide of the duel. Discarding that Droll and Lockbird to send Dwamutef, the Blessings of Horus. Which means, yeah, sure, why not? 1 more body on the field. That means we have 3 level 8s. But first, we're going to confirm our link errors, and here comes an SP Little Knight. Was used using an extra monster. Or I guess extra deck monster. That gets rid of the Sky Crisis. Now here's the thing, you use the Zombie Vampire, that could backfire on you. It does mill your opponent's deck in the sense that you're sending cards from the top of the deck to the graveyard. But if you accidentally slam a bunch of bodies, you're in trouble. Taking a quick look at Sleipnir, the Runic main. Don't get to see it every day. Not necessarily something too important to this particular matchup, but again, during your main phase, your opponent's battle phase, you get to target a face that monster your opponent controls. Banish both that monster and this card until the end phase. Sort of a soft SP Little Knight effect within the Runic package. We are doing the Zombie Vampire. And now let's send some cards. Looks like Droll and Lockbird, Runic Tip again, and a Nimble Beaver. Getting a Vision Resonator from your opponent always feels pretty good. Stealing some monsters. Now again, the Zombie Vampire can be made from multiple level 8s. Looks like we're only going for 2 this time. Don't want to overcommit to the board there. Didn't lose any additional Horus monsters, so looks like turn play might just pass on back. Bowman draws for turn. He'll switch that Sleipnir to attack mode. Again, during the main phase, kind of a soft SP Little Knight. But now just boom! Dwamutef Blessing of Horus. Boom! Imseti Glory of Horus. It's what this deck does best and what really very few decks do. Just free monsters every turn, as long as you have that King Sarcophagus. They're here to protect that pyramid from being plundered.
Yeah.
Now lots of revenge effects on both sides of the board. Whether it's Dwamutef on Jonathan's side, or Kashtira Fenrir, Dwamutef, or Imseti over on Roman's side.
Attempt to move to battle.
Considering his options here, lots of great monsters on the board. Could just get this done in the battle phase. Looks like we are going to do that. Dwamutef will attack the Esplagilolite. It seems like we're just going to send that to the graveyard. Probably not by the effect of King's Sarcophagus, so I assume that's going to be battle damage based. Judge updating us on the life points there. Just using the official Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron app. There's 800 shaved off the top. Going to also get rid of the Vision Resonator. Haven't used any card effects here, so don't have to worry about the Blessings of Horus. Just such great cards. Again, if you happen to open one of these in Age of Overlord, if you don't need it, that's fine, but it should be at the front page of your trade binder. Somebody's going to want these cards. Here comes the Cashier Fenrir. Going to activate the effect here to banish face down the King's Sarcophagus. Just saying, no, I really don't want to see this type of stuff anymore. And Dwamutef's going to be a little small, so it is going to be destroyed. And then we are going to see Imseti go ahead and get rid of the Zombie Vampire. So that leaves Jonathan with an empty hand and only the Runic Fountain. Remember, was very fortunate to draw the King's Sarcophagus and just happened to have that Joel Lockbird that wasn't doing anything. We are going to see Crimson Gaia activate. Grabbing another Resonator. I think that's Vision Resonator. A little bit of a glare on the camera there. Opponent trusts him, so no worries on the cut. There's going to be a special summon Vision Resonator. So now we got a tuner on the board. And just so many big monsters. So do we make a 10? Considering our options here, we're going to say goodbye to Imseti. Going fast is going to make us feel alive as we bring out just a gorgeous quarter-century secret rare from the premium rarity collection, Baron de Fleur. So now, even if there is anything, Baron de Fleur's just going to say no. And it looks like we're going ahead and cycling out of our graveyard there. And it looks like Roman Kelly, duelist number 2, takes the first game. Guess those prayer hands on the token worked out. No luck here, though. All skill. In a mirror match like that, so many cards in the graveyard, so many different live effects.
I also made a mistake. I should have done hope before I activated myself.
Players just kind of talking it out. They know what each other's decks are. They are each other's decks. Interesting side deck choices there. You see things like fan favorite cards. At least for this strategy, Chaos Hunter is a lot of fun. They cannot banish cards. It's going to be kind of weird.
There's a really cool card in my
Pot of Avarice making its way in there.
May or may not come up. I hope I get to activate it.
Recycling your resources. Maybe Herald of the Abyss, kind of considering there are too many unaffected cards in the deck. We've had mirror matches before, but never quite like this. So considering the options, might even be using... I might just call it there. Roman playing it a little closer to the chest so we don't get to see what he's putting in the deck. But it's interesting with the mirror match. They both know what each other are playing. So they both know what each other's weaknesses are. Now the real question is, do they decide to use those cards or just play it straight? Jonathan thoroughly going through the deck, weighing the options of every single card. Looks like he did find some targets, so we will be having some side deck shenanigans here. So 3 go out, 3 go in. As long as it's a 15-card side deck by the end of this, it's just fine. But it's interesting, too, if they're running floodgates, that each deck can dodge around. Those floodgates don't do anything. All right, looks like we're shuffling up for our final presentation here. Could be game 2, could be game 3 if we're lucky. Assumedly, Jonathan's going to go first. Pot of Avarice definitely interesting there if you're using so much of the Sprite deck, right? You'll end up with Nimble Beavers in the graveyard, maybe a couple of Sprites, and so being able to shuffle that engine back into the deck and draw 2 new cards feels pretty good. But we'll see if it is enough here to mount the comeback. Roman not necessarily using all of the same cards here. Haven't seen things like Pot of Avarice yet. Neither player appears to be using any trap cards. So this could just be all gas, no brakes. One last pile shuffle. Judge doing a great job of just watching all the actions there, making sure everything's on the up and up. Both these players have been doing great. You just want to make sure the integrity of the tournament is preserved. And there's some sportsmanship, so I definitely think the integrity of the tournament is just fine. All right, Jonathan likely to go first. Seeing a hand, looks like 2 runic cards. And we are going to burn the runic destruction to probably bring out Hugin just like we did last time. Level 2, all the way. Then we get to discard a card. To go ahead and add that field spell. Looks like we'll say goodbye to Nimble Angler.
Angler effect.
Both players smile and they know what's going on.
This rocks. Oh, God. I guess it's a classic.
So we do have an effect here. Going to go ahead and send Beavers and Beavers to the graveyard. Saw that Droll and Lockbird. Might have given away a little bit too much information there because this appears to have happened outside of the main phase. Or just somewhere in the draw phase. Again, there's no reason to just pass the draw phase. It's an important phase. Don't get Droll and Lockbird just because you want to operate in the standby phase. But we are proceeding the main phase. Here comes the Runic Fountain. Powerful spell. Now allowing all those runic cards to be activated from the hand during your opponent's turn. We are going to see the Runic Slumber just protecting Hugin the Runic Wings and banishing Ash Blossom, Vision Resonator, and another Runic Slumber. Everybody taking a nap. We are going to go ahead and return those cards to the bottom of the deck after a quick little shuffle and cut here. Again, all gas, no brakes. Does help that we have a Runic Tip here. We are going to activate that Runic Tip. Seems like no Ash Blossom, so going right back in the deck. Going to add a Runic card from the deck to the hand, and then banish 1 card from the top of your opponent's deck. There we go. Looks like it's going to be Runic Freezing Curses again. And so there's 1 banish, and it's Imseti Glory of Horus. Likely not the only copy, but it would have been nice to have that next turn. Shows you that Runic Tip really can get it done just with the single banish. Still have 2 Nimble Beavers on the board, but it looks like we'll have 1 Nimble Beaver and Hugin combined to make Mannequin Cat, number 29. Are going to use that effect to special summon the Droll and Lockbird to the board. And Imseti as well.
So if we win? Oh, it can be type as well. Yes.
Certainly a neat way to continue up those level 2 plays, rank 2 plays, link 2 plays. 2 is the magic number for Sprite. But having the Horus just gives it like a different second game plan. With the Pot of Avarice, you really can lose the monsters. But it looks like we're going to go ahead and send a link 2. So we got our Sprite Sprite. And Sprite Sprite is going to grab us, sending Nimble Angler to the graveyard. And Nimble Angler is going to say hello to a Beaver. And just the 1 Beaver at this point. Still let you get in the SP Little Knight, since that you got a monster and a monster summon from the extra deck. Doesn't have to be that, but it looks like instead, here comes Gigantic Sprite. Gonna go ahead and give her the Beaver. Keep these Sprite plays alive. And so here comes our Sprite Carrot to the field. Roman gets it. Corkin and Brow out there might be thinking, hey, maybe I need to try that next turn. I got all the same cards. Cutting the deck there. Certainly the Droll and Lockbird play off of the Mannequin Cat would be hilarious to stop a Kashtira Fenrir. That might be why both of these players have gotten this far in the tournament. Putting cards on your opponent's board doesn't sound like a great idea, but if it clashes with their strategy, it definitely is a good idea. Going to activate the Runic Fountain here. No drop of any spell or trap removal. You could use some Runic cards to wipe that out before its effect resolves, preventing your opponent from activating anything from their hand during your turn. Doesn't seem like that's how we're going here. 2 monsters for special summon from the extra deck last turn. You can literally see them on the field. So here is our Superstar Slayer Typhon Sky Crisis. Try saying that 10 times fast. Now by detaching a material, you definitely could bounce a card. And equally important, any monster that's 3,000 attack or higher, unable to activate its effects. That Droll and Lockbird definitely changed things up. It's not usually the first play you make to get into Sky Crisis, but not a bad play. We are going to activate Runic Tip here, trying to grab a Runic card from the deck to the hands, and banishing one off the top. We did see an Imseti banished for that same effect. So Roman just saying, hey, that's a great idea. Let me try that and see how it works. And he banished a Runic Flashing Fire. So a good way to stop your opponent's plays before they happen. Keep those Runic options out of the deck and banished. Roman's still sitting on 3 cards. Looks like we're going to get rid of the Runic Tip off the field, obviously. Gotta make a play, especially in this late of the tournament. Pace of play is very important. Speaking of pace of play, looks like we're going to detach the Droll and Lockbird. Not detach the Droll and Lockbird.
Yeah.
Detach the Droll and Lockbird. One or the other. But who are we bouncing? Wouldn't make much sense to get rid of that Imseti Glory of Horus. Probably just want to bounce a Gigantic Sprite. Looking at the options. Certainly having all the cards memorized. They're your cards. So Sprite Spine goes to the graveyard, and Gigantic Sprite could get used in a future turn. Could be a make or break moment later. But we are going to see Arpy's Feather Duster for 1 card. That's how you know a card's good. Feather Duster will clear that Runic board and its ability to start dropping down stuff. But we are going to go ahead and shame Runic Freezing Curses, negating the effect of that monster and banishing 3 cards off the top. Not really a whole lot you can do against that. So it looks like we'll lose Imseti, Runic Tip, and another Runic card buried under the Runic Tip. Still the 2,900 attack monster, but that is just not bigger than Imseti Glory of Horus. And it looks like in revenge, Imseti Glory of Horus will use its effect to send Runic Fountain to the graveyard. So now the board is certainly simplified. When you talk about simple, 2,900 is just not as big as 3,000. Jonathan draws for turn and found that Horus monster one way or the other. Lining up his discards, possibly wants to get rid of the Droll and Lockbird instead. Thinking about it. He can't use the Imseti in his hand. So that's it. Pass his turn, and we're going into the main phase. Roman's going to go ahead and start his first card here. It looks like a Runic Tip. Going to go into the deck here. Got the thumbs up there from his opponent. Could he be passing? Jonathan looks already ready to draw. Looks like we're going to go ahead and banish. Instead, it's going to be the 1 for the Runic Tip. And that's a Runic Tip for a Runic Tip. 2 swords go in, 1 comes out. Now, pretty decently sized graveyard. on Jonathan's side, but without the King Sarcophagus yet, not really a lot you can do there. You know that one of the King Sarcophagus is banished, but that'll be on Roman's side. But we are activating the King Sarcophagus and discarding Hoppy. Guidance of Horus. Take a look through the deck and just gonna drop another name. It's about time to just be bodies and bodies and bodies. Certainly have a little bit of room to add more Horuses to the archetype, but even if the deck stopped right here, it kind of just does everything it needs to do. Small package, big results. I'm gonna use the King Sarcophagus again because again, it says up to 4 times. Not a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh cards say the number 4 on them. Certainly this is a format of the number 4, a format. You can see that pun spelled out in your head. But with things like Rescue Ace Turbulence, and in this case, King Sarcophagus. Everybody's smiling there, and it seems wild, almost too good to be true, but we're doing it. All right, picking up the graveyard. Might be time for blam. Imseti Glory of Horus. Seems to be all we're going to start with for now. We're going to link those monsters off. Could this just be an SP Little Light? It is. So we're going to go ahead and banish Imseti Glory of Horus. And then blam. Hoppy. Guidance of Horus. Tuamutef, Blessing of Horus, just body after body after body. Hopefully by seeing both of these players play this deck, you kind of understand what's going on. And we have a number 38 Hope Harbinger Dragon Titanic Galaxy on the field. It means the next spell card that Jonathan activates could get absorbed. As you notice, he doesn't even really have that many spells. We are going to see Imseti and Hoppy get discarded. Gonna go and let that happen, but remember, that Hope Harbinger Dragon could absorb the King Sarcophagus before it even hits the field. Negating the effect and just eating it up. Now, possibly, he might let it go through because he's worried his opponent has a Triple Tactics Talent, Triple Tactics Thrust, doesn't want him to take control of it. Now, drawing the Pot of Avarice is huge. Now you've got to make a choice here. Do you bait out the negate with the Pot of Avarice? Feels like the right option here. Perhaps his opponent lets it go through. But here's Pot of Avarice. Let's pick our targets. 5 go from the graveyard to the deck. Possibly draw 2. Looks like it's going to be the Nimble package and the Hugo. You really have to know, is this Triple Tactics Talent in his hand? No, he is letting it through. Doesn't want to fall into the trap. Even the judge has a little bit of a wry smile on his face. Everybody knows this is wild. Crowd's cheering. Let's find out what these 2 cards are. Gonna go ahead and get the placement better there. Come on, the suspense is killing us. Let's see what those 2 cards are. Looks like a Nimble Angler and a Runic Fountain. Still have the ability to bait out the negation effect of Hope Harbinger Dragon by dropping down the Runic Fountain. Now Roman has to make a decision again. Do you let this go through because you're that afraid of the Tactics Talent?
Yeah.
Hasn't committed anything yet. Maybe thinks to himself, I'm not worried. I'll just wait for the actual runic spells to show up. We're going to go ahead and summon Nimble Angling. Quickly taking a look at the extra deck. And there comes Typhon. Now those spells are safe. By hanging in too long, his 3,000 attack monster just doesn't do anything. Gonna go and enter the battle phase. Attack that little knight. You don't have to worry about the Hope Harbinger Dragon Titanic Galaxy using its retargeting effect, because it can't activate. Gonna go ahead and remove the Nimble Angler, bounce the monster, activate the King Sarcophagus. Take a look at the graveyard. And we are gonna pitch the Duamutaf to send an additional Horus monster from the deck to the graveyard. That's gonna be another copy of, looks like Imseti. So again, Imseti out, as if from nowhere.
No, you just did it last turn. No, you can't tell me after you pass it. No, that
Oh, already brought it out. Can't do it again. Good catch. Both players maintaining an active and legal game state.
No.
It's considered an unclassified effect.
Yeah.
So good looking out on the token.
Yeah.
You do have an MCT. Hoppy. Guidance. But that is the thing. Since that MCT on the other side of the board is a 3,000 attack monster trying to use an unclassified effect, the Typhon actually stops it. So Sky Crisis prevented the own play.
Yeah.
Of course, now we've got our Hoppy, Dwumblepet, MCT.
24 and 36.
Doing some massive life point recalculations here.
Yeah.
1,900 left. Is it enough? Well, with a board like that, might be difficult. Remember those Horus monsters, they are not destroyed by cards unless they target. So you can't just dark hole your way into this one. To have our Runic Freezing Curses here. We're going to use it just to special summon Jerry the Runic Fangs. And the Runic Fang is going to be used to bring back the Runic Fountain for free. Remember, it's able to target a non-Runic quick play spell from the graveyard. Do have a Runic Destruction, saying goodbye again. Oh, and not only did it get rid of one King Sarcophagus, but it's banishing another. I'm going to use Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring before the next effect happens. Not going to let that Runic Fountain reset. It would be a little too much to send those cards from the graveyard to the bottom of the deck and draw new cards for each. But that empties Jonathan's hand. He's just sitting there like a sitting duck. So we are going to create another Xyz monster. That's going to be Dingirstu. So goodbye, Runic Fountain. Drawing a card. Taking a look at the graveyard. We might still be back in there. Stopping at those Horus monsters. Did we see another King Sarcophagus? It's a spell card. Sets it. And that appears to be it. Roman will draw for turn. Now in the main tournament, they're freezing play. But we still have plenty of time. Our judge has an independent clock that he'll be calling a timer on when it is that time. Going the extra deck again, but nah, just gonna pass turn. Drawing another card there. Remember, these Runic cards are skipping battle phases here. So it's not quite the end of the duel. You're gonna see Runic Destruction activated. But we'll use that to special summon. Remember, the Dingirstu would be able to protect cards from being destroyed. Jerry the Runic Fangs showing up here. Oh, but before it can use its effect, it is negated by the Freezing Chains. And I think that's going to be all she wrote. We're banishing 3 cards from the top of the deck. Only 1 more card in hand. And there's the handshake. Looks like Roman takes it with his version of Horus Runic Sprite. In a Horus Runic Sprite mirror match. We'll get to talk with our winner in just a moment about how they felt about that duel. But don't go away. After that, we still have 2 exciting rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh! Left. We'll be right back. you go ahead and just put your headphones on? We'll get a chance to hear from our winner, which again, the first thing I saw when I saw the cards coming, I'm like, oh wow, Runic Horus, that's so unique. And then I saw Runic Horus drop on the plane, but you mentioned that both of you players know each other.
We do.
So how does it feel when you're in a featured match area? Usually it's very high stakes, but you guys were laughing, so it's kind of like your own little locals, right?
Yeah, it is. We were laughing, but I know that he's a really good player, so still, it didn't feel as much of like the tournament atmosphere in there, the regional atmosphere, but it was still, I knew it was going to be a good match going into it.
Just another locals, but about 10 hours away from where you usually play.
Exactly.
Okay. Now, you've only got 2 more rounds left in the tournament. At this point, you're undefeated, right?
X1.
X1, that can still do it. What decks does that crazy concoction of Runic and Horus worry about? What would you hope not to run into in the next 2 rounds?
Yeah, so really just a heavy combo deck that can set up a bunch of negates. For this deck can play through boards very easily, but if there's one, I would say Vanadium has the best matchup going first against us. Any other matchup is very fair game. We can play into the board very well.
Okay, so hang in there. Now, let me ask, a lot of different strategies have implemented Horus, whether it's Tier Lament or different bodies, but I've never seen it in Runic.
Yeah.
And it seems like it fits really well. What made Runic be a natural home for Horus and friends?
Yeah, Runic is my favorite deck. So, once the Horus cards came out, I realized, they do things in the graveyard and they net advantage. And one thing Runic didn't have kind of is big bodies. So in my list, I did play Fenrir to kind of be a boss. And then, just the recursion. Runic has a lot of grind game, and so do those. So if you mash them together, they kind of work.
That seems to work. It must feel nice that the biggest monster in your deck is no longer Sleipnir, right?
Yeah. Hey, Sleipnir is a good card, but...
Well, great show, man. You still got 2 rounds. The best of luck.
Thank you.
Hang in there. We'll be back with 2 more rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh! Before you know it, so don't go anywhere. Might help if I have the microphone unmuted, but we've only got 2 more rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh left. It's going to be a fun match, and our finals is going to be whoever's at the top table, so you know it's going to be great from here. Speaking of which, let's go and snap on over there. Take a look at our players already getting ready in progress. Looks like they already are in play. Doesn't look like we missed much. It's just going to be the activation of a Primeval Planet, Purrely Rhino, and then normal summoning the Tearlaments Reinhardt in order to go ahead and activate the effect. In response, the opponent's going to be dropping not only a Rescue Ace Impulse to special summon a machine from the deck, but an Infinite Impermanence in order to make sure that Tearlaments Reinhardt does nothing. The machine that we're summoning from the deck is the Rescue Ace Hydrant. It looks like might be a Turbulence. Take a look, and I meant Fire Ranger. Could be Fire Ranger or Turbulence, but I just need to see that real fast again. And it is the Fire Engine, so it might be special summoning some Rescue Ace monsters from the deck as well.
No.
Rescue Ace, obviously a very powerful deck, did great in YCS Indianapolis, did pretty good in YCS Richmond, but just hasn't happened quite the same here. We are going to activate Tearlaments Shyren, sending the Tearlaments Havness to the graveyard. And it might be time to have some fun with fusions. Drawing Destiny Hero, revealing Destiny Hero Denier, Tearlaments Shyren, as well as Super Polymerization Tearlaments Scream. Going to go and use that Scream's effect, but also special summoning an Airlifter on your opponent's turn. If you're trying to count the summons for your opponent, they've already done 2 on your turn. Technically could drop into Bureau, but looks like we're going to go ahead and add Tearlament Suliak to the hand. All right, returning the Destiny Hero Denier, another Tearlament name. Again, fun with fusions. This is going to be Destiny Hero Dangerous, the first level 6 on the way to Beatrice Lady Eternal.
I'll go.
Taking a look at that Rescue Ace Airlifter. It's not going to do much. If there's a monster effect that's activated, you can go ahead and tribute it to go ahead and special summon a monster that's a Rescue Ace from your hand. Right, it's airlifting in the monster. But because we returned a card to the deck, we are going to try to use the Primeval Planet, Purrely, to destroy that monster. Quick look at the deck and the hand. Not sure how we feel about that. Of course, we can add any spell card that's a Rescue Ace card. Could be Rescue Ace HQ or one of the 5, 6 now individual cards. Either Rescue, Alert, Reinforce, Emergency, Contain, Extinguish. Or Reinforce. It looks like we're going to go for the Emergency, which shows that we desperately need the Rescue Ace Hydrant card. Both of these decks are just good at putting bodies on the board. But it does look like we actually are going to go ahead and say goodbye to that monster. So goodbye, Airlifter. Doesn't look like we're using the effect to summon from the hand. Do have our player names now. So it looks like on the Tearlament side, that's going to be William. And Hector, no stranger to the stream, is going to be on the Sinful Spoils Rescue Ace side. Using a full Diaz Battlestar package showing how powerful those Age of Overlord cards are. It seems like we're going to be grabbing a Danger Mothman. The Nessie didn't quite hit its mark, but there's more where that came from. A little scary to use Danger Mothman because its Dark World Dealings-like effect does allow your opponent to sculpt their graveyard. And a Rescue Ace, the only thing you need is just 2 Rescue Aces in the graveyard. There you go. And we will see the banishing of Destiny Hero Malicious. Although it looks like these are foreign language cards, so it must be Malicious Héroe del Destino. Certainly bringing that international flavor here to our North American tournament. We are going to open up the overlay network, and we have 2 level 6s. And that usually means Beatrice Lady of the Eternal. Again, Tearlament duelists have to work very hard to get their cards to the graveyard. It may not seem like it, but so many different cards have ended up in the Forbidden Limited list, whether they're at 0, like Kit Kalos, or at 1 or 2. Even more ruthless than the OCG on a Master Duel, but here, at least we found a way into Beatrice Lady of the Eternal and could just attach one of those materials to send a powerful Tearlament's monsters to the graveyard and fuse into something like maybe Kaleidoheart, maybe Rule Kalos, but also Protoplant, Dragostapelia, Mud Dragon. Instead of all that, we're going to set a card, reveal that Danger Mothman, mix up those cards under the table. So just 1, 2. It's going to be a 6, so we'll take 1 card off the side. That's going to be the Trip of Karma. Means Mothman takes the field, and a new card is drawn in its place. The Trip Karma's effect activating here. Or maybe not. Looks like we're going to take the Destiny Hero Dangerous, detach it as a material, and send another card to the graveyard. That's going to be Agido the Ancient Sentinel. We're just going to roll the dice here. Start sending 5 cards off the top of the deck. And banish the Trip of Karma. Oh no, looks like, okay, the Agido play was just to set up defensive plays in the future. Might have spoke too soon. There we go. 1, there's an Airlifter. A Wanted. Couldn't quite make it out on either player's field because they were just off camera. The next time we get to see the graveyards, we'll be able to keep track from there. Seems like we do have 2 more, indicating there was likely a Tearlament's Kashtira sent from the deck to the graveyard. Still a really good hand left. You can see the Durendal there, so we might have just a little touch of Infernoble here. Certainly a powerful strategy that made quite a lot of headwinds at YCS Richmond. Now we're at the top tables of the Game Guys tournament. And it's doing much the same. Shows you it's a very strong card in the hands of a good duelist. Take a look at the graveyard here. Didn't quite see all those cards that were sent from Agito. Does look like we're going to combine Tearlament Sheeran and Danger Mothman. Could be an Abyss Dweller. No, it's actually Time Thief Redoer. And since a monster was summoned where you control the Tearlaments, we will go ahead and mill 3 more cards with Tearlament Scream. And here comes everything off the top of the deck. And actually, looks like the opponent's going to go ahead and concede there. So William just realizing so much to play against and needs to conserve his tournament time as much as he can. Little too late in the tournament for that many draws. Now, it's relatively easier to side deck against Tearlaments than it is for Rescue Ace. There's not a really one-size-fit-all solution against them, seeing as they can set cards from their deck to the field. Dual Lockbird won't help you there. But we do see DD Crows, looks like a Bestial Druisworm as well. So different ways to just say, no, no graveyard. We can't handle that here. Both players smiling at each other. Been a long day, but we're all in this because we love this game. Beautiful collection of cards there, but looks like we're going to take out the Infinite Impermanence and enemy controller, as well as another Imperm and another enemy controller. So no entering the code left, right, AB. There's the third enemy controller. And the... going to leave one Imperm, just to see. Maybe not. Picking that deck back up and scrolling through it. Yeah, we'll take out the last copy of Imperm. So it's going to be a 6-card side deck of DD Crows and Druisworms. Obviously the natural predators of these Tearlaments, right? The second they hit the graveyard, DD Crow shrieks and scoops it on up, so it can't be used to fuse. Looks like players probably just about done here. Now we're just shuffling. William already presented his deck to cut. Great looking sleeves, by the way, there. Jaden and Winking Wing Kariba. Smiling. Blessing this field with luck. Of course, as Jaden always says, luck's a part of skill, and that is a big contributing factor to the Tearlament strategy. But it looks like William's going to be getting this duel. Or excuse me, Hector's going to be getting this duel with his Rescue Ace. Right, Hector sets a card face down. Certainly the turbulence doesn't help there, and oh, pass turn, that is it. Not going to try to do too much. Might be resting on that Bestial Druisworm. Hoping it can help. Setting a card there. And we might be endangering, so we're going to go and roll the dice here. It's going to be 6, 2. So we will lose the Danger Mothman there. Didn't quite work as intended. Both players will draw a card and then discard a card. The Tearlament's Cashier going to the graveyard by an effect. That's huge. We'll be able to send 2 more cards. On the flip side, we'll actually say goodbye to Rescue Ace Turbulence. And that could be good if there's a rescue set, right? We can go ahead and special summon that monster back. Looks like Trivikarma and Foolish Burial win. So Trivikarma's effect will activate. We'll banish that Trivikarma. Start looking into the graveyard. Looks like we added from our deck to our hand the Primeval Planet Perlino, or Purrely. Taking a little field trip with our field spell to Purrely. Gonna grab a Visa Starfrost Tearlament name. Didn't quite see what it was. Happened just off camera, but oh, look, it is Diviner the Herald. Possibly sending a fairy monster from the deck to the graveyard. That could be 5 new cards off the top of both players' decks. And it looks like it is going to be Aguido, the Ancient Sentinel. Already sending Almace, Impulse, DD Crow, which gives away a lot of information, Hydrant, and seems like another, possibly a monitor there. Same deal over here. We're losing Nibiru. Tier Laments, Rhino Heart. Looks like maybe a Tier Lament Sheeran based on the type set. Plenty of effects to activate in the graveyard from both players. Just gotta wait for the chain of resolve to get into the next one. 4 cards in hand on the Rescue A side. Not necessarily a good thing though. You want to commit those cards to the board in this deck. But we do see the Bestial Druid's Worm, so there might be a way to stop a fusion, especially since a monster's controlled that is a quick effect. So Diviner the Herald, great card, got greater cards to the graveyard, but is also a body that enables Druid's Worm to do its thing. Now William considering his options here. Looks like he is going to drop the Bestial Druid's Worm. So saying about him early there. No other fusions. But looks like we're adding a Tier Lament Shiren. It's going to summon itself. Get rid of that Diviner the Herald. And then get rid of, looks like Tier Laments, Kashtira, Infinite Impermanence, another Tier Lament Trap card. We're going to go ahead and activate the effect of that. Looking in the deck. It must be Sulliek since we're going to grab a new Tier Lament. DD Crow, certainly tempting. Wish it was in the hand. But so far we've sort of spent with the Bestial Druid's Worm. Again, Bestial Druid's Worm has that backup effect. When it goes to the graveyard, it gets a send to special summon monster as well. We are going to use the Tier Laments Kashtira and summon it. Go ahead and banishing the Sulliek to grab 1, 2, 3 cards. Looks like a Rhino Heart, a Terraforming, and a Tier Lament Scream going to the graveyard. So now it's time to resolve the Scream's effect. And we're going to send that Sulliek. And there's Tier Lament's Rhino Heart. We're going to use the effect of Rhino Heart, send an additional Tier Lament name. Crack that whip. Somebody needs to go from the deck to the graveyard. Again, take a look at the Tier Lament names we have in the graveyard. Actually, not a lot in the scheme of things. So it is going to be Tier Lament's Hapness going down. Thinking about the next play here. From the Rescue A side, looks like we can see possibly a Rescue there. 2 other cards that may not help. Now the Rescue would be able to retrieve Hydra, maybe even the Turbulence.
No problem right here. You didn't have a legal activation.
Players conversing against, not against each other, but with each other, I should say. Judge explaining what can and cannot be activated.
Yeah, trust you, but if you don't have it, that's illegal. Okay. That's actually cheating. I didn't know that.
I'm gonna pause it.
Okay. Might have been the timing of those card effects. May not have been exactly what we were hoping for.
I didn't know you.
Our judge is coming out to give us just a little update here. More on that as that develops.
Hopefully just a PV minor. I don't know. That's unfortunate.
It just sucks because it's like so much to rewind because
it's not though. It's like, it's literally like one action. I just put this back in deck and this solely goes my hand and this stays engraved.
it doesn't come out of no. Right? It's like
No.
a lot of stuff
That's the way it got it. No, I already added that from this Soya. I already triggered Soya to turn to add this. Yeah.
I don't know. I'll go with whatever it is.
That's unfortunate.
I'm not trying to push.
Judge just came to update us. A little bit of an illegal activation, but the game state can be rewound. So one of our players is going to get a procedural minor warning. That's fine as long as they didn't receive this penalty before. It should be something that could be upgraded by the head judge.
Okay.
But that does mean they're going to get a little time extension and resume play.
That is correct.
So now we're gonna have the Reinhardt go to the graveyard. Got to be careful with all these cards. You got to make sure you still have the ability to activate them. And that did not exist this time.
Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and start the phone for you here. Go ahead and start it.
That's about all we've got so far. Players have just kind of like resettling into the game state since, well, there's not as many fusions as we were expecting to see. And that happens again. Most of these duelists have been here since maybe 9 a.m. local time, possibly earlier. So it's just been non-stop dueling action all day. And eventually, yeah, you do get a little tired. Maybe you make a mistake here or there, but that's okay. Doesn't affect the overall. Right, so we are going to say goodbye to that extinguish with Baron de Fleur. There's no rescue ace on the field, so you cannot extinguish. All right, looks like instead we're going to have the Tearlaments Cashtira attack. The Bestial Druid's Worm, when it goes to the graveyard, will activate its effect, but that will be negated and destroyed. It is already in the graveyard, though. And Baron de Fleur will go ahead and attack, and we might be time for some life point calculations. Judge is working on it now just to see what our totals are. I believe it should be 303,000. So to put our Rescue Ace Duelist at 4,700. I believe the life point counters may be flipped. No, okay, they are working as intended. Good deal. All right, so just shuffling up here. It's good to see the rescue of our Hydrant. Hydrant, of course, able to search a Rescue Ace card from the deck, add it to your hand. As long as it's a monster. And we do have the cards we need in the graveyard to make Turbulence a very live play. But it does seem like Reinhardt's hitting the field. Wasn't able to do its thing last turn, but will be able to do its thing this turn. Havness gets sent to the graveyard. And there is the chained Bestial Druid's Worm. Any response? Doesn't look like it, so Havness is likely to be banished. And no fusion happening here. Does put the Bestial Druid's Worm on the board for an additional body. It's great for both decks. Might even be a little greater on the Tearlament side, considering that it's a level 6, right? That is halfway to Beatrice, Lady of the Eternal. Now, we haven't seen the coveted set 4. But there's enough Rescue Ace monsters in the graveyard that Hydrant successfully resolves. It could be Turbulence time. And believe me, you're in for a bumpy ride when your opponent sets 4. And we did have the Infinite Impermanence activated. That means that column that's pretty much empty now from end to end will have any of its spell and trap cards negated. So the players will have to be very careful not to activate in that column. It's not like Master Duel, no bubbles here. Take a look at the graveyard. Some great options, but certainly also some Tearlament names not on display. Conversely, over here, all the Rescue Ace monsters you could eat. Looks like we're going to combine 2 monsters. Maybe we're going to send the Rescue Ace Hydrant for a Link Karibo. It is Link Karibo. That means that Bestial Druid's Worm and Link Karibo could combine to form SP Little Knight. And then the Bestial Druid's Worm can be used to send a card to the graveyard. But before it does, it's Super Polarization, discarding the Nibiru, fusing his opponent's monsters. 2 dark attributes, 1 Cyberse, 1 Psychic. Sounds good for a Mud Dragon of the Swamp. And since it's already water, don't even have to use that quick effect. None of the monsters can be targeted right now. Up next, look like we're going to see some In for Noble cards.
Pretty good.
It is a Fire Warrior deck. A lot of great ways in the strategy. This is also a tuner.
Pretty much.
Taking a quick look at the Impulse again. Allows you to negate the effects of your opponent's monsters. Highest attack monster. And then we've already saw an Tribute effect to special summon a Rescue Ace monster from the deck. Taking a quick look at, looks like we were reading Sky Crisis. Might be putting that on the field. Rescue Ace Impulse not doing a whole lot right now, but certainly worth a look. Again, you usually want to know what the cards do before you get to the tournament. So might be a call to do some Duel Academy homework. Replacing both back on the field. Certainly have a 3 and a 1. Could Synchro summon for a Herald of Arclight.
Sorry about that.
Would be neat to see your opponent's cards get banished instead of going to the graveyard.
I misunderstood that whole thing.
So basically the way it works.
It's that you don't have to prove it to your opponent, you just...
Yeah, you still have to have the ballot though.
Players taking a moment to talk things out.
Yeah, that was the first time that came up.
Maybe the end of that game.
So the only interaction where like it comes up, where like
Just Rescue Ace not able to get it out. Looks like the match live is being handed over. So Tier Laments takes it over Rescue Ace without Rescue Ace really being able to commit much to the board. Shows you how powerful the Tier Laments deck is. Certainly, many consider the best deck in the game right now to be Rescue Ace Sinful Spoils, but that doesn't mean it's cool control for Duel. You're not just going to automatically win. So in a moment here, we'll get to hear from William about how he's feeling going into the last round with his beautiful Tier Laments deck and all the accessories that caused him to get this far in the tournament. We'll be back with him in a moment.
Thank you very much. All right, well, we'll just need to get you to Steven and go ahead and finish it off.
Sure.
We're just gonna get you to Steven for your interview.
Oh, okay. What would you want? Kirby wants to rescue.
I opened the
Double Drew Storm.
I opened the freaking the warrior package twice. I don't know how that happened. I can open it like this morning straight.
I've opened Trivia Card with 6 5 That card's glued to my head.
I have some like Stu's top, bro.
All right, looks like our players are coming now. All right, let's go ahead and get with our winner here, William. So, let me ask you, have you been in the feature match area before?
I was here the last Houston region.
Okay, last Houston Regional. So, we usually ask, how does it feel to come into it? But this late in the tournament, when your record is so important, what's the vibe in that room?
I mean, it's tense because you want to win because you're trying to ideally make X1 so you can get the top 8 finish. I was playing a good friend of mine, so shout out to him. It was quite unfortunate in game 2. He drew quite poorly. I did make that mistake with the Rhino Heart and the Scream there, misunderstanding the Master 4 ruling update from 2020. So that's totally my bad, but it's definitely tense in there because you really want to win your game and you want to just make sure you're making the correct plays and doing the most you absolutely can.
Certainly Tier Laments are difficult to pilot, right? It's a crazy deck, but there's only one game left. So if you could just send a prayer to the Egyptian God cards, what deck do you just not want to run into the last round?
I don't know. I played 2 Vanquish Soul, and those are pretty tough. I lost to one, and I beat the other, but that's tough when they shifter you. that's a pretty good deck, and they can make Dweller pretty easily and Shifter you, so ideally not that deck.
Usually don't see a lot of shifters anymore, so hopefully you make it. But again, you just got one great round, great gameplay, and again, we'll be back with that final match before you know it, so don't go away. See you soon. Just as a little update to our viewers at home and also for those of you here in the tournament, our featured match finished well before the main event, so it might be about 42 minutes before our amazing finals starts. What that means is you can definitely relax, take a break. Hey, but set your alarm. 42 minutes and those finals will be here before you know it. Hey, patient duelists, don't worry, round 9 will be beginning soon because round 8 only has about less than 10 minutes left. Hang in there, we'll have our finals and our undefeated duelists playing against each other in our round 9 final feature match. All right, players, we're going to go ahead and get set up for our final match here. So let's go ahead and turn it over to our game table. Now, you might recognize one of our tool duelists. It's going to be Zachary Rodriguez. He got to show off the Unchained strategy before. But his opponent will be George, and he'll be rocking the Rescue Ace. And we're going to make sure that we get set up soon here, but it looks like one of the cameras might be in night mode. So let's go ahead and get that fixed as we can.
We're not going to do dice roll yet. We're just going to have you guys just put your deck down and get it. We'll do dice roll when it's time to play. Just make sure your decks are sided out correctly. Make sure they're not have any side in it.
Like a pre-side?
No pre-side. I do need to do one quick deck check. Not deck check, but side deck check.
Yeah.
Reset one of the cameras, actually. The one right here seems to be on night vision mode. And has you in black and white. So I'm going to try to see if that works. Actually, do you mind if I check this card real quick?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, cool. Make sure it doesn't reveal to either side. Let's see if that fixes it right up.
We good?
Yeah, we're good.
Wait. Do you memorize your side deck or just guess?
I know the deck list.
Okay.
I have to memorize every deck list every time.
That's great. Oh, before you get on stream? That's real great.
Well, that's how I read people. Alright.
All right, got to fix our technical difficulties by hand there. And those are night vision cameras, so we want to make sure they wake up because it's not nighttime. Well, it is nighttime, but it's still time to rule, not time to go to sleep. Again, Zachary, no stranger to the top tables here, previously featured in a prior feature match with the Unchained strategy. We know Unchained is good, right? It was both #1 and #2 at YCS Richmond, but it's going to be interesting to see how it holds up against Rescue Ace, a match we really didn't get to see during those final climactic duels.
Alright, go ahead and just leave it like that. We're going to go ahead and start.
Step out?
Yep. Until because we want to have the timing correct. So we want people to come watch, so we're going to go from there. I have to be the last one.
Looks like our players might be exiting. We'll get an update from our judge shortly. All right, looks like we are going to have our players file back in. Just want to make sure that we were good to start. This is the final round.
This is like a casting. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And don't worry about losing any time. The duelists are going to have their own separate play clock. They'll be good to go.
When are we starting?
I will start the timer off.
So thank you again for all of those who stuck with the broadcaster. Maybe you're watching the video on demand, right? A replay showcasing your favorite duels. The Game Guys definitely appreciates it. Just trying to put on the best content possible in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Regional Championships here. Hey, and maybe beyond someday. Looks like we're going to roll. That's an 8. The opponent's going to roll a 6. We know which number is bigger.
Okay. All right, then give me just 1 minute. Go ahead.
So duelists can go ahead and begin. Nice show of sportsmanship there, right? Both of these duelists know that they've had quite the long day. Again, a Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship of any kind is a marathon, not a sprint. It looks like we're going to be starting on George's side here with the wanted quick play Spellseeker Sinful Spoils, grabbing Dia Bellstar herself and adding it to the hand. Of course, that's going to be during the draw phase. Does look like during the main phase, we're going to go ahead and send the Infinite Impermanence to the graveyard to bring out Dia Bellstar, the Black Witch, and set the original Sinful Spoils, immediately activating it to get that Snake Eye. It's not a Snake Eye monster, but it will be a level 1 fire, and that's going to be Rescue Ace Hydrant, that gorgeous collector's rare. Going to use the effect of Rescue Ace Hydrant. Don't seem to have any effects that can be activated from the hand, so we're going to add from our deck to our hand, likely the Rescue Ace Airlifter.
Anyone else?
Now, Airlifter's effect is going to go ahead and activate, grabbing any of those fun Rescue Ace spells. Took a quick look at Emergency, but may not need that necessarily as much. Going for Alert instead, saving those emergencies for an emergency. Alert will go ahead and search out that Rescue Ace Turbulence, also a collector's rare. So we're going to go ahead and link off 2. Directly into an SP Little Knight. not worrying about using a Link Karibo or anything in between because there are no monsters on the opponent's side of the board. And now we get to go ahead and banish those 2 fire monsters, right? Rescue Ace Hydrant and Rescue Ace Airlifter. Going to go ahead and use the effect of Rescue Ace Turbulence to set 4 cards. So it's going to be Contain, Emergency, Rescue, and Extinguish. Certainly a powerful way to start off the board. Unchained may not be as interested here, but taking a second just to read the other cards here. Again, Extinguish is not only going to destroy the card, but prevent its effects from being activated on any card with the same name. Could be a very good play against Unchained in the same way that you can go ahead and use the effect of the Extinguish. But remember, there's no Rescue Ace Fire Hydra on the board. Not yet. It looks like we're going to go and activate Emergency and remedy that very situation after taking a full look through the deck here. Here comes Rescue Ace Preventer. Going to go ahead and send that Rescue Ace Preventer immediately to the graveyard with the effect of Emergency. Now there's banished Rescue Ace, so here comes Airlifter. Going to go ahead and link off the SP Little Knight and Airlifter to make 2 Tails of the Noble Knight is Soul Day. So grabbing a warrior monster from the deck to the hand, possibly a Rescue Ace Impulse, right, allows you to go ahead and tribute it when your monster's effects are being activated on your opponent's side of the board to special summon. We are going to go ahead and send Almace to special summon a level 1 Infernoble. And before you know it, tuning time, right? 1+9 is Baron de Flair. That's going to be level 10. And then afterwards, 2 Tails of Noble Knight and Airlifter making SP Little Knight and going ahead and banishing that SP Little Knight from the graveyard, possibly to recycle it later. Certainly room to set 1 more. Going to set that Infinite Impermanence there on the side. Have that full field. No Rescue Aces on the board just yet.
Stand by me.
But did get the Hydrant back to the graveyard. No, didn't get the Hydrant. Okay, so getting the Airlifter to the graveyard might be good to go ahead and pop up the Rescue Ace Airlifter with a Rescue, allowing you to search your deck for an additional field spell, possibly the powerful searching and recycling ability of Rescue Ace HQ, the field spell. Looks like there's just a Preventer and Impulse in the hand. Let's take a look at the 6 cards here revealing from Pot of Extravagance, right? 2 Infinite Impermanences, an Unchained Twins Araha, effect ability to mirror the Primal Being, and also a triple Tactics Talent. Tactics Talent's pretty good right now, since you know that if you push hard enough, that Baron de Flair is going to say no. And it activating a monster effect at this time, well, there'll be trouble because that means Tactics Talent could go ahead and do what it does best. So that is what we're going to add to the hand. All the other remaining cards go to the bottom of the board. How to push that monster into using its powerful negate. So we're going to go and set possibly an Abominable Chamber. Maybe an Escape of the Unchained, but either or. Unchained Twins Araha is going to activate its effect. Destroying that face down, and it is Escape of the Unchained.
Oh, okay.
So using the effect of the Escape of the Unchained, no responses here despite having access to so many of them on Georgia's side of the board. Looking at that graveyard carefully, thinking about what the next plays might be. But in the meantime, here comes the Unchained Soul of Shabara.
Let's go. Emergency?
Now, at this point, it is time for an emergency. So here comes Rescue Ace Airlifter. Do you have to tribute one of those? It looks like we're going to drop off the Rescue Ace Preventer. Rescue Ace Preventer going to the graveyard brings back the Rescue Ace Hydrant. Airlifter's effect will go ahead and grab a new spell card. And that is going to be the Rescue Ace HQ.
What do you add on that one again? Yes.
Now, Airlifter does get to activate possibly its effect. Maybe attributing itself to special summon one from the hand. No, okay, doesn't look like we're doing that after all. Did point to it, but now these cards are live and at their full potential. So we are going to see Extinguish being used on the Unchained Soul of Sharvada. And yes, if that Fiend monster went to the graveyard, ordinarily its effect would activate unless Extinguish prevents it from doing so. So again, no cards named Unchained Soul of Sharvada can use their effect for the rest of the turn because Rescue Ace Hydrant was on the board. And that's enough for the concession right there. Just too much power from the Rescue Aces. Right? Fire Department isn't afraid of some fiery beasts because they got all the tools they need. It's game 1 of our finals already complete. It's wild to see that. Again, no duelist in this tournament is undefeated. So the record that we have here is going to be no losses but a draw. But we are trying to figure out who is just the #1 tables winner. Any given Saturday, right? That's how regional championships work, unless you happen to be on a Sunday. Taking a quick look into the deck, what we're going to go ahead and pop in there. Looks like 2 cards. We don't want the infinite impermanences. We're not interested in the super polymerizations. Just don't do the same work as they do against other decks. So we're going to shed a couple of cards here so we can go into the side deck. Again, we've talked about it before. There's not really a one-size-fits-all solution against Unchained. It's not just a trap card you can flip up that says, hey, your opponent doesn't get to do their Unchained cards. We have seen success from cards like there can be only one, preventing multiple fiends from being on the board. But there is some built-in non-targeting spell and trap removal in the Unchained deck. Are seeing flashes of Nibiru, maybe even enemy controller. Oh, that is going in the deck. As well as a couple of other cards there. Been interesting. Maybe we could see a Fantastical Dragon Phantasme. The Thanos Dragon, as it's called, is very powerful, right? Not just because it's looking for 6 Infinity Stones, but because it does appear when your opponent link summons, which is very popular right now with the SP Little Knight. Even a deck you wouldn't think of link summoning, like Elemental Heroes. This tournament, we saw it link summon a lot. So Fantastical Dragon Phantasme could put in a lot of work.
Oh, I know. I'm not as bad as I was earlier.
Players still in good spirits. You're not in the tournament this long without having a good sense of humor, knowing, okay, he got me. My deck didn't do what it did. But both of these players likely to collect their invite to the North American World Championship qualifiers next year. You might be looking at our future world champion again. For the first time, we have a United States-based world champion of Yu-Gi-Oh! So it's not just a dream. Could be reality that starts right here from this duel. And we are going to see another Top de Wohlstands, right? Pot of Prosperity. Banishing 6 cards face down from the extra deck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Looks like we're good on that. We're going to go ahead and reveal 6. So it's going to be Effect Veiler, Harpy Feather Duster, another Pot of Prosperity, Escape of the Unchained, Infinite Impermanence, and an Unchained Twin Rakea. It looks like Rakea is the one we're going to add. Everything else goes back to the bottom of the deck. Are going to go ahead and use Rakea to destroy the face-down card. The Abominable Chamber of the Unchained is destroyed, which means we're going to special summon an Unchained monster from the deck. And it's going to be the Unchained Soul of Shyama destroying the Unchained Twins Rakea. And then it gets to use its effect to special summon an additional monster. It looks like it's going to be Unchained Soul of Shadvara. So now that we have our 2 level 6s on the board, both fiends, looks like we are going to open up the overlay network. Oh no, we're going to link summon into Unchained Soul of Yama. So Lord of Yama is here. But before then, Unchained Soul of Shadvara. Going to go ahead and use its effect because it went to the graveyard. Taking a look at the deck here. Going to go and set an Escape of the Unchained. Hasn't been used yet, not this turn. And also grab an Unchained Twins Araha. Araha is going to use its effect, getting rid of the Escape of the Unchained. And Araha is really just the core card of this strategy, right? It destroys. And when it's destroyed, it gets stuff done. The Escape of the Unchained is going to bring Unchained Twin Saddam on the field. But up next, we're going to have a Link summon, it looks like, for Unchained Soul of Rage. Not going to the SP Little Knight. Instead, choosing to set up the board to link off your opponent's monster. Then we're going to destroy the Unchained Soul of Rage. Bring back our Unchained Soul of Shama. So you see, that's the reason this Unchained deck is just so good. Loops so many of its cards. Almost immune to draw and lock. But it does a few searches here and there, but it just doesn't feel the same way. And again, there's our Wave Hive King Caesar. Not 1, but 2 negates of a card that includes special something a monster. So we do have the Abominable Chamber of the Unchained revealed there. Set by the Unchained Twin Sarama. And finally it's George's turn. This is going to be quite the board to play through, but if any deck could do it, it's Rescue Ace. We're going to start with the Rescue Ace HQ. And summon our Rescue Ace Hydrant. Activating its effect. You see that enemy controller in the hand. That can be very important for putting Rescue Ace cards in the graveyard and getting that Wave High King Caesar across the table. so that it no longer prevents the summons of these Rescue Ace monsters. Thinking about it, and there's our Rescue Ace Impulse. Impulse allowing you to attribute it to special summon a machine monster from the deck. Looks like we're going to see our first normal summon. Or actually possibly second normal summon because the Rescue Ace HQ. There's our emergency. Time for special summoning.
Thank you. You could take your time.
A lot of different ways to play this. Could use the enemy controller first beside the effective emergency. But it just depends here. George has been doing this all day, definitely has a lot more experience in this particular scenario than you might think. But it looks like we are going to go for alert.
Yeah.
So it's going to allow searching from the deck because Rescue Ace Hydrant is on the field. It's not just going to be scooping out of the graveyard. So it's no longer the warrior returning alive. It's basically reinforcements of the army. And this army of firefighters is taking a look at their biggest boss, Rescue Ace Turbulence. Instead, decides to grab the Rescue Ace Preventer. Of course, you can special summon it by banishing a Rescue Ace card. When you control another Rescue Ace, you get to flip something face down on your opponent's side of the board. And that could be pretty big for stopping this Wave High King Caesar. Looks like we are going to go ahead and use the Abominable Chained. Dropping out the Soul of Sharvara. Banishing the Unchained Soul, Lord of Yama, and special summoning back the Unchained Soul of Rage. Might be time to link off your opponent's stuff. And that'd be the perfect answer here. It also lets us get the Abominable Unchained Soul. Looks like Vice King Requiem is going to have to pay the price for that. Taking a quick look at Airlifter here again. Once it's summoned, you get to go ahead and grab a Rescue Ace spell. When your opponent activates a monster, you get to tribute it and special summon somebody from the hand. So literally airlifted it, but it seems like we'll be destroying it instead. We do see the Rescue Ace Hydrant turn into Relinquished Anima. It is pointing at the Unchained Soul of Sharvara. So it can use that effect to go ahead and gobble that monster up. Little Maximilian Pegasus for you. So that is going to become an equip card. Of course, when it's sent to the graveyard in any way, its effect would activate, so you do have to be careful about that. But we are entering the code left, right, AB, activating enemy control, attributing a monster, and taking control. Taking a brief look at the graveyard here. See if we want to go ahead and respond. Be painful to lose that monster. But we may not do anything here. Zachary takes 2 looks at the graveyard. He goes ahead and passes over Triple D Wave High King Caesar. So now the negates are on Georgia's side of the board, making it safe to activate this emergency. It also means Unchained Soul of Rage. That is an effect that includes special summoning a monster. It'll be interesting to see how these cards interact. Thinking carefully whether or not you want to let that resolve. But instead going to activate Escape of the Unchained, targeting Triple D Wave High King Caesar and the Abominable Unchained Soul. Easy way to get rid of those monsters and trigger their effects, right? We did destroy some cards. Here comes Emergency, though. Lots of different choices, but it looks like what we're going to go for is perhaps a Turbulence in defense mode. Last round of the tournament, taking that decision very seriously, but it is Turbulence in defense mode. Gorgeous Collector's Rare. People who bought into Amazing Defenders earlier are probably eating pretty well, considering that Purrely, Mikanko, and Rescue Ace are all doing amazing. Not only in YCS Indianapolis, YCS Richmond, and YCS Santa Cruz de la Sierra in Bolivia, but also right here at the Game Guys tournament. Now, because Wave High King Caesar went to the graveyard, we do get to add the Dark Construct with the gate. It looks like we're going to try to use Unchained Soul of Rage to link off the Rescue Ace Turbulence before anything even happens. And that's absolutely right. That Dark Contract with the gate did make its way with the Wave High King Caesar, but it may not make much of a difference right now, since it's just sitting in the hand. Certainly could start the turn off well with the Vice King Requiem. It looks like we're not going to try to do the Unchained Soul of Rage. Might instead be Resolution of Turbulence's effect here. After we tributed the Rescue Ace Impulse, we do get to go ahead and special summon Prevention. Then Unchained Soul of Rage's effect gets to activate, or resolve. Of course, Rescue Ace Preventer only flips monsters face down when another Rescue Ace monster is on the field. And that SP Little Knight was used, or was summoned, I should say, with a Link monster as its material. So it can use its other effects. Taking a look here at the entire graveyard, seeing what we want to banish. Rescue Ace Preventer does feel pretty good, because we'll clear a body off the board. Gotta remember this is George's turn, despite how many great moves Zachary has been making during that turn. A masterclass in our turn. It looks like we are going to go ahead and banish Rescue Ace HQ. And banishing Rescue Ace Turbulence as well for its material as Rescue Ace Preventer. Now we are going to bring out Hida. But before we can even summon anything, there comes the Nibiru, the Primal Being. Clearing out all of those Rescue Ace monsters. And it looks like that is a concession. Nibiru might have been too strong there. Players making a few decisions here. It's not time to sign the match slip just yet. He's making a few decisions here. Thinking about that side deck again, that super polymerization probably not going to do too much here. While they are both fiend monsters, there's some random attributes. A little bit of dark, a little bit of water, a little bit of fire. So not quite as easy to use super polymerization against your opponent's cards here. Looks like we're going to take those enemy controllers out. Didn't feel like they did quite as much. Judges getting a little water there, which is great, by the way. Make sure to thank your judges. They've been here earlier. They'll probably be here later than when you leave. They love the game just as much as you do, and they're just trying to make sure that this place is a great environment. It certainly has been. And that's what's so excellent about seeing these duelists rise to the top of the tables here. Just a great scene and great duels. Do you see we have a couple of copies of Book of Eclipse? We've seen Book of Eclipse a lot at the top tables recently. But you can't stop it with Ash Blossom, so it is not as foolproof as it used to be. People have figured out ways around it. So certainly the king of consistency. Looks like those Pot of Prosperities are getting back into the deck. Counting out the side deck, just making sure it's that 15 cards. We're going to set it aside. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yep, 15 cards. So now we're beginning the pile shuffling. I think our duelists are ready to go ahead and present their decks for the very final game in this series. Whether you're a fan of Unchained or Rescue Ace, just great stuff on both sides.
Alright. No 3 escape. No 3.
All right, duelists, this is it. The last hands to be drawn on our featured match table. And we're going to start on George's side with Wanted, Seeker of the Sinful Spoils, grabbing the Bellstar, the Black Witch. Every move is important here because it may be the last you could make. See Nibiru, as well as Pot of Prosperity. Rescue Ace HQ and some other cards there, but it looks like we're going to discard the Rescue Ace Impulse to grab out that Dia Bellstar, the Black Witch. And let's go ahead and set Likely the original Sinful Spoils Snake Eye, such a powerful card in Age of Overlord, helping out so many different level 1 fire monsters, whether you're playing Infernoble, Jet Synchron, or in this case, Rescue Ace Hydra. So we're going to send Diabellstar to the graveyard and trade up for Rescue Ace Hydra. Going to attempt to use the effect of Rescue Ace Hydra. It looks like it's good. Still have a normal summon, so it might be time for Airlifter. Do have that wonderful double normal summon. But before we do, let's go ahead and banish 6 cards face down from the extra deck. Every decision here is crucial. No takesies, backsies. This is the last set of monsters you will ever see in your extra deck this tournament. It does look like we're going through here. Only 3. Will that be enough, or does he want to dig deeper? That's all he wants to do. So we're going to reveal 3 cards and add 1.
3.
Again, because this is the end of the tournament, you just want to keep as many options as you can. See, Bestial Druid's Worm, Emergency, and Extinguish went straight for that emergency. We'll put the other cards at the bottom of the deck in no particular order. Now it's time for Airlifter. Still seeing no reaction from Zachary's side. We saw the Nibiru earlier. We are at 2 summons right now. 3, actually, if you have Diabellstar, so this is getting a little close. The Airlifter will grab Alert, and the Alert will be able to grab Rescue Ace Turbulence because Rescue Ace Hydrant's on the field. Then we're going to banish Alert as a Rescue Ace card, and 1 additional card, Rescue Ace Impulse, to special summon Rescue Ace Turbulence. Setting up this final board. So the final 4 we have is Extinguish, Emergency, Contain. Looks like Rescue. Zachary staring those cards down. Those are the 4 things he's going to have to think about next turn as he navigates through his Unchained deck. Randomize those up, little magical hats. Wouldn't be fun if your opponent knew where all those cards were. Do have the Rescue Ace HQ. It's powerful, but it may not be doing a whole lot here except giving your Rescue Ace monsters an additional 500 attack. We are going to Emergency. So special summoning out a Rescue Ace Airlifter in defense mode. That means we have 2 level 4 monsters. And we are going to open up the Overlay Network and right into the Abyss Dweller. Maybe a foreign language version of the card, but there's the Nibiru. Gonna put that Primal Being token in attack mode right in the center. Pass turn with just those 4 set. Now we're not too much in trouble, but that was 1 summon too many. Certainly loving all the great foreign language cards here. Yu-Gi-Oh cards from all over the world. In this case, looks like a French language version. Nibiru, lettre primitive. But there's nothing primitive about this advanced card. It was used beautifully here. Waiting to see if we're going to activate anything. Could rescue the Rescue Ace Hydrant. It looks like we're going to go ahead and see the Unchained Soul of Xiaoma destroy Nibiru. Nice to get that first free card. We do see a Nibiru on the opposing side. Might just be all rocks all the time. Now we're going to see Rescue, special summon the Rescue Ace Hydrant. And so now all those great secondary effects of the Rescue Ace cards are live. You're going to be setting a card there. This will be the open game state where you decide what it is that you want to do. And we might be flipping over the Extinguish. We are extinguishing. It's going to do 2 great things. Not only, oh no, it's Contain. Okay, Contain is not only going to negate the effect of the Unchained Soul of Xiaoma, but the monster will not be able to use as a material. So no Link summons, no Xyz summons, and those are Unchained's primary ways to get to the game. So that Unchained Soul of Xiaoma is just kind of hanging out. Set card. Passing play. There's the emergency. And this kind of feels like an emergency. We're going to go and special summon a Rescue Ace Preventer. Immediately sending the Rescue Ace Preventer to the graveyard. Special summoning the Rescue Ace Impulse from the banished pile. And so now we're going to extinguish. And go ahead and get rid of the Unchained Soul of Xiaoma. And no card named Unchained Soul of Xiaoma can use its effect this turn. But that set up the Unchained Abominable Soul. With this Abominable Unchained Soul, it's a big body on the board. But it just goes to show you, you have tried to stop these cards, but you still haven't been able to. And that's it because the effect was used. Impulse went ahead and tried to bring out that Rescue Ace Turbulence, but didn't get to stay long. Unchained Abominable Soul said just, no, we're going to destroy that. And drawing a card there. Looks like we're going to banish the emergency and set and extinguish. Now because the Rescue Ace Hydrant's on the board, can go ahead and stop it from being resolved there. But again, that's not really going to do a whole lot. You're negating the effect of the Rescue Ace Hydrant. But it doesn't change the fact that Rescue Ace Hydrant is on the field. Going to go ahead and use our Sinful Spoils. Getting another level 1 fire monster. Just taking a quick check here, right? That effect seems almost too good to be true, but no, Yu-Gi-Oh's just in a good place right now. Gonna go and return that to the bottom of the deck and get to draw 1 card. Looks like we drew into a Wanted, Seeker of the Sinful Spoils. Not necessarily helpful now, it's certainly an extra card. So we'll go and activate it now, grabbing that Diabell Star. And we still will bring Diabell Star out. Gotta make a decision here, man. That Nibiru would be so good to keep, but everything else is even stronger. Looks like we're gonna drop the Rescue Ace Hydrant instead, and normal summon Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. I think it might be time for a Synchro summon. So 7+3, it's going to be our Unchained Souls facing down Baron de Fleur. But it looks like that's conceding the match there. Just could not make it out alive.
I had what I was gonna do was I was gonna stop this and then
Players talking about all of their different plays. Certainly made it pretty far into the tournament, but once that game is conceded, that's it. So it might be time to cheer for a champion here. Tried your best, fought so hard. And in the end, it did matter because both of these duelists will likely be getting their invite to the North American World Championship qualifier.
Both my interns? Yeah.
Moment here, we'll get to talk about the winner of the duel, about just a crazy year of Yu-Gi-Oh, but also a wonderful tournament experience. Pretty hard to deal with Baron de Fleur, and now Baron is everywhere. If you haven't picked up your premium rarity collection, that amazing series of just necessary tournament staples, think about it now because, well, it's never been easier to drop a 7 and a 3 and make that matter.
I'm pretty sure yeah, because like there was like season 2. I wanted the flag spot too. I want the first again. I don't know, this practice is
That may be the end of our duels, but again, don't go away. We'll have an interview with the winner shortly. And we get to find out our top cut.
Time to stick with it? Yeah.
I'm not going to advance right now. I share with it every YCS.
You gonna take a break?
It's just I've been working for like an hour so much right now.
37 or 40 years writing coming back. I feel bad. That's why I'm only
Certainly been a long day. Players shaking each other's hands one last time.
Good job.
Because to a degree,
Water. Oh.
unless you're here for locals next week, this will be the last regional championship of the year. So in a moment here, our winner is going to be coming out. Let's go ahead and give a round of applause when those doors open. Certainly tough to get through Unchained, but there is our champion. Yeah, there we go. Now, in a moment here, we'll get to talk to George about how he feels about the duel. He'll just have a seat over here. All right. So we're seated down with Lucas. If you'll just put the headphones on, sir. All right. So, 9 rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh! Later, if you want to scoot on in, this is your moment, not mine. How do we feel? We made it.
Oh, about the same as ever, Houston.
Hey, that's okay, but it is a tough regional. Let me make sure we get the mic pointed. There we go, we're good. So, we've been celebrating the 25 years of Yu-Gi-Oh! This whole year. Did you think you'd be entering this year of Yu-Gi-Oh! As our #1 duelist? Feels pretty good, that smile says, it's okay, it ain't bragging if you can do it. Feeling good. What made you come in today playing that specific deck of all the choices you have during Age of Overlord?
It's the most consistent deck of the format and has the highest ceiling. I've played the deck for a while, but yeah, the deck just got a big power increase. It has increased consistency. It has the ability to play through boards and doesn't have any like real lose conditions. It's really hard to side deck against the deck.
Makes sense. Now, this may be our last regional championship, but are you going to be traveling to any events soon?
Yeah, so I have LA, the 9th, Dallas, the 16th. I got to keep up the World's Point grind.
There you go. If you're unfamiliar, you can continue to play and gather points so that you can be a next World Championship competitor without having to be the #1 at the NEWCQ. But it comes from being a duelist just like Lucas here. So again, you may be seeing your opponent here. You know exactly what you're dealing with, somebody who's ready for Worlds. Do you have any messages for anybody getting shout-outs since this is your moment?
Yeah, shout out to Troy Yamaguchi. Shout out to obviously Team First or Last. They got me here. They're the best of the best. Shout out to Logan for helping with the deck list. Eclipse is insane.
Seems like it. Well, we'll go ahead and let you go ahead and shake hands, go ahead and hang out, because at this point, other than standings, that'll be the end of our broadcast. So good going, man. Maybe see you in Dallas soon. So again, this will be the end of our tournament broadcast, but we will be posting standings soon for those of you who are here. Thank you again. This has been 9 incredible rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh! And while this may be the last regional here, Game Guys will continue to have events every single week. So don't think just because there's no regional championship that there's no amazing Yu-Gi-Oh! Action here. And we'll have new sets coming out soon. Remember, Valiant Smashers will be out on November 17th and legal to play. So the whole Yu-Gi-Oh! Format is about to flip the script again. And then after that, we've got even more sets. So thanks as always for watching, and we'll catch you at the next tournament.
Decisive.